Twins.
Yes.
There we go. Look, everybody's already talking in the room. Hi, everybody, and welcome to this really exciting event, Google Plus's 3rd birthday party. I'm Carol Dodsley, and I'm kicking this show or this party off. I am not going to be sitting here the whole time because I know I will need a break and I will need to get out and go to places that you can't come. And there's going to be people hopping in and out throughout this. If you're watching this on the Google Plus event page, feel free to put comments in. If you're somebody that I should have invited and sent the link to so you can come live inside the Hangout, let me know because I have multiple windows open all over the place to watch people's comments and everything. If you're watching on the website and you're not a Google Plus user, there's also a chat box under the live video so you can chat with us too. You don't have to be a member of Google Plus to be part of the party. So if we run out of comment space on this event page, there is a link for you to go over to the website page, or you can click through and go to YouTube, because we have got almost 100 people that have said they are coming to join us, and if all of them put 1 or 2 comments in, we could hit the 500 comment mark and then bang, nobody can talk. But we have backup plans, so we should be great. So happy birthday, Google Plus. Let me tell you who I've got here with me, and I'll go to the first guy that got in the room, which was Ronnie Binns. So Ronnie, say hello.
Hello, everyone out there, and happy anniversary. Glad to be here for this many years in a row. Wonderful.
And you've got a t-shirt, and I don't have a t-shirt, and I know that our next guest got a t-shirt as well. It's not fair.
So yeah, well, life isn't fair sometimes, but this is the Google Plus t-shirt, at least the one that I got when I went to what's called a Hangout in real life, and that just happened to be part of what was given away as part of the process.
Awesome. Was that the one with Larry Fanillier?
It was in Denver, the Mile High City, Denver, Colorado.
That went on for about a week, didn't it, with live Hangouts going on everywhere?
It was quite a while, and people were amazed to know that I had legs, because they normally see me from here up, and there they could see my legs.
Yeah, and I can remember that one because I took a picture of you sitting on the sofa in your shorts, and I put it up in the event page.
Yeah. This is one thing, one dilemma if you're a part of Hangouts, which I am frequently. People don't necessarily know if you have other parts to your body unless you're outside and doing mobile Hangouts, which we do occasionally, which is a wonderful option that we've got with our Google Plus world.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of those things I often think for people in the UK. I don't know if you gents in the US or any of the audience in the US have ever heard of her, but Angela Rippon is a newscaster, and back, I think it was mid-70s, she did a newscast, and of course they have a desk in front of them, so you see the top up, right, very much like when we're in a Hangout. And there was actually, she was on somebody else's show, and it was 2 comics, their show, and she's sitting at the news desk, and then suddenly the news desk opened and she stood up, and she was actually in dance wear and showed her legs for the first time, and everyone was like, wow, look at that woman's legs. And that was great fun, and it's very, very similar to when we're on these Hangouts. Nobody has any idea, and it's really good as well because it means you just have to worry about the top half. So let's say hello to our other guest, John Skeets. John is a fellow top contributor, and I'm going to let John talk about top contributors in a bit. John, you've got a hat on with Google Plus.
I do, yes. And, there it is in the camera.
Well, it's not Google Plus, it's Google. Have you got the Google Plus t-shirt on?
Absolutely.
But
if the hat failed, I always have Google Plus socks.
Oh, I could do with those. I've got no socks on at the moment. My feet are getting cold. Send them over.
Well, maybe I should switch hats since that one didn't say Google Plus on it.
Oh, cool. I like that one.
Yeah, it came with a little bit of bling here to show here and there.
I know, I'm feeling a bit left out. I'm sitting here. I've got a teddy bear, but it doesn't say Google Plus. So I've got my Google Plus's 3 balloons up there. That's about the best I could do today. Well, Never mind.
We'll have to cure that when we get together for TC's meetup.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, definitely. I wanted one of those. They had a really nice cushion. I saw our community managers once, and I think it was Justine. She had a Google Plus cushion, and it was like, I want a cushion because I sit on my sofa a lot and I need cushions. So if anybody out there has got a Google Plus cushion or would like to make me a Google Plus cushion, it would be brilliant. And if anybody makes me one, I'll tell the world who it was that made it for me, because I think that would be really cool to have some Google Plus cushions on my sofa.
Yeah, they've got some great ones in the some of the Hangout rooms at Google. You know, they sit there and pull up a Chrome one and a Google Plus one and Gmail one.
I know, it's great fun, isn't it?
Oh, it absolutely is.
It is. Right, I'm going to let you two guys have a conversation so that I've got time to go over and have a look and see if anybody's asking to come in and if there's anything going on out there. So it's over to you two to talk about Google Plus, talk about Hangouts, talk about why you love them. John, we'll come back in a minute and we'll talk about top contributors, but for now, let's let you and Ronnie fire off this party and how much you love Google Plus and why you love Google Plus and why everybody else should love Google Plus.
So, John, let me ask you a question.
Sure.
Before Google Plus came into your world, were you active on social media, and if you were, what were you doing there?
I was active on Facebook, and to some extent I still am, because I still have a bunch of friends that have not seen the light yet, that are over there, and I use that to touch base with the old friends, but that's an occasional drop by as opposed to Google Plus, where I am here constantly.
So why do you think there's a difference as far as when you moved or Google Plus came into your world? Why do you think it's different for you versus what you were doing on Facebook?
I was invited the morning of the first day, so 3 years ago today, and I went in not having an idea what Google Plus was going to be, of course, other than Google's entry into social networking of some form. It didn't take me too many minutes to realize that it was an absolutely brilliant design with the concept of circles and just mapping relationships into circles and so on. Of course, I can honestly say at that point it was a ghost town, and that would be the one time it was valid to say that from my experience.
Okay, yeah.
Because there were just, Googlers who had already gotten involved on at that time, and those of us trickling in that morning as they got their invitations. What's been really phenomenal is the relationships that I've developed on Google Plus, the friendships and so on, and finding new people and new interests, and just learning incredible things. It's just dramatically better in my mind for discovering new things and so on, rather than just chatting about what somebody had for breakfast wherever.
So what would you think is one of the key differences between what you've been doing before you got into Google Plus and what you started doing on Google Plus?
I'd say the biggest difference is I just keep on discovering new things, learning new things, finding new people at a phenomenal rate, whereas my friend list on Facebook has been reasonably static for many years. There are occasional little bumps when some groups from school that I went to got together and started sharing with each other, pick up a handful here and there. But over here, I've just discovered so many new things and so on. One of the things I'm doing is writing a novel. And Google Plus totally changed my view of how to do that, thanks to Guy Kawasaki's APE community, author, publisher, entrepreneur. And I learned about self-publishing and immediately changed my plans and direction, and have from trying to go the other route of the traditional publishing, to getting very involved there, and I've learned a phenomenal amount through the communities.
So in essence, you found people that were new to you, not necessarily the ones that you knew, but you had shared either a common interest or an interest you were interested in learning, and that has built other relationships. Is that one way to look at the difference?
That's a huge part of it. I mean, that the majority of the people I interact with on Google Plus are people I've met since getting involved with Google Plus. That certainly is not true on Facebook. I can probably count on one hand. It might take two hands to count the people that I've met on Facebook that I didn't know outside of that. And it's just been I do have friends that from way back on Google Plus as well, but not nearly as many as I wish were here.
I've had a similar experience where the people, I'd say the vast majority that I've met and become very good friends with have been new to me. I didn't know them before, and literally they're from all over the world because of the magic of this Hangout tool that we're in. And this to me is something that's made a big difference and made the social environment valuable to me, whereas before, honestly, it wasn't that valuable. It was, like you were saying, you were sharing information that wasn't necessarily that important, but it was something you might do on just a chat if you happen to be on the phone with somebody and you've run out of things to talk about. So that was part of what my experience had been prior. And then when I got into the Google Plus world, I was meeting new people based on shared interests. This was even before before the Hangout thing turned public. Right, we could have private Hangouts, but at first we didn't have the ability to do the broadcast thing. And I'd come from a background of video SEO, so when it started going broadcast-wise, it was a clear place for me to start focusing more. And to me, not just the tool, but the people that I've met have been phenomenal because we have shared interests. That I think is one of the keys. And I think I've seen for people that are still struggling when they come into Google Plus as to why they're not famous already. I think it's because they a lot of times think that people should just automatically know who they are. And if they don't go out and start reaching out and learning to meet new people, then there's a good chance that they won't become famous here. They may be famous somewhere else, but people on Google Plus seem to care about what you know, not necessarily who you know. And I think that difference right there is useful for a lot of people that are okay reaching out to people that have shared interests, rather than, oh, you know this person, so I must be your friend because I know them too.
Yep. I mean, it's one of the worst problems people have. Well, I think a lot of people forget that when they came onto Facebook the first time, it was a ghost land or ghost town for them too. Then they started making connections, and the same thing applies in Google Plus. And there's a few things people need to do when they're getting started. One of the best things is to find communities that are interesting to them on topics they like and get involved with them. It's really important, just as an aside there, to always read the community rules to make sure that you don't get in trouble in the communities and get thrown out for doing something that's not allowed. But as long as you do that and just are a good community citizen, you're going to meet a tremendous number of people extremely quickly. Engaging on other people's posts is really important, and that's not just posting something like nice post, but commenting and participating as if you were in a discussion with them, an encouraging discussion, circling people that you find to be interesting. Resharing posts that you find interesting with the public to build up, that gets noticed by the people that you send that originated the posts. When you reshare them, plus mention them, saying, hey, some great information from Ronnie Binzer. You're going to notice that, Ronnie,
right?
and you probably drop in and say thank you for resharing, or thank you for the comment, or whatever. All that kind of stuff helps. Plus, wanting posts helps somewhat. It's not nearly as good as actually engaging by commenting and resharing. One important thing, as people get going, is just not to flood other people with too many posts, because that annoys people. So it's important to share good quality material. But
right, and I've found when you first start, because people may not know you, if you go and you find other people's posts that you're interested in and you reshare those, and you add thoughtful comments at the top of what you're sharing, that helps not only the person that originated the post understand what you know and what you care about, but it also helps others that might discover what you just shared, and then they decide, okay, yeah, this is someone that I do want to keep track with, and so they want to maybe add you to a circle.
Yep.
Which adding to the circle allows them to see more of your activity. So the idea of just coming out and saying, here's my stuff, is less interesting, I think, to many people than to share things that others have done and add your thoughts, because now you're piling on in a good way to what's already been out there, and that allows you, I think, a better platform to start sharing some of your own things later.
I'm going to jump in on that bit as well, gents. Now I'm back. Sorry, I'm just going to interrupt like that, but it's a party, so we can. We've got another guest that we're going to say hello to in a minute.
Look at all
what you were saying there, Ronnie, it's like, it's really that, exactly that bit. What I tend to say to people is treat Google Plus as if you're in real life, because that's how the conversations on Google Plus are working. On some of the other platforms, it's sort of more like an email interaction. It's not always quite the same, but on Google Plus, I really find that if you think about how would I interact in real life, and what you were saying there, if somebody puts a comment, you wouldn't go straight into the middle and go, hey, this is my stuff. Well, you might, but if you did, they certainly would turn around and block you. They just wouldn't talk to you, but you would go up and you go, oh, that's really interesting, and maybe this, and then you would get into a two-way conversation. And I really relate Google Plus to real life, because I find that it is like real life. Okay, so you're not in person, but we have the Hangouts where we're talking here now. You and I are talking. We've got John here. We've got Larry that we're going to say hello to in a minute, and I'm so excited. And Martin is also coming in to join us. Where's the ladies is what I would like to ask. I seem to always be surrounded by guys, which is actually quite nice. But it is. Use it as real life. So I know you're gonna hop out soon, Ronnie, because you're actually coming back for longer later. So I'm going to ask the question before I go over to the other two guys that have just hopped in for 5 minutes. And this is a question that I can answer as well, but we'll see if we've got different things. Marc-Andre Beauchamp, and I probably said that completely wrong, wants to know what equipment we're using, what software, and what webcams. Now, I'll quickly say mine is a Logitech C15. When I am sitting here, when I'm sitting at my desk, which is about 5 foot over the other side of me, I actually use my Mac own built-in one, and my microphone, whoops, which made a bit of noise there, I actually have a Snowball. And I think, Ronnie, you have something slightly different, don't you? So I'll let you answer the next bit.
You bet. I do have something slightly different. First off, we're using Hangouts, which is this tool that's allowing you to do this broadcast Hangout on air, which automatically becomes a video, which is a big deal. But as far as hardware specifically, I am using also a Logitech camera. I do have a Mac, and I could use the built-in camera, but I'm also right now I'm using the Logitech C920, which is another very popular webcam. It has a built-in mic, but I don't like the way that mic sounds as much as what I've got on, which is just a headset. And this headset's only about a $30 piece, but one of the reasons I like the headset is it's got this little mute button. So if I need to sneeze or cough or something, I just push a button and I can do that without interrupting anybody. I do have a Snowball on the floor, which is that same mic you've got, but I honestly don't use it that much. I did get it because I do recommend a lot of people use it, but for me, the headset, because I'm not worried about my hair, as you can see.
Not like us ladies. We don't like headsets.
Yeah. And so the headset, honestly, why? Because this is an important question. Why do we need something like a headset or a separate mic? If you isolate the sound from what your microphone is versus the speaker, meaning what's coming out of this earpiece, as long as they're separate, you're going to have much better quality. whereas if you have just a laptop and you're talking to the built-in mic and the speakers are so close to it, sometimes there's a little bit of echo or feedback or what's called clipping sound, and it makes your sound not as good. So simply isolating the speaker from the microphone is a really, really good tip.
Yeah, exactly. Right. I know we have somebody in here. We have two gents in here that I'm going to say hello to, but I know that one can only stay for a few minutes. So, Larry, bear with us. We are coming to you because you are very, very important in this party. But I know that Martin Chevington, who has joined us, is going to have to hop out again in a minute. So let's let Martin come in and say hello, Martin.
Hello. How is everyone? Happy 3rd anniversary.
Yes.
Great.
You're indoors, Martin. I haven't seen you indoors for quite a while in the Hangout.
I took Ronnie on a tour earlier because I'm staying in Hillsborough, just north of Mountain View. And the reason I've got a dash is we got my buddy's got a pair of twins, aged 1, twin boys, and a toddler that's about 2.5. And so they're running around. So, well, the twins are kind of part running. I'm going to have to disappear again. So it's great, and I've been listening to John. I could hear your advice, John, and your thoughts, and about the ape community. So I have been watching away. It's cool.
So quickly, whilst you're here with us, whilst we've got you, tell everybody what you came to Google Plus for and why you stayed.
I came because I had a couple of books out, and that was sort of early 2012. And then everything started to change. Probably after about 3 days, I realized that this place was special and that the technology just really helped people to connect. So I was hanging out a lot. And in those days, there was a lot of public hangouts and sort of meeting lots of people. I met Larry, I don't know how soon, probably after. I remember Larry when he had about 1,000 people.
Yeah, it was about 100.
And that was really, and you know, I met Ronnie, and then later I met yourself and John as well. And I think that that's where it went to, is about relationships and about how the technology allows us to find the people to whom we relate and do stuff together. So that's why I stayed. It's been incredible. I mean, it's almost 2 years, 4 months or 5 months for me, and it's the people, it's the community, it's what we can do together. And that's what gets me so excited. That's what gets me up at 5 o'clock every day at the moment, is projects with different people all over the world, and it's an amazing experience. And I'm listening to both Ronnie and to John about the advice of when people start. And often it's just relax and spend the first month engaging with other people, understand that there is a culture, general culture here. And once people start to get it, you see, and the light bulb goes off, and they go, it's a bit different here. It's different to Facebook. I get it, okay. And that's great when that happens because they feel part of it. So I can keep wittering on for a while, and you just point me in the direction. You know what I'm like.
I think we can all do that. The ones that are in here at the moment, we're all very good at, we can witter on for ages and we can give so much advice and so many sort of ideas and everything else. Okay, Ronnie's just let me know in the chat that he's hopping out. So just say bye, Ronnie.
Well, goodbye, everyone. And Larry, I want to thank you for the Hangout in Real Life where the T-shirt came from.
Oh, yeah. That's Google calling. They want their shirts back.
Oh. But I'll be hopping back into that I think it was 10 p.m. UK time.
Yeah, somewhere around there. Just hop back in when you. Just keep an eye on the film strip. What I'm saying to everybody that wants to come in, keep an eye on the film strip because it's visible to everybody. We're trying to keep it to around 5 people at a time in the Hangout room so that those that have specific time slots that they cannot be flexible will always be able to get in. We don't want to fill the room up and then those that have only got a specific slot can't get in and say hello. So, but we will see you around that time.
And one last, because I'm a nerd around Hangouts, a quick question. You're running this one Hangout that's going to be running the whole time, is that right?
It is, unless it crashes. If it crashes, because we've got the event page and I've got a website, if it crashes, then we will restart and we will put the new links into those pages. So nobody ever has to go to another page, but if you're watching on YouTube and we've crashed out, you'll have to go and find the new YouTube link.
Well, we won't expect to crash. We will all be here. See you soon.
Exactly. It's
Bye
a
now.
party.
Happy anniversary, Google Plus, and thank you all for watching out there.
Okay, Ronnie.
Thanks, Ronnie.
Now we have to go and say hello to Larry. I know we've still got Martin with us at the moment, but we've got to let Larry in because everybody's probably thinking, hey, who was that guy that came in and then disappeared back out again when the phone rang? Larry, come and say hello.
Hi, hi, Carol. I too will have to leave and come back because I do have a HOA scheduled with Maggie on Zweta, her bilingual cooking show. And how long are you going to be running?
Well, we have put it up in the event for an 8-hour one, as long as the Hangout keeps going. But basically, we're going to keep running as long as there are people in here who want to keep running and keep partying.
Okay, great. So right after Maggie's show, I'll be more than happy to come back.
Brilliant stuff. And then we can have a longer chat with you.
Yeah. But I wanted to pop in and say hello. And like Martin, I was watching what was going on, what was being said. And yeah, I love what you're doing, Carol. This is great. Google Plus's 3rd anniversary, 3rd birthday, and like Martin, I was here in the earlies. Folks who are now coming on, do like what he said. Sit back, jump into Hangouts, get to know people, get to see how the whole community is moving as far as sharing, resharing other people's stuff, and jump in and do your Hangouts, because that's what I did. I practiced by going into public Hangouts, meeting everybody, and then when they announced Hangouts on Air was going to be a feature, I said, hey, let me try it out with cooking, and the rest, as they say, is history.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't actually come along until Hangouts on Air came out. I went over when it was Google Plus invitation only, and I was one of these people, and I'm very much up for change. I love new things, but at that particular time I hopped in, I had a bit of a look around, and I was so bogged down in other stuff that I was doing that it was like, I haven't got time to learn this, and I disappeared. And then I still sort of kept a bit of an eye on what was happening. And then Hangouts on Air came out, and I am a big person for being out there broadcasting, for interviewing people. And in fact, Larry, you were one of my first interviewees on a Hangout on Air. And the minute I saw Hangouts on Air, it was like, now I got to go. Now I got to be over there. Yeah. And I joined in the day that Hangouts on Air were broadcast, and then got into the Google Plus sort of after that. So it's funny how some of us come in with different reasons and different things, but I think it's just a matter of people. And like I said when Ronnie was chatting earlier, it's about, this is real life. These are real people. Treat them the way you would treat them if you met them in a room. And the ruder you are and the more brash you try and push your stuff, the less you are going to build any relationships. The idea, it's like if you go business networking, yeah, take your business cards, but don't shove them in people's faces. Go and talk to people. Talk about what they're doing. Be interested in what they're doing. We were given 2 ears and only 1 mouth for a very good reason. And the ears are the first thing on your head. So let the ears work first and the mouth comes second, says she with the biggest mouth in the world. But there you go.
and you know something, Carol? The man sitting here, Martin Chevington, had given me some very good advice when he first came on and when he first started doing some great things on G+. He said, view this as a marathon. It's not a sprint. And I've always remembered that.
Was that the best I had?
Yeah.
Is that the only advice I gave? That was it.
That's one of your quotes that stuck with me. This is a marathon, not a sprint. And a lot of people come on here, you know, they feel like they're missing out, which when they aren't, because this is still a new platform. It's only 3 years old. Take your time, build. Focus on what you want to do on here. Focus on your message, and then build your community around you, around what you're going to be doing. So that takes time. Relationship building takes time. Don't rush, like you said. Push things in people's faces. That's a turnoff.
And on that note, I've got to go and see my friends upstairs. I'm glad I could pop in, so thank you for the invite, Carol. Good to see you, John. We need to catch up. We need to have a catch. And Larry,
Yes.
I will see you soon too.
Yes, Mark.
Everybody enjoy the rest of the anniversary.
Yep,
Yeah.
great.
Have a
Thanks so
good one,
much
Martin.
for popping in, Martin, because we didn't think you were going to make it, did we? So it's great.
I know,
that-
but I thought I can hear the calls of, where's Uncle Martin? Uncle Martin. Why is he always on the computer? This is what I have pretty much all the time when I'm here. Anyway, I'm going to go. Take care, folks. I'll see you soon.
Okay, Mark.
Take care, Martin.
Bye.
See ya.
You know, Larry, what you were just saying about learning the community, and Martin, you know, echoed before, is really important. The way I always think of it is, it's like moving into a new town, new state, you know, where you don't know people. You don't go in and assume everybody knows you. You don't go in and start just interrupting conversations and so on. You start exploring and meeting people, you know, and gradually engage and get more and more involved with the things you find interesting. Maybe you start with something and walk away because it turns out not to be interesting, but find something else that is interesting, and you build your friends and relationships.
Very, very good, John. You nailed it. You nailed it. And you know, here's Mr. Trump.
Hey, Mark.
Yeah, he's. Yeah, but
I was going to say, you all suddenly went quiet there, and I was busy typing away over in another chat box to let people have the links and everything.
no.
Yeah.
I was kind of giving Mark the ability to settle in. Hey, Mark.
Hello, everybody.
Mark, what have you got behind you? If you've got branding behind you, you have to switch it off quick, because there's no branding allowed.
Okay, sorry. I'll get out. Wait, let me turn my camera off, and I'll remember how to do that. Okay,
Larry, talk whilst Mark is sorting out his background. We made really.
While he's solving that, I've brought something else forward here.
Oh, now this is my favourite. I am so in love with this dog. Isn't he gorgeous?
Well, Toby, you didn't want to miss the occasion.
Oh,
What
he's
kind of
just.
dog is he?
He's a golden doodle. He's about, how old are you now, Toby? Oh, about 4 months old. And
Okay, cool.
just a fun little guy. So he'll be in on and off.
Yeah, I forgot to mention that at the beginning. All dogs, cats, birds, parrots, mice, rats, snakes, all animals are welcome, and children are welcome too. So if anybody has actually got children around and thinks, well, I can't go live on air because the kids are here, this is a party. This is not a serious event. Yes, we are sharing lots of great information that's going to help lots of people out there, and we're sharing our experiences, but this is not about we're being formal and it has to be done in a formal way and everything else. This is a hop in, hop out. This is a people sharing experiences, and bring your family, bring your pets, and bring everything else along as well. I can't, unfortunately, bring my dog because she won't come on camera. My other one would, but this one won't. And for those of you that work in stone, she's 6 stone and I'm 8 stone. So she's sort of like 3/4 of my weight. So I can't pick her up either. Oh dear. So, and I say a big apology to you, Mark, that we sort of put you straight back out of camera view. You probably didn't have time to come in, but we made a really big thing today that nobody who is on this party is going to have any branding with them. The only branding is if anybody is a top contributor. That is purely so that watchers who don't know about top contributors or what they do or who they are, that we can tell them about that whilst we're on today, because that is a Google Plus thing. It's not a personal thing, but we made a big thing to say we would have no branding, no product placements. I've had to take all my books and everything down from behind me. Nobody is going to pitch anything because we want to really make this about Google Plus and about the users. And we also have some Googlers coming in later, and if any of us have branding, they probably wouldn't be allowed to come and join us. So just so that you know, Mark, that's not us being horrible to you. That was just, and I'm going to do the same with everybody. If anyone comes in with branding, they will immediately get shot down in flames with my rather large loud mouth.
I had to move my boxes, Mark.
Absolutely. You know, I'm sorry, very sorry. That was just the background that was up from before from an earlier show, and I didn't even think about it. But no problem whatsoever. I'm fully generic now. Now is Google Plus branding okay?
That's good.
I would hope so.
That's local. Yeah, that's great. That's great.
Very tiny, but it's a Google Plus local shirt that I'm wearing here.
Yeah, everybody except me has a Google wearable. I'm the only one that doesn't have a T-shirt or a cushion or a pair of socks or a hat, and we've got to sort that out.
Yeah. Well, now I can say happy birthday without people going like, get out of here, get out of my way. I felt like I had come in naked.
That's one way to be remembered, though, Mark.
Yeah. I'll try the naked thing next time, see how that works.
Right, I'm going to leave you gents to chat whilst I go and look at all these screens I've got open. So get chatting, guys.
Well, you want to ask Mark what was his experience coming on?
I'm getting some crunching sound over you, Larry, so I'm not hearing you.
No, that was okay. No, I was asking Carol if she wanted to ask you, when you first came on, what was the experience like, and what sort of advice you would give to newbies coming onto the platform.
I think Carol had asked for us to chat amongst ourselves, Larry. She's busy doing something. Yeah.
Okay. So Mark, let me ask you. When did you first come on?
I came on the third day, so in 3 days from now is my third birthday.
Wow.
I think I finally get out of diapers. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I came on the 11th of July, actually.
That's still pretty early on, yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess I'm the old man here, because this is my third anniversary.
Oh, congratulations! You're on day one. Huh?
Yep, I got an invitation the morning that it went out.
Wow.
Yeah, I had, I forever will kill myself about that because I discovered later that in my email I had a day one invitation and it had just gotten buried down in my email and I hadn't seen it. And on the third day, I'm trying to remember who it was. It's somebody at Google, and it'll come to me. But I got another invite, and I got in then. But I could have been in on day one if I had checked my email better.
Check the email. Yeah.
But it's been a great ride. Hard to believe we're 3 years in. It has gone by fast. It's wonderful to see all that's happened. I'm always very proud and pleased to have been part of this from very near the beginning, and to see all the incredible people that have come into my life through Google. I think that's, if I had to say one thing, like the number one thing has been, it's what I tell people is, everybody, we all know the old cliche, the song, people come on Google Plus and say like, well, I don't want to stay there because nobody I know is there. Well, the people you know are already on those other networks. Why do you need them someplace else? The wonder here and the magic here are all the incredible new people that you can discover. And I have friends, and I literally count them as friends. And I know some people think that's weird, but I don't care. I say it all the time. The people that I've built relationships with here on Google Plus, most of whom I still have yet to meet face to face. Now, many of them I sincerely count as among my closest friends, and I really treasure that.
You're absolutely right, Mark. I feel the same way. When I first came on here, didn't know anyone. I just went out and made friends via Hangouts. And some of those friends turned into people that I did projects with, and still maintained I'm maintaining a very, very close bond. Well, at the Hurl last year in Denver, I was able to meet some of those people live. And the relationship's still strong, as if
Yeah.
And those people, I would say, I have a better relationship with them than I do with some of the folks I have in real life.
Yeah, I often tell the story, and David Amerlin does as well. That David Amerlin, who many people watching probably would know or have run across on Google Plus, who lives half a year in the UK and half a year in Greece, and I'm here in North Carolina. We ended up at the same conference in New York City sometime last year, and we had by that time had spent hours and hours and hours on Hangouts, both public and private. And we arranged to meet at a restaurant at a certain time. We walked up each other, and immediately, and we both said a few minutes later, it's like it was just the Hangout had gone dead for a few moments and it came back on. It was a seamless experience. That's there's a lot of the great things about Google Plus, but certainly these Hangouts are game changing. They're the most amazing thing. They're why we can they're largely why we can really say that we do know people. They they are friends. It's not just your weird internet friend that you only see in a text message, but we literally spend time face to face with people all over the world, and that's wonderful.
And I think that's one of the things that you were just saying there, Mark. Yeah, I've hopped back in, by the way, in case you didn't notice I was here. Is when I meet people in real life, the only thing that they say that sort of surprises them is that I'm so small. But other than that, I get so many people that go, "Oh my goodness, you're so tiny," and it's like, well, yeah, did you not know that? And it's like, and they say because I have such a big personality, they expect this bigger person because you only see, the top half of me most of the time, and I can put the camera close or further away. But when you meet them in real life, you don't feel like strangers. There's no awkward silences. It's just like you've known them in real life all the time. I haven't yet met anybody that I've met on a Hangout. When I meet them in real life, I haven't had anybody, like I say, other than that they say, "You're so small." Nobody doesn't sort of know each other, and you just go into this relaxed, automatic conversation as if you have actually known each other in person for all your life, and that's what I love about it, that it's not like meeting someone that you've been texting. You get a perception of who they are, but you don't really get that deep relationship. You haven't looked in their eyes, you haven't seen their body language, whereas with using Hangout, you get all of that. So it is like a long lost friend that you just go, "Hi, hey, and how are you?" And I love that about it.
Absolutely.
And I saw Google made an announcement today, Google Plus that is, that they've now made Hangouts easier for people to join.
Yes.
No more plugin downloading and stuff.
That's on its way. It's available now for users that have the Chrome Dev or Canary builds. It's going to be rolling out to the other versions in the next few weeks. But yeah, that's a fantastic thing. So that gets back to that question that we had very early on, Carol, about what software do you need? The answer is nothing, as long as you've got Google Chrome browser.
And a Google Plus account. You need a
Google Plus account. Yeah, but that. Yep, and it helps to have some form of separate microphone or whatever. But I'm using my MacBook's camera and a cheap pair of earbuds with a microphone built in, and that's the only equipment I'm using for this. So it's essentially free.
Exactly.
Yeah, same setup that I do for more informal Hangouts. Right now I've got a kind of fancier USB microphone that we use for our shows and things. But just if you're a Apple user, as you said, your MacBook camera and the standard. But I use my iPhone earbuds that come with a microphone, and it works just fine. So you don't really need a lot.
I can't use the earbuds that come with phones because my ears are too small and they won't go in my ears. I have to have
everything is small with you.
Yeah.
It's my mouth and my personality.
We can't tell, but really the ceiling in her house is only about 3 feet high. It's like this little tiny house that's been built for her. Everything's in perspective.
And the dog's really a poodle, but looks like an American bulldog.
That's funny.
Yeah.
But yeah, that new thing that's come out, that is really going to it's something that people have been asking for. People would like to go a step further, and everybody would like a desktop application so they don't even have to log in anywhere. And I am sure that in time we will get that. But this new one is so good because it means I have found people that are new when you invite them to their first Hangout, and then they have to download the voice and video app, and then they get lost, and then it doesn't download, or they don't know if it has downloaded, and then it's like, oh, now I don't know where I'm going. And with this one, basically all people will do is, from the images that we have seen, is on the side where you have your Hangout window, where the little video icon is, you'll be able to click the video icon, and it will then come up with a pop-up that will say allow camera and audio access, and you'll click yes, and you will be able to go straight into your Hangout. I've got quite a few questions around that because they haven't said if that's just for private Hangouts or if it works with Hangouts on air. I'm hoping it works with both. They haven't said whether every time, if you haven't downloaded the voice and video app, you will, when you click, you'll have to allow. Because I know on some, like when you go into something that's got an Adobe little thing, allow microphone, every time you have to click it, and that to me gets quite frustrating. But there is a little box that people can tick that says remember my preferences. So I'm hoping they've thought about those things, because I think it is great that people won't need to download that software or the apps. But I do think that if people are clicking and allowing, that once they've done it the first time, please, 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 if anybody is listening, Google Plus, make sure we don't have to do it a second and a third and a fourth and every single time that we do it, because otherwise people will get frustrated with that.
Well, on the one hand, I agree with you, and I think having an option to remember that is good, but it's a really good privacy thing to know that Google isn't going to be turning on the camera without permission if they don't do that. So,
yes.
You know, if it was enabled all the time, that means the camera could be turned on by Chrome at any point in time by somebody who uses the right interaction with Chrome.
It's the same reason that you have to check the for a Hangout on air. You know, every time you enter a Hangout on air, you have to check the box with the disclaimer and, you know, acknowledge. Now, in fact, it's even more than it used to be. You know, it's like 2 clicks to get into Hangout on air, so you really, really know that you are being broadcast to the world.
Yeah, and that is important. You know, I get a lot of people who don't know why they can't get in, because at the now it's better and it's clearer, but when we first had the Hangouts on air, you didn't always see the little box to tick to say I agree to be broadcast. And I had so many people that used to say, but I can't get in, it's getting stuck on the page. And it's like, no, just tick the box. There's a little box. They have made that a lot clearer, which is good. And I'm completely with you both on that, and with you, John, about the fact of privacy. For me, it should be a choice, and hopefully if the technology is capable of it, that when I tick that box, it's just saying when I join a Hangout, don't ask me to allow my mic again, but it's not giving any more permissions. I mean, there's lots of different things, and we'll see what happens when it comes out. I had quite a few experiences with those little Adobe things that used to come up where it wouldn't take it when I tried to tick to accept. So if it takes it and all I've got to do is click and it goes straight through, then I don't care how many times I have to click it. And if I have to click it every time I go on, that is fine. But if it's one of those that is a little bit sensitive and sometimes it accepts it and sometimes it doesn't, it's going to get very, very frustrating. But I'm very positive, and I think it is a great new feature.
I think it might be automatic and remembering for Hangouts, and the reason I say that is because I'm running the dev build right now, and it didn't prompt me. Now, it's possible that that's because I still have the plugin installed, but you know, I may have gone through. I think I clicked the permissions within the past couple of days. So I may have already done the switch without, you know, realizing what was going on and be using it today.
A good test, John, would be uninstalling the plugin and seeing how it would work with that.
Now, in fact, I'm going to do a quick test and disable the plugin, and if I'm still here and don't have to come back again, we'll know the answer.
John may be just about to take himself entirely off the internet. We'll see him.
Yeah.
Even the NSA won't be able to find him.
I don't actually know where to uninstall the plugin. I'm quite geeky and techie, but I'm on a Mac, and you install the voice and video somewhere on a Mac, and uninstalling stuff on a Mac is not the same as uninstalling on a PC. On a PC, you go to an uninstall button. On a Mac, you've got to go and find wherever it's put it, and then you just delete it. But sometimes there's other bits, and that particular side bores me so much I haven't really worked it out yet.
Well, if it's an extension, it should just be in the Chrome extensions list.
But
And
the voice and video app isn't an extension, is it? It's software that downloads to your computer.
Yeah, it's an executable that's downloaded.
Yeah, it's not an extension.
Okay, I was thinking it was just an extension. I haven't looked at it in quite a
No,
while.
it's actually a software that is downloaded onto your computer that you actually download. If you're on a PC, it's a .exe, and if you're on a Mac, it's a .dmg thingamybobby. And we nearly had somebody else join us there. Mary Joyce came in and then disappeared again. So we almost got another lady on the show.
Carol, I have to run off because I have to get ready for the cooking HOA, but I will be back.
Good stuff. And bring us some food when you come back as well.
Yes,
It's
please,
a
we're
party.
starving.
Well, the reason why it's a little early today because of World Cup. As you know, I'm a big Brazil fan, and I've been following the World Cup.
I'm not a Brazil fan. I'm not a football fan.
I know you're England, and England is out. Too bad. Sorry.
Oh, are they out? I didn't even know England was out. See, that's how much I watch the football.
Yeah, England is out. So the 16 teams have been moved on to the, the last.
Oh, and
I'll
there's
tell
the
you
new paint thing, isn't there? Whilst you're talking about football, just before you drop out, Larry, anybody who uploads a photo of themselves or yourself and I think it's up to 4 others, so a group of 5 people, if you would like your faces painted, not in real life, actually on Google+, your images painted, you do a hashtag, and I know that John Skeets will remember this a lot better than I do, because
Hashtag paint and the name of the country.
Hashtag game and the name of your country. It's only for those countries that are still in, only those 16.
Yeah,
so if you're England, tough luck, you can't have it. But if you do that, they're going to paint your faces the same as that team. It will paint the original image, so it's not a copy they create, but there is also a revert button that you can take it off again afterwards.
I did that yesterday.
I
got mine painted to Bill.
Look, we've got 2 men trying to talk over each other, one at a time. Come on, guys.
All right.
Well, I was just going to tell Larry that I will be getting one for Brazil. Maybe not for the best of reasons, though, because I just found out yesterday. I have several friends who are at a startup in New York City that's launching this next week, and they managed to get Pele as on their side using their app that they're going to be launching. I won't mention it because we're not branding, but they're so excited about that, and Pele's using their app from the Brazil game. So the longer that Brazil stays in, the more publicity they get. So I am a huge Brazil fan right now. And Larry, I think you'll probably say, like, we'll take you any way we can get you, right? Yeah, there's John.
Yes.
Yeah, I got mine done yesterday, Carol. Brazil, all the way.
Oh, you'll have to screen share when you come back in later, Larry.
Here's an example of it right now.
Yep, we've got that on screen. That's what it looks like.
So
Can you make that picture any bigger, John?
Sure. That's better.
If I wanted to do Brazil, I would upload a face photo and put hashtag paint Brazil.
Yes.
Yeah, hashtag paint Brazil. Hashtag.
Yep. Now there's Larry's.
Oh. Yeah. And there's Larry's. Oh my goodness, what country is that?
Brazil.
Brazil.
That was Brazil, was it? All green stuff. Green with a yellow bit. You look like the Hulk.
Well, that's the Brazil flag colors.
Oh, cool. And I love the parrot on your shoulder.
Yellow.
Yeah. Cool.
So let me.
So that's what everybody can do. Oops, there we go. Cool stuff. So you're going to come back later, and you're going to bring some party food with you.
I will bring some food. Actually,
Cool
Maggie's
stuff.
going to be doing some food art, so I'll bring some of that.
Outstanding.
Awesome.
Mark, it's always a pleasure to see you, sir.
Larry, likewise. Very good. And enjoy your show.
Thank you. John?
Yes. Enjoy.
Good
to see you, Larry.
Carol, thanks again for the invite.
Thank you for coming, and we will see you later.
I'll see you later. Bye-bye.
See you soon. Okay, so anybody watching that is on the guest list that has the link, if you would like to jump in, we have 2 spaces now. Like I said earlier on, we're trying to keep it that we have about 5 people at a time in here, so that there is always space for those that are on time schedules and can only hop in at a certain time. But we have some spaces. And where's the ladies? Now, I know Jana Neustrom is coming, but she's coming a bit later. I was so hoping she'd be here at the beginning, but she's coming a bit later. So when she gets here, it's going to go absolutely crazy. Mary Joyce did come in, and she's now disappeared. I know we have Jenny Braithwaite coming in at some stage. And there will be times when I'm going to be sitting here going, right, which one of you is going to take over and look after this room? Because I'm going to turn my camera and my microphone off, because I will need to go for a little visit to places, because we all need comfort breaks at some stage. So, but if there's any ladies, get in here, because I'm not the only lady on Google Plus, and at the moment we're making it look like it's the boys' club. Not that the boys are not welcome, of course, but I know there are loads of really awesome ladies on Google Plus as well. And the amazing Mia Voss is supposed to be coming. I do hope that she's got all the information, because it's gone out and she's supposed to be coming on, and then we get some backcrap crazy stuff happening as well later. So got lots of things planned, and won't just be the guys having a talk. There will be more ladies coming in. At the moment, I'm the one that sort of keeps butting in here and bringing the extra feminine part to it, although I'm not that feminine. I'm actually quite a tomboy in some ways. So let's go back and share a few things about John. We're not going to talk about top contributors just yet, because I'm hoping that there'll be you, me, and some of the other top contributors will be here at the same time. And it looks like Mary has just hopped in, because I can see a lady's face in the profile images, so we might have someone that we can actually say hello to. And Mark, right, I'm going to leave you get talking. If Mary has actually got in, she can come and join in. I'm just going to go and answer a few questions, because a few questions come in the other side. So John and Mark, and when Mary actually is settled and comes live, have some fun.
All right.
Absolutely.
All right, the boss is away. We can do whatever we want now.
Woohoo! Well, you know, we were talking earlier about how connections work, and we had some fun because you and I actually found that our paths had crossed multiple times. You know.
Say hello to. Mark, right, I'm going to leave you get talking. If Mary has actually got in, she can come and join in. I'm just going to go and answer a few questions, because a few questions come in.
Yeah,
so, John. I have just muted you, Mary, and I'll just tell everybody why. You have the video playing somewhere in the background, and everybody was listening to my voice when I wasn't supposed to be in the room. So if you can switch that off before you unmute yourself, and we'll go back and let the boys carry on chatting. Good job I hadn't actually left the room there.
Yeah. So, getting back to that, you and I grew up, you know, just a few miles apart. And also, you know, we're in Syracuse at pretty close to the same time.
Right, and that's happened several times. You know, with you, several other people have discovered, you know, some kind of cross tie. We were in the same place at the same time years ago, or grew up close together. It's the kind of discoveries that you make through this, through a network like this, and especially with all the connections that you can make on Google Plus. So yeah, it's just those wonderful serendipitous discoveries that we all enjoy.
Yes.
You know, I don't know if Mary's gotten her sound straightened out yet, but we'll welcome her in a moment. While we're waiting for her, you know, I wanted to mention another. There's been several upgrades that have happened recently. We've been talking about some of the things with Hangouts, improvements with those, and making those available to more people. But we should probably also mention the Google My Business and the related app that has come out within the last week or so. Great plus for businesses that are involved with Google Plus. that now there finally is an independent app for managing your business accounts, which is wonderful because for at least especially on iOS like I am, you have to completely log out of the app, log back in to get into your business account. That's a bit of a pain. I'm hoping some more features will come to that. Like we all want notifications, and that would be great. But you can at least manage your account. You can make all kinds of changes. You can post things, do updates. So that's a huge plus, especially for people with pages, to be able to have that kind of management tool.
And we can expect to see a lot more coming in that area.
Hey, we're getting some more folks in here. Jenny's joined us.
Yep.
Twice.
Okay. Now we're outnumbered, Mark.
Carol put out the call and they responded in drove. Mary, are you able to speak yet?
I think so, because I've turned my video off, so hopefully you can all hear me. I'm calling in from London.
Yeah, we're actually getting your video. Yep, we're getting your video fine and your audio.
Oh, fantastic! So great to be in, to be able to join in. I'm just popping in for a little while. Carol gave a big call out to get some ladies in, so I thought I'll pop in now while I've got a chance while the house is a bit quiet. So I just wanted to say hello, and I was so happy to be invited to come in because I'm really loving Google+, and I'm becoming such a big advocate. And I did struggle at the beginning to try and get some of my tribe over here. You know, I do a lot of Grow Your Tribe events, and I'd done an event, I think it was at the beginning of the year, and just bringing everybody over to Google, and really flying the flag and sharing of the great updates and the capabilities and how you can really use the tools on your business. And really, I've found it really effective in my business, so I'm very happy to be in the party and sharing some cake.
When did you join, Mary? When did you first get on?
I started probably over a year ago, but it's only been probably in the last 6 months that I've really started to really share on there, because when I came in there wasn't so much. What a lot of people were finding, that it wasn't so compatible, because we're so used to Facebook and Twitter and just everything matching up. And I think because the learning curve over on Google Plus is a little bit more, where it's more advanced, you know, for more advanced user, and in the long term, the benefits are there. But for some people who just want to hop in, it wasn't as intuitive. Of course, all the new changes now has made that much more easier, and it's much more easier, a lot more user friendly. And then once you learn what all the buttons done, you're like, it's incredible. So yeah, I'm loving it.
I'm not sure whether the difference is really that it's more or less intuitive. It's just different than Facebook, and the people who come in with the Facebook history.
Yeah.
You know, they expect things to work the way they did in Facebook, and there are differences. And a lot of, I found that the people who aren't coming from Facebook learn Google Plus really easily because it's very intuitive, as Ronnie said earlier. It's a lot like real life, and in arguably much more so than Facebook is. But when you're used to, here's the buttons you push in Facebook, that is what feels intuitive.
I think that's agree with that point. I do agree with that point. That's you put that perfectly, because that's the thing. You've almost been trained over at Facebook how to do certain things, and being a long-term Facebook user and coming over and trying to bring all my tribe over there. Quite a few have come now, so it's quite good. But I just think all the added things with Google Drive, all the potentials, because I do a lot of local consulting for all the local businesses. There's just so many brilliant tools. So yeah, I love it. I've been really enjoying it, and the groups have been really brilliant, because the way you can categorize things and running any kind of groups is just so interactive. Being able to hop onto a Hangout with your, when you're delivering programs or trainings, it just makes it so easy.
It's great
I'm with you on that. Sorry, I just butted back in there because it's a party. I'm allowed to.
It's my party.
Especially since you're the hostess.
Well, I am sort of the hostess, and I did sort of create it all, but I don't want to be necessarily seen as the person that's in control of it all today, which is why I keep hopping out and saying, right, over to you, because I want, this is a party for everybody, and But I do have, like, well, I'm not going to say that word again because I was just about to say, but I do have a big mouth. No, what I was going to say was I just like interacting, and that's why I love Hangouts, because I'm that sort of person. I just want to tell everybody a fun story that has nothing to do with Google+, but Mary and I, we met only a few weeks ago. Terry Brock and Gina Carl, who are two great authors and speakers from America, they were over traveling around the UK. And I got to meet up with them in real life. It was one of those Hangouts in real life things. And they invited Mary along as well. And when they'd gone off, Mary and I went off to have a coffee and spend some time before my train back. And I actually had a can of Coke with me, and I didn't want to buy a coffee or anything. I wanted to drink my Coke, but we went into a restaurant or a snack bar, and I said, well, look, you're getting a coffee, get an extra cup. So Mary got an extra cup, and she put her full cup of coffee into the extra cup to carry it to the table, then took it out, gave it to me, and I sort of had a quick look around and managed to open my can and put it into the cup. And we then thought I had a really posh cup, and it was insulated because inside there was like this extra layer. And Mary got a bit upset, and she said, but I haven't got an extra layer. Why did you get a posh cup and I didn't? And then as I was drinking my Coke, this extra layer inside started to sort of disintegrate into my Coke. And we realised that on the cup that Mary had had her hot drink in, they put a layer around the outside to stop you from burning your hands. And when Mary had put her cup into the empty cup, that bit had got stuck in my cup, and it wasn't an insulated extra cup at all. It was half of Mary's cup, and that just came to my mind as I was looking at you there, Mary, so I thought I would share it.
Oh, don't. It was so funny, because I felt so bad. I think she's drinking her Coke with the insulation in there.
That's a great story. You know, Mary was saying, I wanted to say earlier that, Mary, you were saying that you just come in the last year, and one of the things I'm glad you said that, and I hope that's encouraging to anybody that's watching that might be newer on Google+, is, you know, how quickly you can, if you work at it, you can build relationships here, you can get known, you can get a, you know, a worthwhile following. You know, people look at people like John or Carol or I who have been on almost since the beginning, and they say, well, I'll never catch up with them. And it really doesn't come down to how many followers you have, but the connections that you make. And people like you who come in, who get it, who, you know, seek out the relationships, build communities, help people. You can get known. Not that the object is to be famous or anything like that, but you can get a tribe together and something that's very valuable to you in a very limited time. You know, I know several other people that have done that. Have just really gotten active in the last year and already are getting tremendous benefit and have built something valuable for themselves here. So it can be done.
No, it definitely can, and I think from all the new buttons, and I was able to show something to Carol, wasn't I? The Go Tweet button. I was so proud of myself. I showed Carol the Go Tweet button on the pages. They've actually added the Go Tweet button. So there's a lot of it's just the potential, and I think for people getting in there now and just being able to build your tribe, connect with people, and it's just incredible. I'm in one group, and you know, anytime a lot of us are online, and we've got people all over the world hanging out, and it's just to be able to have these 10-15 minute chats with these real high profile individuals, you know, business owners, and it's just the potential there is just incredible, and I'm very happy to sort of be one of the people to come on over.
And what is this tweet button that you're talking about? Because I'm not familiar with that, and maybe some other people aren't either.
Oh, it's on the on your business page. If you've got a business page, one of the business pages, it's almost invisible, and if you scroll over it, it's a Go Tweet. It's an app thing that you can actually go and share any updates from Google Plus to Twitter.
Oh, it is. Okay, so it's an app add-on. It's not a feature built into Google Plus.
No, it's a feature because it shows up on the pages, so it's actually an inbuilt feature. I'm going to try and see if I can.
I was going to say, can you do a screen? Try and find us a screen share so we can show that. Yeah. Whilst you're doing that, I just want to say a comment. Betty Page, and this is a brilliant comment because very few people say this. But Betty has put, I find G+ a lot easier and more user-friendly than Facebook. That was one of the many reasons that I ultimately left the other platform. That is an excellent comment. Thank you for sharing that, Betty. And what I do find is that when people get Google+, when they realize, you know, how to share things, when they realize about circles, because I think that's one of the people's biggest challenge when they come over, is they put people in circles thinking they're putting them the way on other platforms, like on Facebook. You become friends with somebody, they become a friend with you, now you have a connection, now you can see each other's posts if Facebook decide to let you see each other's posts. But on Google+, putting someone in a circle doesn't do the same thing. Putting somebody into a circle on Google+ is your way of saying, I like your stuff, I want to see more of it. It's not a way of, they're in a circle, now I can blast out my promotions to that circle, which I have seen lots of the gurus sharing and saying, stick everyone in a circle and now you can blast all your stuff out to them. Well, actually you can't, because if you have people in a circle, they will only see your posts that you share with that circle if they either go to your profile or if they put you in a circle. So, but when, and that's why a lot of people, they come over, they start building circles, they start blasting their posts out to circles, and then wonder why nobody is responding and nobody is engaging with them. Well, it's because nobody's actually seeing what you're posting, because they haven't circled you back, and they don't spend all their time going over to your profile just in case you've posted something to them, because they have no idea who you are. When you first get onto Google+, you post things publicly and you go and find other people and you join the conversations, as Ronnie and Mark and John were saying earlier. But I find that when that little light bulb goes off and people get the circles, then they realize just how easy Google+ actually is.
Yeah, and there's another side to that too. A lot of people get concerned because unknown people are circling them, and they think it's giving them visibility, because in Facebook with friends, you know, once you're a friend, you can see information about the person that's shared. Well, they, you know, when they come into Google+, they don't realize that when somebody circles you, they can't see anything you haven't already shared with them. It doesn't give them access to any information. One of the comments I often make is that it doesn't define a relationship with a person any more than having a, you know, when you go and buy a book by an author, you don't have a relationship with the author.
Exactly, and we get a lot of that in Google Help, don't we, John, where people are going, but this person circled me and I don't know them and I'm really worried, and how do I get out of their circle? And it's like, you don't have to worry. If somebody has circled you, they are just saying, we like what you share, we hope that's what they're saying, and we want to see more of your stuff. But they will only see what you share publicly if you don't have them in a circle.
Right. So publicly, or if you do share with extended circles and they're circled by somebody that you've circled.
Right. I think people that come from, that's probably a Facebook, Twitter thing. People that come from Twitter get it much more quickly because it's similar to how, you know, Twitter, we call it, you know, asymmetrical following. That on Twitter you can follow anybody that has a public Twitter account, and they don't have to follow you back. They don't have to even know who you are. You just then see their feed. Similar on Google+. Facebook, you know, the traditional Facebook model has been we only see each other's stuff if we have a mutual agreement, we have a mutual friendship, and people expect that. Here they don't understand that. So that is a big kind of, that's maybe one of the big hurdles that we have to always help people to understand, that that's a good thing when other people are circling you, even if you don't know them. It shows that you're attracting some interest, and they just want to see, and that you have the control with Google+ to decide whether they see anything that you put out or not, as John's been explaining.
Yeah, exactly, and I find that actually, for me, I mean, I tend to be a public person anyway. Whatever I put out, I really don't care who sees it. I don't put anything out there that is, you know, for me, if I've got something confidential, I don't put it anywhere online, because, you know, I don't put anything online that I would have a problem with them putting on the first page of the national newspapers. That's the sort of stuff I personally share. But I know some people do use online platforms for, you know, like showing pictures of their children with their family who live in different parts of the world. But the good thing is all of these different security places that you have, all of these settings where you can choose who sees what and what is shared with who. And when people really get that, that's when they start to feel comfortable and they start to realize just how much power they have in Google Plus that they don't have on other platforms. And I saw John do a big nod there.
Yeah, I was just saying, I can start a conversation with you. You and I can converse freely, and if we choose to set it that way, no one else can see it, and we can't even reshare it, so that somebody else would see what was sent. Google's done a tremendous job of covering the security and privacy stuff. I used to work on that in IBM, and so I've got a really good handle on security and privacy issues. I look at Google Plus, and for that matter, Google across the boards, and I am just awed by what a great job they've done on that.
And people should know, by the way, that extends to your profile. Sometimes I think what freaks people out too, and we've all seen this, is that they shared something with just a private circle or maybe even one other person, and they go to their profile and they see it on the profile, so they assume that everybody can see it. But whatever you did with the post, however you shared it, if you shared it exclusively only to certain circles or certain people, then even on your profile, only those people can see that post. And that even extends to Google search, because some of us have discovered you can, when you're logged into Google, in your personalized search, you can search for things in Google Plus, and they'll come up, or relevant content from Google Plus will come up, but that still obeys the circle rules. So if I post something to a circle, the people that are in that circle, if they do a search on Google logged in, may find that post if they do the right search, but no one else in the world could find it there. So it extends beyond just plus.google.com. That's good for people to know.
That scares the daylights out of people the first time they do it, before they understand that only they can see it. We sit there and go, okay, go into an incognito window, do the same search, and lo and behold, none of the private stuff shows up.
And on your profile, at the top, you can actually choose who to view your profile as. And when you look at the top of your profile, if it says view as yourself, that means that you will see absolutely everything that you have shared, whether you've shared it privately or publicly. And if you change that, you can see it as the public sees it, which you then can go, oh, actually, they can't see any of this stuff, can they? And you can also put a name in there. So if you specifically want to know how much stuff can Mark Drabhagen see of mine, put his name in and find out what he can see.
Yeah.
And again,
I'm sure Carol does that all the time, because I'm certain I creep her out. She wants to make sure, what is Mark seeing here? I don't blame you, Carol. Oh, Jenny's, looks like Jenny's in. Jenny, can you speak? You have to unmute yourself.
I think I'm here this time, yeah?
Yay. We hear you.
Yes, hey.
Yeah, and we can see your video as well, Jenny. Welcome, Jenny. Jenny Braithwaite.
Yay.
Hey, it's so long since Jenny and I were on a Hangout together. We used to do a TV show together every week, and we haven't done it for ages. So it's really good to see. And we now have outnumbered the guys. There's now 3 ladies and only 2 guys. Well done, girls.
Wait,
So
I'll go get Toby to get more testosterone here.
Yeah, Google Plus doesn't usually need any excess testosterone.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. So, Jenny, come and tell everybody why you like Google Plus. When did you start using Google Plus, and what do you think is so special about it?
Okay, I actually went back and found out the exact date I joined Google Plus, because I knew it was July-ish 3 years ago, and it was the 11th of July. And I've kind of used it a little bit all the time since then. I was kind of one of these, I didn't sort of come in and go, oh yeah, okay, new social network, great, right, I'm back off to Facebook or whatever. I just kind of sat there and sort of posted a little bit, but never really got terribly into it. And I think it was around about when a certain person tricked me, shall we say, into my first Hangout on air.
Oh, we'll have to tell people. Do you want me to tell them, or do you want to tell them the story of how I did that?
You tell them, Carol, because I'm sure you can make it sound so much more something.
Yeah, I knew Jenny, and I'd started using Hangouts on Air, and I knew she would be great on Hangouts on Air with me, and I wanted to get her on, but I also knew at that stage that if I said to her, right, we're going to go on a Hangout on Air, and we're going to broadcast live, she would have run a mile, because at that particular stage, not a chance was Jenny going on video or a live Hangout. She just was not going there. So what I did is I asked Jenny to help me test Hangouts on Air. And I got her on a test Hangout on Air with me, and I said, look, we're going to broadcast live, but don't worry, because nobody knows this, so nobody's going to watch it or anything. And she was helping me test the Hangout on Air. And what we were sharing, Jenny was so confident and was saying such great stuff that afterwards I said to her, right, okay, let's forget that that was a test and let's put it out there. And Jenny watched it back and really actually realised that she did know her stuff and that she didn't need to be scared of it. And it went out, and after that, she sort of had lost her lack of confidence and then started hosting TV shows with me. But it was a bit of a trick of mine, and I had that intention before I'd actually asked her to test it with me. But I will say now, I wouldn't have put it out live. I would have actually turned it private or unlisted if she had said no, do not put it out there. So I wouldn't actually have put something out publicly if she'd said no, and she did know she was on the test with me. But it was quite fun, and it actually worked out really well, didn't it, Jenny?
It did in the end, yes, and it was kind of quite amusing how it finished with my phone ringing as well. I think for me, I think that the things that I really like about Google Plus, it's twofold. It's the Hangouts for me are a real standout feature that's not elsewhere. Sorry, I'll just apologise about my voice. I've had a sinus infection all week, and I seem to have a really weird sounding voice right now. I'm normally several octaves higher than this. I think it's the relationships that you can build with people in the way that on Google Plus, if you're talking to people, you're asking questions, you actually get intelligent conversations, you actually get real answers to your questions, you can build real relationships with people. In other places, if you ask people a question, more often than not, you'll get, well, why are you asking that, or what's the point of your question? Whereas on Google Plus, people will actually give you real answers, they'll actually talk to you. There's a real connection with people because people are actually talking to each other and connecting with each other. And I think it's so much more like knowing people in real life, actually. It's like you're in the same room with people much more. People seem to be much more normal, more themselves. They don't seem to feel the need to put on this, oh, I'm on Facebook, this is my Facebook persona, or if someone's a little bit quirky and they're a little bit way out, when they're elsewhere, they kind of cover it up. They kind of go, oh, well, I need to have my professional face on. But because I find on Google Plus, people tend to not do that. They're really just themselves, and for me, that's just brilliant. Because for one, and I know Carol's with me on this one, I hate it when people seem to have this kind of professional persona that it's like they've slipped on and it just doesn't suit them. And you can see that they're acting a role, and you're just like, oh, for crying out loud, just be yourself. Just talk normally. Don't put on a voice that's not your own. Okay, so you've got this croaky sounding voice on top of a Northern English voice that doesn't sound like all the well-known Google Hangout hosts apart from Carol on Google Plus. I don't have this lovely American voice that's all flowing. I've got a Northern English voice that I can actually speak as well. I've got this Northern English voice, but so be it. That's my voice, and it's me. It doesn't change the information I have to share. I mean, Carol, can you remember we actually had comments from people while doing some of the Hangout shows that one of the things I actually liked about us was that we had the British accents, the Northern accents, and we weren't just another pair of Americans.
Yeah, people actually, and the Americans quite often are the ones that say, oh, I love your accent, we have to listen to you. For some reason, Americans actually love the UK accent, which is something that is great for me because I know that people love to listen to my accent, even if the people in the UK don't love to listen to it. And something you were saying there, Jenny, and I want to share, there's 2 comments that have come in that actually tie in with what Jenny was just saying. Michael said you really can't totally leave a social network because there's always people or pages on each network that you're actually interested in which are not on the other networks. So you end up with a profile on all networks without being really engaged. Now that last little bit I want to come back to in a minute, because that without really being really engaged I want to come back to. But an answer to that comment, Betty has actually put in, yes you can, and I did. I'm only on G+ and Twitter, not because there are people still there that aren't here. I think she probably meant I'm only on Facebook and Twitter, not because there are people still there that aren't here, but because the 2 platforms are completely different. If I want to shoot off a quick message, I use Twitter. If I want to have a meaningful conversation, I'll use Google+. So that really ties in with everything that we've been saying about meaningful conversations and everything else. And I'm glad that Betty went, yes you can, because that last bit about you have to be everywhere without being really engaged. What I would say to that is choose, I'm still on Facebook, I'm on Twitter, I'm on LinkedIn, and I pop in and out of those. And I go over to Facebook because a lot of my friends are on Facebook, a lot of people that are not over here. So I want to keep in touch with them. But my focus and the majority of my time is spent on Google+. That's where I focus because well, I teach Google+ and I teach Hangouts and I'm a Google+ top contributor. I'd be a bit silly if I spent all day on Twitter when what I do is Google+ related. And that's why I choose to be on here. Now, for someone else, they might choose to focus the majority of their attention, let's say, on LinkedIn, because they are a recruiter and lots of people are on LinkedIn looking for jobs and they can find more people to actually bring in for jobs and things. And I'm not saying that they can't do that anywhere else, but that's just an example that came off the top of my head. For me, it's be across all platforms to keep the engagement and be able to keep the connections to people, but you can focus on one. You can focus on the one that gives you what you are looking for. Now that could be different for everybody. It could be it gives you the most social engagement because all of your friends are there and you use online stuff for your personal social engagement. So go and choose the one where the most people are hanging out. It's a bit like choosing a coffee shop. Go to your local coffee shop where all the people are every day having their coffee and they hang around for hours and they're all chatting together. Now it could be that you are online primarily for business, in which case where is what you will do going to give your business the best results? Now, I'm not saying where are your clients, because I personally, and I'm going to come over to John and Mary and Jenny and Mark on this because they might disagree with me, and that's fine if they do, but my personal view is it's not where are your clients hanging out, it's where will you get the most visibility for your business. And where will the people, when they are ready to buy and are really looking for you, where will they find you? Now, for my 2 sons, they've just recently started a barbershop together. And they've opened up their own barbershop. And one of them was very, very active on Facebook before they opened their shop. And he has thousands of friends on Facebook. And all of the kids all talk to each other on Facebook. For them, the best platform to focus their attention on is a Facebook business page because they are getting people who are booking their appointments through Facebook. They're on Facebook all the time, and that's where they go. Now, if they came over to Google+, yes, we can get them a local business page and all of that, and it will add value, but they won't get those people who are their current clients and who are using Facebook every day and booking appointments through Facebook. They ain't going to come over to Google+ just to book an appointment. So for them, Facebook is perfect and is their focus. For somebody else, their clients may be on Facebook, and I'm just using Facebook here. It could be any of the other platforms. Their clients may be on another platform, but those clients, when they are ready to buy, might not be buying through the platform where they hang out. They might be going to Google search to search for something when they're ready to buy. If that is the case, you need to be on Google Plus as a big focus, because on Facebook, your stuff ain't going to show up in Google search the way it is going to show up if you're on Google Plus. So I think you can decide on a focus. You can be on them all. Focus on one if you are there for business, but think carefully about which one and why you're there, and if it's actually going to give you the results. And I'm going to let that out to the others in the party. Anybody agree with me, or am I a complete nutcase?
No, I certainly agree with you on that, and it's what we, most people know that I am on Google Plus for business, although I certainly get a lot of personal enjoyment and a lot of personal benefit on it, and it's done a lot for our business. But what we talk to clients about Google Plus is that reach, that you have to think about it as something that's bigger than the social network itself. This is what's unique about Google Plus, is that Google has baked it in now into almost all of Google. It is it's like the backbone or the spine of Google in so many ways. A particularly strong effect there is in the personalized search, or what in the Europe you guys call the private search, which is your logged-in search. And Google is telling us that they've been, whatever you think about how successful Google Plus is, they've been very successful in getting more and more people signed up with Google accounts. And more of those people with every passing year are using the web while logged into their Google account, which means that when they go on Google, and Carol, you're so right, that people use Facebook primarily for keeping in touch with people they know, and for entertainment. You don't think of going to Facebook when you want to buy something or you want to learn about something. Most people still think about going to search, and that usually means Google. So in that personalized search, if you start building a good following on Google Plus, that's where the big power is, because your content can actually get pushed up in the search results, especially if you get other people plus wanting it and sharing it and recommending it. That's where the real power is, and this is why, like, the view counts. I'll just say briefly about this, that Google introduced about a month ago. I wrote extensively about that, and I think that was a very smart thing for them to do. It shocked a lot of people, and I think they meant for it to have some shock value. People looked at those view counts and said, "How is that possible? I only have like 500 followers or 2,000 followers, and I have several million view count. How is that possible?" Well, that's showing everywhere within the Google ecosystem that your posts, your profile, your images that you've posted gets pushed out. People don't realize the power of that. And if now, even within just the Google social network, people might not realize, unless you've disabled it, if somebody plus ones your content on Google Plus, that potentially gets shown in other people's streams as recommended content. So there's just myriads of ways that your content can get pushed out, that your reach can be increased far beyond just what you're doing on the social network, and I think that's part of the draw.
And there's another side on the search, and that is that if you're involved with Google Plus and you've got people in your circles and you've been selective in who you circled, and have people that you know and trust the judgment of, when something shows up in search, it might show this was +1 by Mark Krappenhagen. Sorry about that. But it will show the names, and you can say, oh well, I take this a little bit more seriously because I know Mark and I know that he knows what he's talking about. So on this one, that's very interesting to me. That adds value in the search too.
Yeah, that's huge, because you get both of those. You get that content is actually elevated in your personalized search results. If you do the same search logged out of Google, you may not see that same content piece as high. It may be much lower, almost impossible to find, but it's been elevated because somebody in your network has interacted with it and recommended it. And then that extra plus, as you just added, John, is that they actually show you some of who those people are. So that can be very powerful. If you are a business and you start getting those kind of recommendations, where people who are doing relevant searches, their friends have +1 or shared your content from your business page, that starts showing up higher for their relevant searches, and they see that recommendation. That can be very powerful when that, especially remember what I said a moment ago, that in search, people are typically in that moment of intent. They are looking actively for something, either for information or to take some action. I'm ready to buy something. Where do I buy it from? Well, if I see John Skeets has recommended that and it's pushed up in my search results, that's something I'm probably going to, as you said, take a look at. And that's a power that not a lot of people really realize yet is available through this.
And Michael has just put in, right, Mark Traphagen, and it shows people the power of Google Analytics too. I always really liked the ripples function as well.
Yeah, I mean, you just show people that kind of thing, the view count, the ripples. Those are great. I think Google's very smart in creating those things because it shows people the new insights that have just come out through Google My Business. Now for pages, you can see a lot more of the activity that's around your page. And for many page owners, even who have relatively small followings, it might surprise them. They think, like, if you only looked at your profile and you think, oh, my posts get 2 or 3 plus ones, I get a comment, maybe every 5th or 6th post, I'm not doing that great, Google Plus isn't that good for me. And then you go look at those insights, you look at the view counts, you look at the ripples on some of those posts, and you realize your content is getting pushed out. And again, ripples and those things don't even show, they don't even begin to account for what I was just talking about, how it can get pushed out into search. So there's a lot more than meets the eye here. It makes Google Plus a little harder to sell to businesses because it's kind of more of an indirect result that's out there. But we see again and again people who are either businesses or bloggers who have their own website, when they start getting active on Google Plus and they start building some kind of following here, they almost inevitably notice, if they use analytics, they look at it and see, oh, my traffic's gone up. I'm getting more traffic. Now, that could be a coincidence, but it happens again and again and again, and I think it's because of the effects that we're talking about right now that are largely unseen.
Yeah, I've seen that with bloggers who came into Google Plus or Help community and were asking, I suddenly got a huge spike on my blog. Can you explain that somehow? Is that related to the fact that I tied this in with Google Plus? And the answer is absolutely. You may suddenly have a blog that you were trying to get people to see, and all of a sudden maybe thousands of people are seeing a post that references a blog post, and they're going and reading the blog.
Yeah.
People are like, wow, that's real?
I actually started using Blogger when I started using Google Plus, and I did that because I thought, well, if I'm a Google Plus specialist, it actually makes sense to at least have a presence on other Google peripheral tools. I mean, they're not peripherals to Google, but they are peripheral to Google Plus. And and I'm telling everybody, you need to use Google Plus, and you've got Google Drive and Google Docs and your calendar and your Gmail, and it's all integrated into under one login. And Blogger is all part of that. And for me, I had a blog before, and I still have external websites that are WordPress driven, but I went to Blogger for my Google Plus related blogs. That's where I do it because it links so well across to Google Plus. When I create a new blog post, I just have to click a button and it's already shared. But the amount of interaction and the shares and the comments that I get now is like 10 or 20 times what I ever got on my old blog.
I'm really glad you brought that in, Carol, that the integration is so important to understand, particularly with things like Blogger and YouTube. Now, since last year when YouTube comments were integrated with Google Plus, now all the time I see I'm in Google Plus, but I see, oh, someone commented on one of my videos, or somebody mentioned me in a Blogger post. So that's me getting a contact with somebody that's not even inside of Google Plus. Which is just phenomenal.
And there's another comparison that people sometimes see and pointed out a number of times in articles really well. Some businesses are looking at having a significantly larger number of people on Facebook as followers, but when they are actually sending out posts, it's getting to a small percentage of those people. Okay. Whereas in Google Plus, if I circle a business and I put them in a circle that I want to see all their posts, I'm going to see all their posts. I have that control. I don't have Facebook filtering it and giving a small fraction of what I want to see to me, and what the business wants to send to me sent. I saw one article that said that unless you paid for a sponsored post in Facebook, that businesses were getting as low as 7% of their audience were seeing the posts. You could, if that's 7%, that means you can have, what, 16, 17 times the number of people to reach the same audience in Facebook. So you may very easily get a larger reach with a smaller audience on Google+.
Yeah, exactly. And I've just seen a comment come in, and the blonde Finn is on her way into the party.
I moved to say, woo! All right, awesome.
So we have to give her the hand when she comes.
Yeah, I hope she's not bringing her sword with her. Last time she was on a Hangout, she had a massive, great big sword with her, but she's going to come in and it's going to get very loud and very crazy and very fun. And not that it hasn't been loud and crazy and fun so far. As I said that, I suddenly thought. But I just want to, it's like the ladies, come on ladies, don't sit back and just wait for a space. Just butt in if you've got something to say, because I can talk for England, I can talk for the world, I can talk forever. Mark can share forever, and John can share forever. So you have to just, we're at a party, and at a party, people butt in, and it's quite allowed. This is not a posh hangout.
Well, I'm Irish, so I might as well butt in, because I'm going to shoot off soon and cook some dinner for the kids, because if you haven't heard my little boy in the background, he's been dying to get on to the air and likes to be famous. So
well, bring him on, let him come and say hello. It's a party. Bring him on.
Danish, you want to come and say hello? Danish? He's disappeared now. Danish?
Typical kid.
Kids never perform when you want them to, yeah.
He's on every hangout. I've been on quite a few hangouts, and he always pops his head in because, come and say hello then. You've been dying to say hello. Come and say hello.
Hi.
Say hello to everyone.
Hi
The world is looking.
Hi, everyone.
Hello. Thanks for saying hi.
Yeah, that's a good boy. Now I think he's satisfied. I just wanted to pop in a little bit about the views, because that's quite a new feature, and I've been working with a lot of clients and setting up their accounts and bringing them over onto G+. And I literally just set one up the other day, and I mean it was only within 2 hours, and the page had already gotten, maybe 6 or 7 followers, but the page had already gotten, from doing 2 posts and putting in the links to the other networks, her other platforms, had gotten over 500 views, and that was literally within not even 2 hours. Because I went away, done something, came back, and I was like, oh my goodness, that was 500 views in just not even 2 hours. So, and that's really increased now, and it was just shocking, to how quickly that things, from just setting it up, sharing some posts, how quickly stuff gets out there and goes into the search, and how the content goes out.
And I thought Mark would hop in there.
He looked like he was going to.
I've been trying to I've been trying to give more lady choice, lady chance here. Trying to be a gentleman. But yeah, that's a great example of the views, and people. It actually caused some cynicism when views first came out, because people couldn't believe it. But one other thing we didn't mention, or the other ways that I mentioned that your views are increased, is that people should realize views also are impressions, which means that it's counted as a view whenever a post of yours or a post from your page passes by in somebody's stream. So when they're scrolling down, they go by and they say, well, okay, that's kind of cheating, because if they didn't click on the post. But if anybody that's in advertising can tell you that impressions have values, it's why businesses put up billboards on the side of the road. I can put a billboard up, and I can't guarantee that everybody that drives by is going to actually look at and read that billboard. But the idea is that if it's there and it's being exposed, enough people will see it. and they're seeing your name again and again, or your business's name. So, you know, those, don't discount those views, those impressions. Not every single one of them is valuable, but if you're getting a lot of them, as you start to see there, then that does begin to have some value.
And on that, can I just butt in with a comment that's come in from the questions? First of all, I want to say well done, Toby, because Toby's just chewed somebody's shoe. John just told us that in the internal chat, and I love hearing about dogs that chew people's shoes, because that's what dogs are for. You know, it's
Jana's
fun.
in the house. Jana's in the house.
My wife will not be happy. It was brand new.
Whoops. I always say in my house, if it's on the floor, it belongs to the dog. If you don't want the dog to have it, don't leave it where the dog can get it. And I say that even on my cooker, because my dog is so big, she will not touch food if you're in the room. She will sit and look at it until you give it to her. But if you leave the room...
I'm sorry, but Toby's being preempted. I'm putting on my Viking horns here.
Yeah, here we go. I don't know if she's yet live. Are you live?
Woohoo!
Here we go. Now we get loud.
Hello, everybody. Woohoo! How's life? Happy birthday to Google Plus.
The Finn is in the room. Right, and I'm really glad that the Finn is in the room. I'm glad that we have other ladies in the room, because I actually have a slight injury. It's almost better now, but I'm just starting to realise I have been sat on this chair almost consistently for the last 2 hours. So I am going to mute my camera, I'm going to mute my microphone, and I'm going to leave it to you great people that are in the room to carry on whilst I really must go and take a break and stretch my back and everything. And if... I know Jenny's really great at this, so I don't know if Jenny's going to volunteer, but if somebody can go and keep their eye on the event page whilst I'm not here, in case people are putting questions in, and I will be coming back. I won't be disappearing out of the room, because if I disappear out of the room, you lose your Hangout. So I'm just going to mute myself, but now that we have Yala in as well, to keep the conversation and the fun going, I'm going to disappear for a little while.
Okay, Carol.
And I'm also going to go and cook some dinner. So nice to see you, Yana, and I'll be back later to see you all. So I'm going to feed the kids and come back.
Great.
Bye,
that's important.
Bye.
Okay. Hi, John. Hi, Mark. Hi, Jenny.
Hello.
Mariana, how are you?
I'm fine. I'm fine. How are you?
Good. Good. I was surprised that I beat you here. I mean, you got a few time zones advantage on me.
Yeah. Well, I had to do something about my mother. She called me, and I had to visit her. Family comes first, even over Google Plus for me. So, okay. You have been talking all kinds of stuff here.
Oh yeah, it's been wide-ranging conversation. You know, we've talked about how we got on Google Plus and some of the the benefits, the relationships that you build, the reality. We talked about Hangouts. So much to talk about. But Jana, you have become one of the. I don't think it's any exaggeration to say, just one of the most beloved figures on this network. There are people that just.
Oh,
no, it's seriously, they're just people that everybody knows and loves, and you're one of those people. And in what ways has that changed your life?
Well, the whole Google Plus platform and Google Plus in itself has been a life changer to me, because when I joined 3 years ago, I'm a first generation user, so in a few hours. Well, actually, I think it's about this time that Google Plus actually was launched. No, we've passed that already, California time. Sorry, 10 hours behind my time. But I joined the same day, though in Finland it was already the 29th, but in California it was still the 28th, and. I had never been very huge for social media platforms. I wrote something in Facebook. I shared my photos and kept in touch with my nieces who play beach volleyball and travel around the world with the Watch Tour. And I started in Twitter 2010, if I remember correctly. But it was really just, because everybody was there. So, but when Google Plus came, I very quickly saw that this will make a difference to me and to many other entrepreneurs and business people, because I saw the potential. I saw the huge potential this platform has for everybody, and I wasn't far wrong when we look at Google Plus today. And it has been a very nice and exciting ride to see all the changes and updates, and it has been very nice to notice that Google actually listens to our feedback, and I have given a lot of feedback, so I have sent suggestions about the platform and wished for new features. Sorry, and I know many people have done that too, and they do listen, because many of those features that people have been wishing for, they have been launched. So it's really nice to see. I haven't seen in any place, or have you seen in Facebook, if people send wishes, or even they don't get any interaction there from Facebook employees. But on Google Plus, everything has been different since day one, and the interaction with Googlers and normal people like us, it has been just fabulous.
Yeah, I definitely agree. That was one of the things that kind of stunned a lot of us when we got in. Like, you and John are. We were joking earlier. You're older than me because my birthday isn't for another 3 days, so I still have to wear my diapers for another 3 days. But just from the earliest days, that was one of the first things that shocked me, was to see the number of Googlers who were active here and who we could engage with. And even in my, even apart from Google Plus itself, within my business world and what I do in SEO and social marketing and things like that, I get to interact with people in other parts of Google and get to ask them questions directly, hang out with them. It's been just amazing access. The fact that Vic, during the first 3 years, Vic Gandatra was so active here, and you could engage with him, and now Dave Besbris, is posting here regularly and responding to comments.
Squirrel!
What happened?
Squirrel!
No, that was Toby.
No, I mean, I have to say squirrel when you talk about Dave. I have to say squirrel.
It's a bit of an insider joke, but yes, those of us that know him know that's a squirrel is the word with Dave. Yeah, but that's just been an added and unexpected delight and pleasure. And those of us who are in here right now know that there are many other ways, some of which we probably can't even talk about, that Google does actively seek input and get input and listen to that. Members of the community get that input, and it's been responsible for a lot of the improvements and changes that we've seen around here over the year. Hi, Toby.
Hi, Toby. I have to take a screenshot of Toby the Hangout dog.
All right. Well, John, you talk for a bit so that Toby will stay on the screen.
Okay, well here we got Toby now. Toby, look at this. What do you think? What do you think? He's like a little curious here.
Oh, he's so cute.
He's adorable. Even though he was getting so eager and anxious for you to come, Jana, that he ate one of John's wife's shoes.
No,
so that's your fault.
Within about the past 20 minutes.
Oh dear. Oh, that's so nice. Oh, he's so cute, really. Wonderful. Yeah, and if we get back to Googlers interacting, so I remember once I forget which post I used Bradley Horowitz as an example in my blog article. Something about Google Plus and something about, I can't remember, but anyway, he commented on my blog post actually, And I was like, oops.
And you get to find out too that these are real people, and they're interesting. Beyond just that they run Google Plus. We already joked about Dave and his squirrels, and his other great photography. There's how much Vic shared of his family over the years, and his children with us. And then when I think, Jonathan Zunger has become one of my favorite followers. Chief architect of Google Plus, just a brilliant guy who every day puts up article quality posts about science, about psychological research, about neuroscience, about robots. Just these are the kinds of intriguing, smart people that are at the top of this thing, and it's an honor and a pleasure to get to know them and interact with them and feel like, wow, this is who's running this thing. This thing has incredible possibilities.
Yeah, very true. Very true. Yes. Jonathan is also in my subscription circle, so I get a notification every time he posts, because he does post some good stuff.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Amazing stuff. It's fascinating. I first ran into him in a Hangout shortly after Hangouts first came out, and he was talking about the transition from researcher, which is what his background was, physics researcher, to the business world. And it was just a fascinating discussion about, how you had to approach problems differently, and all aspects of the transition, the mindset change you had to go through.
Yeah. But there are so many different people who post about science and about interesting things. Lasser & Planer is one who posts about all sorts of interesting topics, and he's one of the persons I follow very closely too. And of course on Google Plus there are so many science communities too. So if you wish to learn something about almost any topic on Earth, just try searching Google Plus for communities around these topics, and you'll get to engage with people who are really knowledgeable and also professional in these matters. So I have learned so much here on Google Plus, and this is one aspect that people don't really think of, and that you can use this platform as a learning tool too.
And it's not all technical by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, I've learned a phenomenal amount about writing and publishing, and through one of the communities I'm involved in, and that's just incredibly valuable material that has essentially no connection to technology whatsoever. These are just everyday writers that are sharing writing techniques, issues, how to publish your books, how to market your books, things like that.
Yeah, very true. Yes, about blogging, writing, and all sorts of tools that you can use when you, for instance, if you dabble in SEO like Mark, or blogging or writing or social media or whatever. So you can learn so much, like, well, with the Google Plus, of course, there's the circloscope and circle count and how do you say, Node X? Node X3?
Yeah, Node X, exactly. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that's a really, really great tool for businesses too. So I'm really happy that people have created stuff to be able to be used on Google Plus. So that's really great, because I'm the proverbial non-techie blonde, so I have no idea how they do it, but I'm really happy, because then I just reap and get the fruit of their labors.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's been interesting, to bring that up, that we see not only those third-party tools that have sprung up, but within Google Plus itself, that how this is, it's attracted, I think, here in the U.S., there's this phrase that's emerged in the last couple of years talking about the creative class, which is a general term, means people who are doing the kind of things that you just talked about. Whether it might be in the tech world, it might be in healthcare, it might be in blogging or writing, art, music, whatever you want to go. It doesn't just mean artistically creative, but people whose life work is more and more shifted toward creating things, coming up with things, and bringing things to birth in the world and hacking things that weren't there before. And Google Plus has seemed to be, attracted that. In the early days, they said, oh, all it's here is, techies, SEOs, and photographers. And that seemed like it in the very early days. But now, it's expanded, and you can find anything here. I don't want to say that that's all that's here, but there does seem to be a certain attractiveness for people who have that mindset. And people play with Google Plus, and they come up with. We've seen even just in Hangouts, people inventing new ways to use Hangouts and doing very creative. Just a couple weeks ago, I was introduced to. I thought this is such a great idea. I said, why didn't I think of this? There's somebody now who's doing a weekly game show on like a panel style. He's kind of riffed off the old What's My Line show, which some of us are old enough to remember. He's brought that, I think it's called What's My Plus or something like that. He's brought it here to Google Plus. What a great use of that. So, we see people kind of hacking the system, or using hacking in a positive way here, and doing creative things that the Google Plus people themselves wouldn't have thought of. But they're thrilled. They sit back and say, like, wow, you guys are doing, creating these things and doing things with it that we didn't even dream of, but have at it, go for it.
Yeah, exactly, and it's funny because often people ask, what is the right way or the correct way to use Google Plus, or to what things should I be doing here? And there is no right or wrong way. There is, spamming is a wrong way. Like it says on my lower third, I hate spam, but otherwise, I mean, there is no right or wrong way. You can just go ahead and read people's posts and read the posts in communities. One doesn't even have to join the communities to be able to read the posts. Of course, commenting requires membership, but otherwise, so there's just so much to see and learn, just even without being very active oneself. But I've heard from people that they have started like stalking, watching, reading, checking out things, and then suddenly they notice that, okay, they have been commenting and sharing posts and interacting and engaging with people, and that is so great to see. It's fabulous that people start to sort of get into Google Plus more, not just follow people around and see what they're posting.
One of the great powers here that people, I don't think, really take enough advantage of, but it's very powerful, is not just the communities, but the ability to just jump into conversations anywhere if they're public. If you search for something, you see something, or something pops up on your stream that one of your friends or people you've circled has commented on, and you have an interest in it, you're welcome, 99% of the time to come in. I see it all the time that, I'll start a thread and there's people commenting who I've never seen before, who I don't really know. But as long as the comments are constructive and are adding something to the conversation, they're immediately welcome. I have never been, I don't think I've ever been chased out of a conversation just for like, who are you? We don't know you. If it's in public, there's a culture here. There's a presumption that it's an ongoing party, and anyone's welcome as long as they're in the flow and they don't, and they stay on topic and they don't, just the normal kind of etiquette that you would use at a real world party. And that is a great way to get known, because many of the people that I add to my circles come from those conversations. They're people that I have no idea who they were, but I start seeing them, whether they're in my threads or other threads of people that I follow, and I say, wow, wow, that lady's really smart. She just adds so much, and she's got insights that I need. Next thing you know, I've added her to my circles.
Yeah, that's very true. That's very true. Yeah, I circle most of my people nowadays too from discussions, not only on my own threads, but also in communities and other people's threads, and it's quite a good way to find new people to circle when you head over to, like Jonathan's posts, if you're interested in science, history, and psychology and all these, and just read the comments and check out the people who comment intelligently and who have the knowledge and who are ready and willing to discuss the matter, even from other different aspects. So this doesn't mean that if you come to my post and comment something, you don't have to agree with me if you do it in a polite way. Of course, trolling is another thing which I don't like either, but we don't all have to see eye to eye on things. We don't have to agree on things, but it's interesting to discuss and talk about them and find other people's views. And I often add those people from different discussion threads.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
John has gone into very reflective mode here. He's just.
Oh yes, he's thinking deeply about something.
Either that, or I'm just checking the Google Plus help community.
I was searching. I just did a search for Google Plus 3 years, and there are quite nice posts. Quite nice posts here about. Well, quite a lot of them are mine, but there are also other people who have posted interesting things. Mm-hmm. I blogged about the Google Plus 3 years, my journey, and also the first ever post posted in public in Google Plus was by Jonathan, by the way, Jonathan Zunger. Mm-hmm. And that was about 30 minutes before the actual launch. He changed his profile image. And that was, let me see the actual time, that was 9:38 a.m. California time on the 28th of June.
That's cool to know. I didn't even know that little trivia fact, so that's very cool.
Yeah, you should check my blog post.
Carol's back, so we have to start behaving again.
No, never behave. I just want to jump in on that bit, actually, because if you're over on the website, and if you're not, there's a link in the Google event to the website that I set up in case we ran out of comment space. There's actually the YouTube video of what I believe was the very first Hangout on air. It was Will I Am. Vic Gundotra comes in halfway through because nobody could get in. They were inviting guests into the Hangout, and about 18 minutes through that Hangout, you see Will I Am desperately wanting all of the fans to come in and chat, and nobody could get in. So Vic Gundotra marches across the screen, and then the next thing you see all of the engineers come in and start playing on the machine, and then they suddenly get it working and all of the guests could come in. So if anybody wants to watch that, that's actually over on the website underneath this main stream, because I found that and thought, wow, you know, not many people will know that was there and see Will I Am, who I love Will I Am. But the way Vic comes in and then the engineers come in and they're actually live on a Hangout on air playing with the code to get things to work, to get people onto that first Hangout on air.
It's as if you were somehow got a video of Steve Jobs and Wozniak in the garage all those years ago, tinkering away at the first Apple computer or something. You know, it's like getting that. It's wonderful, isn't it? That you know, as complex as Google is and as big as they are and all the resources, this is really tricky technology to pull off. I mean, nobody else has been able to do what we're doing right now. I know there's Skype and everything like that, but the capabilities that this has is like nothing else out there. So it's kind of that's I'm going to definitely watch it. I didn't know about that either. That'll be fun to see that. Yeah, because I remember, you know, we all remember the early days of Hangouts. It wasn't just for Will I Am. It was wild, you know, getting connected and staying connected, and you know, there was all kinds of fun and games, but. You know, that's the fun of being in on something like this from the beginning. You get to see it with its warts and all, and you get to see it grow up and become mature and become what it is today.
Yeah, and all those fabulous, wonderful hangouts, like from the International Space Station, or from the Great Barrier Reef, from underwater. And so, you know, from the space and from beneath the waves and everything in between, it's just incredible what you can use Hangouts for.
And the context.
One of my favorites was.
Yeah, I have two close friends who I know, you know, in real life, right here in the Raleigh, North Carolina area. One of whom got, you know, was, you know, both of these people were nobodies. So a few years ago, one got invited into the first Google Plus Hangout with Tiger Woods. He's a huge sports guy, so he got, you know, that was like a high point of his life. He was in this Hangout with Tiger Woods, and the other, who ran, you know, one of the first and most successful health and fitness communities here on the web, got invited by Google to be a guest on the first Hangout with Michelle Obama. So, you know, here's just normal walking around people who, you know, through this network get that kind of connection, that kind of opportunity that, you know, probably would not have ever happened for them in any other way.
Never ever. And I've been chatting with Anthony Bourdain in a live hangout by Zagat. Because he had been to Finland and made quite a funny show about Finnish food and especially drink and Finnish ways and sauna and drink. And cupping in the sauna, you know, where they draw blood from your back and everything. And I got to discuss with him for about 10 minutes and ask him more about what he liked about Finland. And that was really interesting. And another hangout, which I remember very well, was with CERN in Switzerland, where we got to see the Large Hadron Collider, you know. The guy was walking, the scientist was walking with the laptop and showing us inside the CERN facilities in Switzerland, and I was like, oh my goodness, this can only happen on Google Plus.
One of my favorites was with the one of my favorites was with the National Geographic Society for their 125th anniversary, and they had explorers. I mean, the household name people like Jane Goodall and so on, in every continent in the world.
I've got to tell a quick story about a celebrity hangout gone wrong in a laughable way. I was in my early days of Hangouts, early days when I was still just kind of barely gaining any reputation on Google+. It was when Google first came into and was introducing Google Fiber into Kansas City, Missouri, the first city that got Google Fiber. And they were having a big day-long celebration. And part of that was supposed to be a hangout on air live from the event, which was at the Fiber headquarters in Kansas City, and with Mike Elgin. And that Mike Elgin was one of the earliest Google Plus celebrities.
Yeah.
And somehow I got invited in to be part of that live hangout, and I was so thrilled. I'm going to be part of Google Fiber history, and I'm with Mike Elgin. And so, long story short, we got on, we connected. We're having this amazing chat going on, and suddenly, like, we're 45 minutes into it, and one of the other guests in the chat, the Hangout, looks up and says, like, the live button's not on. We're not actually on air. What we discovered was that this Hangout was not an official Google Hangout. It had been set up by two local guys in the Kansas City area who had just come in and kind of done it on their own. And it went live for like a few minutes, and then Google PR found out, and apparently, like, no way do they want a broadcast from a Google Fiber facility, because they don't know, it was kind of thing where Google representatives would be on, you don't know what they might say that would be fine for the people in the room, but they not necessarily want to go out to the whole world, or they're very security conscious about those facilities. So basically somebody at Google pulled the plug on us about 5 minutes in, and we talked for another, had the greatest chat with Mike Elgin that the world will never see.
Oh, PT.
So, that was some people get 15 minutes of fame. That was my 5 minutes of fame.
Yeah.
Oh dear. You saying that, Mark, I actually watched somebody once, and she was running her Hangout on air. She was actually interviewing a multimillionaire, and it was a real sort of, lots of work had gone into getting this guy on her Hangout for her to interview him and everything. And what she'd done is she'd set up a normal Hangout with the traditional Google event page where there was a link and you could click on the link to get in. So she was never ever live on air. She's interviewing this guy. She'd got people from all over the world hopping in with lots of noises that she had no idea how to mute them out. A total fiasco. And there was another one on a Hangout on air, and actually it was the same girl. She was running a Hangout on air and she was screen sharing. And this is a good tip for people who are screen sharing on a Hangout on air. She was screen sharing, but what she did is she had clicked the screen share button. She had selected her PowerPoint presentation. She had then opened the PowerPoint presentation in full screen. And what she had not realized was when you screen share on a Hangout on air, you have to have the window you are going to share already open. If you open a new tab, it's okay because that is the window that you are sharing. But if you try and open a second window once you are already screen sharing, what actually happens is you go off screen share. And what happened to this poor girl is she thought she was screen sharing the presentation, so she's watching or letting the presentation go through, and she was actually on screen the whole way through this presentation with the audio from the two presenters, and she was sitting there smoking an electric cigarette, having a drink, looking around the room, thinking people were seeing the presentation, and they never ever saw the presentation. So big tip to people, if you're screen sharing, only the window you select as you start your screen share will ever be live. If you need to change windows, come off your screen share, look nice on camera, and go back and then reselect. Don't try and open a new window and think that you are still on screen share.
Oh my goodness.
Another blooper error that can happen is, you know, in a Hangout on Air, the host can what we call blue boxing, where they can click on a certain thumbnail window, and that window stays on the screen for as long as it's blue boxed. And Eric Enga, who I work with, in one of the earliest Hangout shows that he did, he had a, you know, I forget who the guest was, but it was a fantastic guest that he worked so hard to get on. And when he went back and looked at the video earlier, he realized, like, at the beginning of the show, he had blue boxed himself and never turned it off. So you never saw the guest the entire show.
Yeah, and just to jump in on that point, we no longer say blue boxing because last week they changed it and it is now back to its official name, which I never knew. I always called it blue boxing as well, but apparently the official name is pinning. And what you'll notice now, if you blue box as we used to by clicking on the thumbnail, it's now a white box. So if you want to call it a box, call it a white box, not a blue. Not you. I'm not having a go at you, Mark. I'm saying to the people out there. But the official word is pinning.
You're pinning somebody against the wall.
Yeah.
Probably one of those terms though that will stick, and you know, 3 years from now, everybody will be, people will still be saying it, and newer users will say, like, you know, how did they ever get called a blue box? What are they talking about?
Yeah, exactly.
All kinds of anachronistic terms like that.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like what percentage of the population has dialed a phone number?
Right. Yeah, but we still say that. You know, I'll dial you up or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're right. It is white.
Yeah, but things change so quick, don't they? I mean, I don't know if anybody who's watching this has already been over to YouTube in the last 2 or 3 days, but YouTube has just suddenly changed. It was a bit like blink your eyes and oh my God, I went in to go to start a Hangout on Air that I had already set up through YouTube Live, because I tend to use YouTube Live a lot. I don't actually use the pre-scheduled Hangout tool as much as a lot of other people use, because I like to have the multiple options. I actually like to have an event page on my personal profile because people know me and my personal profile. But if I'm doing a Hangout on Air that is business orientated, I want to run that through the relevant business page. And I have a couple of business pages depending on the topic. So what I do is I use the Google, I call it the traditional events tool, and I set the event up. And I then go and start the Hangout on Air using YouTube Live so that I can schedule it and get my links and pop a link into the event. But when I start the Hangout, it will actually stream onto my business page as well as streaming through my personal profile on the Google event. And of course, I've got this all set up to run. went over to YouTube and suddenly looked at next where the upload button used to be with a little cog, and you would click and then you would go to Video Manager, and it's like, where's my Video Manager gone? It's not there anymore. So if anyone hasn't been over yet, next time you go over, if you're looking for your Video Manager, hover over your profile image, click on that. That will open a drop down, and you will see that it says Creative Studio, I think it's called now.
Yes,
and
that's correct.
that will then take you there. There's two ways. You can do that. Open Creative Studio. That opens like a dashboard, and it gives you your insights, and it shows you lots of tips. It's really quite useful. And then down the left-hand side, you've got your navigation panel, which then has your Video Manager, which if you click on that, it then has live events. The other way to do it is click on my channel, and at the top you've got tabs at the top, and one of those is Video Manager. So for anyone that hasn't yet been over to YouTube since the changes, which was only about 36 hours ago, that's where your Video Manager is. It has not disappeared, it's just been moved.
Let's see. Let's show people.
I'm getting told that I'm not keeping up with my chores around the house here. I've got some things I need to get done. I may try to drop in again later, but Carol, thank you so much for putting us on, for putting us together. It's been a blast, and yeah, love talking with you all. I'll see if I can come back in later.
That would be awesome, and thank you for coming and spending so long with us. It's been really great, and you've shared some great stuff with people as well.
Well, I hope so.
Good to
and
hear.
I'm hearing.
And sorry about the first bit where I almost kicked you straight back out.
Well, it gets better. You know, it gets better. We all learn. But it's fun learning together. And thank you all again. We'll see you later. Take care.
See you later.
Bye-bye.
See you, Mark.
And Jana has shared the screen for everybody. So you can now see, if you look over on the right, where Jana's profile picture is top right as you'll watch. I think it will be top right for you as well as for us. And you can see up there it says Creative Studio.
Creator.
And that's where you now go. I actually wrote a blog post, and I know it's been shared out there. I've had quite a lot of comments back on it where people have said, you know, great blog post. So if you want to see it in more detail with bigger pictures, if you go over to my blog, you will find it there, or put a comment in the comments and I'll bring the link across so that you can actually have a look at that as well, so if you would like to.
This is all new. This is all new now.
Yeah.
I'm looking at it for the first time.
Yeah, I think it's really useful. Some people are sort of having a bit of a moan that they've now got to click 2 buttons to get to their Video Manager, but I like the idea that you come in, you've now got a dashboard, you can see your stats, you can see information, there's lots of tips in there for you, and then you can see your most recent videos as well as having the left-hand navigation panel. And there are more new things on the way. There are more audios and the sort of the effects clips coming, and also a tips jar. Apparently we don't know how it's going to work because I haven't seen it live yet, but they announced it, and you will actually, people will be able to pay you up to $500, people who are watching your video. Now we don't know how it will work, but I think the idea in principle is really quite cool because you'll be able to charge for your videos. I'm assuming that YouTube will take a cut, which why not? If they're going to let you charge, then why shouldn't they take a cut? I think that's pretty fair because it's business, but that's quite exciting coming along as well. There's lots and lots of new things that suddenly we had a bit of a quiet period, didn't we? And now suddenly it's like, oh my goodness, everything's changing again. I love it when it changes because it gives me something to talk about. Some people don't like it. And I did see, because there's also recently been the change, and I'll just take us off Jana's screen share now because we're not going to talk about YouTube anymore. The authorship, Google authorship, they are no longer going to show the images. And John, I think you might be, you might agree with me on this thing. I saw a lot of people when that was announced that said, that means that Google Plus is disappearing, authorship's disappearing, this is the beginning of the end, a little bit like when Vic Gundotra left, you know, beginning of the end, Google Plus is dead, all of that rubbish and hype. But I don't know, but we had a big conversation, and Jana, I think you were in some of them as well, and I know you definitely were, John. We had some big conversations about spammy circle sharing and circle jerks and people that were doing incentivized circle shares and pushing their stuff up to the top of search and their images and everything because they had authorship. And I think there's a lot more behind it, and there's other things. But I disagreed with someone yesterday on Facebook who was saying, oh, they've done it just so that the paid-for ads get more clicks and they make more money. I think that it's also to do with design, it's to do with integrating more with mobile, but I think it is in the background, and this is one that I haven't heard anybody else talk about, so I could be talking absolute rubbish. But the first thing that came into my head was the fact that so many people, and it's the same with all platforms, the spammers, the people who try and play the system, who game the system, they spoil it for the rest, because then certain tools and features get taken away because actually the results are not working. And I think with those, that partly was bumping people up in search with their images because it looked as though they were so popular because of all these big incentivized circle shares that were creating havoc for other people. And that then meant that the authorship images weren't working because people were gaming it. Now, I could be totally wrong, but I think that had some little bit to do with it, as well as all of the rest of the things. I'm not saying it was the main reason, but I think it might have had a little bit of influence.
I'm not sure. I haven't paid too much attention to authorship in any detail. Mark actually would have been really the perfect one to talk about that, because
I realized that after he'd gone.
Yeah, so maybe we should hold that one off until he comes back, because he wrote a post about why that's not a big deal. That I have queued up to read and haven't read yet.
Yeah, exactly. But, I think the main point there is more, when you see changes, don't automatically think that a change means Google's dying, or they want to make more money from you, or they're trying to harm you. Actually, Google is a very clever company, and I think that potentially there is a lot of stuff coming that if you look a bit deeper, you will see the benefits of what is happening and changes that are being made.
I think that's absolutely true. Google's brilliant. I mean, we talked before about the brilliant people in Google, and they do some phenomenal things. That they really have thought things through incredibly well, and we see that with a lot of the problems and questions people come up with. I want to be able to do this. Why can't I? And if you start picking down, Google's thought through incredible details and and really nailed things rather perfectly, but at the surface, something's not obvious. So there's got to be a really strong reason for why they're doing this. It's kind of like, when they change from the +1 count to the views count, and how much more information that really gives to people. But it wasn't obvious, and people were screaming, "Oh my goodness, we're losing everything. Google Plus is going away because they're not doing +1s anymore, and +1s just became meaningless." Things are thought through with incredible detail.
They are, and there is a big plan of which we know nothing.
Or at least very little.
Shh. We're not supposed to say anything. NDA. We know nothing.
No, I didn't mean anything along those lines. There's some things Google's been very open about publicly about what they're trying to do with Google Plus. When you go back to very early statements by Vic and others, Google Plus isn't a product on its own. It's a social layer that pervades Google. As they said, Vic said one. Probably said a lot of times, Google Plus is Google, and that's really becoming more and more true. So, Google Plus, as we look at things and look at what they're doing, we can see, based on that little tidbit alone, that integration is absolutely fundamental to Google, and the movement is towards bringing everything into a unified interface, a unified system with different pieces and different tools that different people may choose to use, but they're all wrapped into the Google Plus umbrella.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's an important thing to think about. You know, a lot of people, when the I/O came and they were going, there's no mention of Google Plus. Well, the I/O is for developers. And at the moment, there's no massive developer thing specifically to Google Plus. Last year, there was tons and tons and tons going on. So this year, it's been more about wearables and flexible devices, you know, those things like smartphones and all that sort of thing. But we've also noticed that the changes that are happening on the interface, the design interface on Google Plus, fits into mobile. It fits into devices and smaller things. And I'm seeing them sort of try and bring that all together so that whether you're on a desktop or a mobile, it all automatically is viewable and can be seen very well on all of that. And what I'm just thinking of right now is hopefully soon we are going to have some visitors that we're really excited are coming to join us. So we're going to wait and see if they're going to come and join us. We'll carry on talking for now. If they're not joining us just yet, then we're actually, because there's 3 of us in here who are top contributors, that we can talk about the top contributors thing, because we want to tell people what the top contributors, or who they are, what they do, how they help people. There's a lot of stuff, and we haven't talked about it yet because we were waiting till we had got lots of top contributors in here. There are some others that are coming to join us. Some of us and some of them can't. But the 2 ladies that may be about ready to come in, we'll wait for them because I've just seen a little message. Jana's been talking to them and they're coming in soon. So when they come in, we'll talk about it because they're our community managers, which is really great because they're actually Googlers. And I said we would get some Googlers on the party, and we are getting Googlers on the party, which is awesome.
We must be on our best behavior now, hey guys.
No. We've got a party. We've got to be really mad and crazy. Something that I've noticed is I'm the only one that's got any party things. Where's people's party icons or hats or something? Ah, there we go.
Justine.
One lady has joined us.
Hi, Justine.
And she's on full screen. She's not blue box. She's white box and pinned.
Can you guys hear me okay?
We can.
Yeah.
Yay.
Hey, Cindy.
And Cindy is here as well. And they're both on 2 different screens. We normally see them on the same screen together.
We wanted to do something special.
Cool.
You guys dedicated FaceTime.
How are you, ladies?
Party.
I feel like I should have like confetti or streamers or something, just a row up.
John's got his hat on.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, here I am.
Nice. Let's see here. What are we gonna pick today?
So, which one of you ladies is going to introduce themselves first and tell everybody who on earth are you and why are we so excited that you've joined our party?
Sure. I can start. I hopped in here first. Well, my name is Justine. Hello, everyone. I'm a Google Plus community manager, and I work with all of these folks right here, Carol, Yana, and John, in the super secret, top secret mission of being a top contributor, which I don't know if everyone here they probably know, right? You guys
No, we've been waiting for you before we tell them what top contributors are and what we do, because we thought it'd be great if you 2 ladies were here when we started talking about it.
Got it. Sorry to ruin the super secret mission, but I will let my partner in crime take over.
Sure. My name is Cindy, and I'm the other G Plus community manager. And together, we want to spread the love of Google Plus, and we do it predominantly through an amazing group of folks that we manage called the top contributors. And you see 3 of them with you right here. So Yana, Carol, and John Skeets are amazing, amazing top contributors, and essentially they're our power experts on G+. They're the ones who, I like to joke, know way more about the product than we do, and that's not really a joke. So So whenever I have a tough question, I actually consult them on it. So we're so lucky to have them as part of our awesome group of right now 15 folks. We're adding more folks to the program soon. So that's a little bit about the Top Contributor program. I'm sure Jana, Carol, or John can give way more details about what it all entails.
Colorful details, I'm sure.
I like the pirate hat.
Thought I'd get festive in a different way. How's the birthday party been progressing so far?
It's been good. We have had so many people. Right at the beginning, I got a little bit nervous because of our time scales, and because I'm UK, I'm actually the earliest, or rather the latest, and other people are still in bed when I'm awake. And I was ready to hop on, and it was like 5 minutes before we were due to go live, and there was just me sitting here, and I was thinking, oh my goodness, I can't go on there all on my own. That's going to look a bit silly. It's supposed to be a party. But then Ronnie Binzer came on, and Mark Traphagen's been on. Martin Chevington actually came on for a few minutes. We've had Mary Joyce, the resource queen. Jenny Braithwaite's been on. Who else has been on? Larry Cornelier came on right at the beginning. John's been with me since. John's actually been on here longer than me because my back started hurting about an hour ago, and I had to go and take a 20-minute break just to relax my back a bit. But it's been really great fun, and lots of people have been sharing lots of really good stuff and having fun at the same time. And like I say, I seem to be the only one that brought my pictures. I did loads of pictures and posted them out to everybody today, but nobody seems to have found them. So it's only me with
you're the host, though. You should be the most festive. So.
So let's. Who wants to jump in, Jana or John? Because I haven't been a top contributor as long as Jana and John. And the really cool thing is that both Jana and John, so I believe, are two of the people who highly recommended me to Cindy and Justine and said, no, you've got to get Carol in as a top contributor. So that is really quite awesome that we've got the two community managers and the two top contributors who actually helped me become a top contributor.
Great. John, you begin because you have the most experience and you're the #1 guy.
Oh, wow. I'm speechless. The Top Contributors program is all about helping users. And, we see every once in a while people complaining in the communities or in the product forums that Google doesn't have customer service. And that's not true at all. It's just that the way customer service is provided is through a team of us that work directly with Google. And we're kind of liaison to Google and to the customers. We work answering questions for Google+, the Google+ Help community, for other products in the help forums. And people can become top contributors. The key is helping in the community or the forums for the products that you're interested in. That's first and foremost requirement. But we also expect, and Google expects quite reasonably, that people that are doing that are going to be enthusiastic and present things in a positive light and so on. And we're going to work to get to the right answer in all cases. That's what we're there for. All of us love helping people. That's the common thread that you get when you talk to the top contributors. That we see, people come in with problems. Sometimes they're upset. We understand that, and we accept that that's part of what comes with the territory. And so we want to help them get to understand what the problem is, and get to the right resolution. We do. One of the things that's really important is that we do have access to Google. So those of us who are top contributors can get help that other people cannot get directly. And we do that. We escalate problems when we see them, and when it's appropriate after we've sorted everything out. That doesn't mean that the person who's having the problem will necessarily talk to a Googler. We're talking on their behalf and bringing forward the information.
And it's also important that people report about their problems in the forums and in the community, because of course we discuss with each other, the top contributors, and when we see that several people complain about the same thing, then we can escalate it more urgently for Google, because it's not just one person having a problem, but across the platform maybe. So it's really good if you post about your problems in the Google Plus help and in the community.
And if I can add as well, I would say John and Jana are being incredibly, incredibly modest. Aside from helping people, what I think is the most remarkable thing is that folks are getting first-class help. You know, I'm sure all of you guys who are watching have seen or have experienced what it's like to call a call center and be put on hold for like 35 minutes and then be redirected to be put on hold for 2 more hours. I think the remarkable thing about John, Jana, Carol, and all of our top contributors is that not only do they respond quickly, but they provide amazing moments of help. You know, I've seen one incredible example is, you know, someone came in and lost all of their pictures, or they thought they lost all of their pictures, and I saw a top contributor hop in and take them through how to recover those pictures. And at the end, the user was like, "Oh, I'm almost in tears, you know, because of what you've helped me do." So I think John and Jana and Carol, instead of top contributors, I really think of them as like, you know, sort of miracle workers or angels who are helping these people at the time that they really need it the most. You know, you can imagine how frustrated people might be coming into the community, and more often, thank you, Jana, and more often than not, you know, folks not only get help, but they also say thank you. And so I think that's the most remarkable thing I've seen. And Cindy and I talk about it all the time. We're just like, man, what would we do about without all of our top contributors?
Yeah, better to have the Google Plus thing than the I'm not that angelic.
And I just want to add there as well that, you know, it is for people who don't know, because even though there are over 200,000 people, users in the Google Plus help community, if you've never heard of it, go and Google it. You know, search for it in Google Plus. It'll come up. It's Google and the plus sign and help community. If you want to know who the other 12 current top contributors are inside the community, they're on the description where it tells you about the community. They are all listed at the bottom of that description. So if you want to find out, and it's quite useful because if you go into a product forum, you will actually know who the top contributors are and who the rising stars are, which are people that are in there on a journey to potentially become a top contributor, because they have badges. In the Google Plus community, there are no badges. You have no way of knowing unless you read the information and find out the names. You don't actually know if the person giving you help is a top contributor or another helpful user. You know, we're all users, but one of the things that I think is very important is if a top contributor gives you an answer to a problem, it doesn't mean that we're perfect, because sometimes we don't know and we have to go and learn and find things out. So I'm not saying absolutely 1000% it will always be the perfect answer, but you can really guarantee that if it is a top contributor giving you a response, they know their stuff. It's not just somebody who thinks they know their stuff. And I think that's an important thing. There are other people who are really helpful in that community and they know their stuff and they're giving great answers. But if you want to sort of feel confident in somebody's answer, check in with a top contributor what they have answered, because you will then know that that is a good answer and that is a helpful answer. It is not somebody who is trying to just give you an answer just to shut you up type of thing, because there are some people who just give an answer and actually they have no idea what the real answer is. There are other people who do have an idea and are not top contributors, so I'm not knocking anybody here, but I'm just saying if you're a user and you're in the help community and you're getting, sometimes you'll see on a thread 5 or 6 people will give different answers to a question. have a look and see which ones are the top contributors as your first port of call. If they have put a response in, take their response first before trying out other responses. That would be my sort of take on it, because that's what the top contributors are there to help people with.
Yeah, and I'm going to put her on blast a little bit. Cindy happens to be one of the masterminds, incredible masterminds, behind the TC program. So Cindy, if someone watching is like, oh, I happen to answer questions, that sounds really interesting, what do you think they should do?
So there's a couple of things that they can do. One is if you want to find out more about the program, you can go to www.google.com/get/top contributor. And that will get you, again, that's google.com/get/top contributor, and that will give you kind of a more idea of what the program works like. Justine and I are obviously G+ community managers, and we have our lovely G+ top contributors, but there's actually a lot of top contributors for different products. So if you're interested in Gmail or Chrome or any other Google product, there's actually the whole top contributor program spans across products. And we actually have some top contributors, and we call them TCs for short, who actually are TCs for various different products. So John can talk a little bit more about that as well. The other way to kind of learn more about the program or become a rising star that feeds into the TC program is to reach out to one of our G+ TCs. So you can always feel free to reach out to Carol and Yana and John. And if you look at the About section of the Google+ community, there's 12 other helpful folks that you can reach out to. And everybody has been really, really great about referring folks. So a lot of times we get notified about really great, helpful folks in the G+ Help community from our TCs. And then the last way to really kind of get our attention is to learn more. If you're an expert on G+, if you are a novice and you want to learn more, go to the G+ Help community and start helping folks. And if you ever need guidance, ask our awesome TCs, because they're so helpful. And I've seen it time and time again where we have somebody who's really eager to help, but who don't really know if they have the correct answers. And I've seen some of our TCs really, hold their hand, and we actually have a couple of rising stars who are coming into a new class that way. So it's really exciting.
Yeah, and our top contributors have eagle eyes. They find the people who are helping out very quickly, and let me and Cindy know so that we can start sort of checking you guys out. So definitely just start helping. I think it's the best way.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on you.
We'll keep a very close eye on you.
Not to scare anyone off or anything.
And there is one more option for learning more about it, and that is that I offer a help out in the helpouts.google.com that is an introduction to the top contributors program. And it's not just for Google+. I can't talk to the details of some of the other products, but I can talk about the program itself and what it takes to become a top contributor if people are interested in that.
And I can attest that that is a really useful help out, because John, I didn't book one of John's because we were chatting anyway, but I hopped onto a...
Yeah, actually, you did.
Did I book
it?
No, I booked it because you told me to book it, but I didn't go and find it and book it. You told me to book it so that you could talk to me, because you wouldn't talk to me unless I booked it, because you wanted another number on your
That's true.
Wow, put you on blast, John.
But no, and it was really, really informative, and it was really useful to talk to someone who already was a top contributor, and to actually, for me, to ask the questions, because one of the things for me was, and this will be for a lot of people, but mine came from sort of the opposite way round. This is going to sound the wrong way when I say it, but I mean it the other way, and I'll try and explain that. For me, it was, one of the questions I asked John was, what's in it for us? What do you get out of it? Because, and I didn't ask that because I wanted something out of it. I wanted to know what a current top contributor before I became one, what they got out of it, because I wanted to see if it was the right mindset for what I was looking for. Because for me, it's not about promoting my business. It's not about being out there and, oh, look at me, I'm better than everybody else. And I wanted to know that the culture within the top contributor program was about what you get out of it is actually helping others, and that you know, that feel-good buzz that you've actually just added some value and done something that felt worthwhile. That was important to me. So that was one of the questions that I asked John. And like I say, not because it was what will I get out of it, but I wanted to know the culture. And what you will find is that the successful top contributors, they really are, they're not there with a what's in it for me attitude. They're in there with a how can I add value attitude. And that was something that really resonated with me, and John gave me the right answer, so I was happy to carry on thinking about being a top contributor.
I'm glad you really spoke.
And actually, I think the way you asked the question was, why are you a top contributor?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I definitely say that the culture is an amazing piece, and I would love to actually hear from all three of you if you want why you are a top contributor. But I also wanted to add for the folks watching that it is worthwhile to know, you know, as a top contributor, in addition to helping people, you have amazing access to Google, really, to hear about what's going on with Google+. So if you're the kind of person who loves to know the latest update and wants to know everything of all the details of what's going down with Google+, being a top contributor puts you the closest to that. And it's really worthwhile for us because getting your insights means we can make the product better. So I just wanted to mention that too for folks watching. I know a couple of TCs who are into helping people, but they're also really, really passionate about the product. And also that's the kind of thing we look for as well, since that really helps users at the end, since you guys are able to tell us how to change the product for the better.
And on a 2-year basis, we do fly our top contributors out to Mountain View to kind of meet with the product folks and obviously hang out with us, which I'm sure is a perk in itself. But
absolutely.
Yeah, and actually what's really, really exciting is this year we're doing a new thing, which is we're going to meet up with top contributors regionally. So we're actually going to throw big parties for our top contributors in New York, and in London, at Mountain View, and Chicago. So we're really, really excited about that as well.
Yeah, there are lots of events in Europe too, around Europe. So they're flying me to London from Finland.
Yeah, I get to hang out with Jana in real life.
Yeah, and you know, I've heard a lot of feedback from, you know, TCs is that the other perk is that you get to meet other experts around the world who are just as passionate as you are about, you know, Google Plus or whatever other product you're interested in that, you know, Google runs, and that's a really cool thing too. And it's just really nice to, you know, have almost a family. We like to call our TCs our Google Plus family, and we really have built very, very strong relationships. You know, I feel that not only are you guys amazing experts on my product, but I really do feel very close to you folks. And it's so fun to hang out with you guys, which is why I want to say as much as, you know, I'm part of running the entire program, I got to say I have a special place for my Google Plus TCs because you guys are amazing and the most fun to party with. So for any of you out there, for any of you out there who's interested in the TC program, highly recommend that you check out G Plus TC program because it's one of the most fun ones, in my opinion.
It does help out. It's very, very
hands down most fun.
Yeah, I think we throw the biggest dance parties I've been hearing, so there you go.
We certainly made our mark at the summit.
But anyway, for me, what I took away from, I was in Mountain View last year for the TC Summit, and we were the 500 top contributors for all Google products, and from all over the world, and it was just amazing to meet such dedicated people with such a huge amount of knowledge, and to get networking with these people. So I really got to know people who are masters in different areas of Google tools, and now I have always a place where to ask if I'm in trouble, and because I'm blonde, I'm always in trouble when it's about tech or something outside Google Plus. So it's really great to get to know all these people and to talk different languages and all that. And how I became a top contributor is I joined the Google Plus help, which was at that time Google Plus Discuss, and it was created 6th of December 2012. And I joined the community immediately. I already had my own business page where I had been answering questions, people's questions, and helping people on Google Plus Matters. And I jumped right into the Google Plus Discuss, which is now Help community, and started answering questions. All those questions I knew, and it was really great because I learned a lot about Google Plus too, because when people asked difficult questions, I just went out and found out about things. I used to Google a lot about Google Plus, so I read tons of articles that other people had written. I read the Help Center articles about Google Plus, about Gmail, about many other products too, Google Drive, because often the people, when they ask questions in the help, they are not quite sure if it's a Google Plus problem, or is it a Gmail problem, or is it Google Drive problem. So it's good to know a bit about everything related to Google Plus, because all these products, they are so integrated, and they will get more and more integrated, because Google Plus is the social glue that holds the toolbox together. I love it. But anyway, so I started answering questions in the help, and I really did enjoy, and helping people gave me a nice fuzzy warm feeling. And then I just went on, and at that time Natalie Villalobos was the community manager, and she then contacted me and asked me if I would like to join a very super secret special community for people who were interested in helping people on the Google Plus help, and that's how I got started.
You made a very good point, Jana, and that is that even to be a top contributor, you don't have to know everything about Google Plus. You know, we do expect expertise in some areas, but not, you know, you don't need to know everything. You can learn and grow within the product, or you can even stay specialized within certain areas. And some of us are more generalists, and some of us are more specialists. You know, there's a few areas that I'm very strong in. There are a few areas I'm very weak in. And so, you know, I look at those posts, and I'll either shout for somebody else for help, or just leave that post or that question for another TC. We also work behind the scenes together all day long. Every day we have a hangout going on, and we'll say, hey, you know, need a little help on this one. Maybe we'll help behind the scenes, or maybe we'll just say, hey, can one of you jump in on this? So there's really a lot going on when you see a TC answer because of that.
Yeah, yeah. I love the photos part. I love doing research. I have been blogging about the photos. My blog articles are like a mile long, because I keep adding everything when you get changes on Google Plus, or when I find something new. So I do quite a lot of research, and if you check the hashtag Jana Research, so JAANA Research, then you can see all those posts that I have posted about the findings I make. So I'm really into the photos, because that is such a great feature on Google Plus, which other platforms don't have at all. And especially now with the World Cup football face paint photos and stuff, which just was launched yesterday, by the way, if you haven't checked it yet. So use a hashtag, a specific hashtag for your country if you are in the 16 top final countries. So use a country-specific hashtag and share a photo with maximum 5 people, and you will get a face paint of your country. And that is a brilliant thing. So I really love Google Plus I have to say this now because you guys, you make us all sorts of wonderful things. I love the Hoff. What was it now? Hoff. Oh my goodness.
David Hasselhoff.
David
Ottawa.
Hasselhoff, yes, with who was photobombing during the 1st of April period. David Hasselhoff. If you used a hashtag David Hasselhoff appeared. I got him in few. I tried like 100 photos, and I think I got him in 3. But it was really fun. It was great fun.
I definitely have to say that one had some great stories because we saw a lot of user questions in the forum saying, "Who is this man in my picture?" So that, you know, and internationally he's not that. I mean, he's well known, but that was always great to see in our TCs having to sort of explain why this is happening to their pictures. But that was great. There was one with like a grandma, and she's just like, "Who is this man who appeared behind me?" Anyway, battle stories from the Google Plus Help community.
So I want to ask Justine and Cindy a very similar question to the one that you've asked us. Why do you like working for Google and being involved in Google Plus?
Good question.
Ooh, excellent.
I can go first. Give you some time to think about it. So the reason why I wanted to work for Google was because I used to work in publishing in New York, which was amazing because I love to read and I'm a huge nerd when it comes to books, and it was really great to meet authors and publicize them. But I realized when I was in publishing that it's a little bit of a more antiquated kind of industry, and I realized I was really into technology. And that I wanted to work somewhere where things were, on the cutting edge. There was lots of folks that were doing really cool things, and really thinking about different angles of how to help people or how to bring delight to people. And so that's one of the reasons why I moved to Silicon Valley. And when I moved here, I said, like after looking at all the different companies, I was like, I want to work for Google or Pixar. So that was kind of my dream, was either Google or Pixar, because I thought those two companies both brought joy to people's lives in different ways. And so that's how I ended up in Google. And I have to say I'm so happy here because there are so many brilliant people doing so many really, really cool things. And I feel a lot of the things that are being done not only, advance technology in the way we live our lives, but there's so many cool things that are happening that really are helping people too. A lot of the, I don't know if you folks have heard of Solve for X, but essentially that's the Google branch that kind of really looks at these problems that are going around the world and comes up with moonshot ideas, or help folks have a community come up with moonshot ideas on how to resolve these issues. And it's really inspiring to work in a place with people who are trying to help other people in different ways. And I think that kind of segues into why I am a community manager on Google+. I love working with the TCs. It's so wonderful to work with people who have an innate sense of joy from helping other people and are so smart and are volunteers doing this, not, like just for fun or just because they really enjoy it. And it's really inspiring working with all of our TCs. And as for Google+, I think the product is really, really wonderful. I love the photos aspect of Google+. I'm a huge, I take photos of everything. Justine can attest to this, but when we go out to eat, I'll be like, hold on, everybody. There's like 16 people at the table, and I'm just like, I got to take a picture of this. And I love what Google+ does with my photos. So I just think there's so many cool features of Google+ that folks don't know about. And as a community manager, a core part of my job is how do I, share all this cool stuff? How do I teach folks who are first on Google+, where all these cool things are? And that's part of the joy of, running this program and working with the TCs, because I feel like we're making folks' lives a little bit better. And it's great to hear the stories, that Justine had mentioned with somebody losing all their photos, because I know that's devastating. And I think there's little stories like that every day that I see in the Google+ Help community where, folks are just really stressed out, and I see the TCs helping them and other users helping them, and it's just a great feeling to work in this industry and in this particular branch. So that's kind of my long-winded answer of why I'm a Google+ community manager.
But what a great answer. And what I loved when I was listening to you there, a lot of people potentially might expect somebody talking about why they work for Google for things to be revolving around money and technology. Because that is what a lot of outsiders picture of Google is. It's like when they see a change, you see so many users and so many hyped reporters putting out, oh, this is because Google wants to make more money. You just brought up a couple of things there and a couple of projects where Google are actually making a difference in the world, where they actually want to help people. And I mean, of course, Google is a business. If they didn't make money, you wouldn't have a job. We wouldn't have the technology. Life would be pretty boring. But they're doing a lot of good, and the fact that you were bringing up there, you know, you could really hear the emphasis on helping and joy and solving problems came up so heavily there. That was absolutely brilliant listening to you, and to sort of hear some of the insight into what happens inside Google, you know, that Google looking for ways to help global problems. I think that was brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, oh, go ahead, John.
I was just going to say that you get that sense when we visit Mountain View and the Googleplex. The energy is just so phenomenally positive. I worked in corporate America for almost 4 decades. I've been in lots of corporations, you know, major ones that I've visited. I spent my career at IBM, but I've never seen anything like the positive energy. You know, you visit Mountain View, and it's just, you're energized just being there.
Yep,
Yeah.
that's true.
Yeah, it's so true, and you know, we get to have an insider look of, you know, these fun launches too, you know, and I think the emphasis is in joy too. There's not only all these great people solving problems, but there's a lot of, you know, thinking about how do we make users smile, you know, and that's what kind of AutoHop and the painting of the faces is. It's just it's not only to like do cutting edge technology, but I love the fact that Google does it with delight and happiness for users as you know, kind of an underlying theme. And you know, it's great to see engineers who are working on these things get really excited about some of this stuff. And so, you know, April Fool's is a great fun time for all of us to plan for, because all across Google we're doing really, really fun things. Google Doodles is another example of this, where, you know, we don't have to spend time doing the doodles, but I think it brings so much joy to folks. And I've heard users say that they've learned so much from the doodles, because when you click on it and you can learn a little bit about the topic of the doodle. So it's just different ways of bringing knowledge and education and just happiness to users that I really love about Google.
Can I just say ditto to everything Cindy said? And
No, you can't do that. We don't let you get away with it that easily.
Okay, you can. Yes, you can. I'll take a different view on it. Yes, you can say ditto. Now continue.
Yeah, well said, John.
Okay. So it's yes and. So ditto and. I'll tell you a quick story. First time I went to my first concert was at Shoreline Amphitheater, which is right by the Googleplex. It was 90 degrees, my first concert ever, and I'm dating myself, which is great. But I remember I was driving by the Googleplex, and I saw a bunch of bikes. I don't know if anyone's seen it. I know you guys have seen it in person, but for those of you out there watching, Google has bikes all over their campus to help employees get from building to building, and it's these bikes that are brightly colored in the Google colors. And I was, you know, a kid at the time, and I remember driving by and thinking, I want to work for a company that gives me a bike. Like, that sounds great. And then when I was, you know, a colorful bike, I just thought that was amazing. When I was in college, there was a couple of projects that Google was putting out, and you know, at that point, I realized like I would love to work for this company. There was one project in particular. I was actually thinking about being a journalist at the time when I was in college, and I was investigating sex trafficking in the Philippines, which is a very, very heavy topic. But Google was coming out with these tools to actually help people track sex traffickers through the different kind of searches that are happening regionally in sex traffic sort of inundated areas. I know this is, again, a heavy topic, but essentially I kept thinking, like, this is an amazing company that's actually about search originally, but is creating these amazing tools. What's up, Deanna? You got your coffee today?
I even have something better than that. Sorry to interrupt, but it's like I ragged on you for not having it, so I can't, not represent myself. So let me go ahead and.
So really quick, I couldn't find my headband, so I had to wear these because this is like the only.
It's comfortable.
My son has pinched my headband.
I couldn't find my headband, and I couldn't.
But I've got them too.
And my son has pinched my socks too.
I'm telling the story of why I wanted to work at Google. So essentially in college, I realized there's this amazing company that's not only creating for-profit tools, but they're also creating not-for-profit tools. For example, a tool that actually helped people combat sex trafficking, which to me was extremely powerful, and a different way to fight things than what I was doing at the time, which was writing and writing articles. And essentially, similar to Cindy, by the time I graduated, I had two goals: work for Pixar because they made movies like Toy Story, which in its own way is helping save the world, and then also potentially working for Google, which is saving the world in so many different ways. I think now that I've been here for a while, I can tell you honestly that there are so many days I walk on campus and talk to folks like Cindy and realize how blessed I am that I'm able to work there. I think one of the most powerful things is knowing that if I or anyone else were to come up with a potential solution to a problem, there are ways to implement that at Google. There's technology and resources and people who are also passionate about that. I can tell you right now, like, I'm still thinking about ways to impact different causes around the world, and at Google's only company and environment I've ever been in, kind of reminds me of college, right, where like you can do whatever you want to do. Except at Google, like, I genuinely believe in that, and that the company believes in that as well. John already spoke to it, but there's an energy, an enthusiasm, a can-do attitude that I've just never experienced before. And I think my final piece of it is I've always wanted to work for a company that values creativity highly. And I gotta say, like, I think the idea of creativity takes so many forms at Google. It could be the way an engineer implements a new process. It could be a brand new way that Google Plus is creating different photo effects. And I think for me to know that creativity is a powerful way to make things happen at a company is a company like I would spend the rest of my career at. And in terms of being a community manager, before this job I was actually in marketing. I loved marketing because of the creativity. What I didn't like is I felt like it was a shotgun blast out to the masses, and I didn't get anything back except for numbers. And what I craved was working with people and seeing like the effect of my work on people. And being a community manager is exactly that. It is working directly with people, getting the sense of what the impact is on people from our product, from Google Plus, and from Google as a whole, and doing something with that. So I think community manager, I wouldn't have known as a 5-year-old kid, growing up. At the time I wanted to be a zoologist, but if I really understood myself better, I would have been like, yeah, community manager is like the job for me. I feel, again, very, very privileged and blessed to work directly with users, users all over Google Plus, as well as our top contributors, because for me, that is the best part of my job. A lot of folks, as I think John or Yana mentioned, they think of Google as this big faceless corporation. You use the tools, but there's no one like to reach out to if you need help. I love that I'm part of the part of Google that is trying to put a face to the company, and really that face is 4 of the people in this Hangout right now. And I think it's going to become something even bigger than I can imagine. But really, the top contributors and working with them, working again with all of the Google Plus users, to me is just remarkable that Google's doing that and continuing to put sort of a face to what support can look like and make it magical and awesome rather than just, oh, okay, I have my answer. And as far as working for Google Plus is one of the coolest parts of Google. I can imagine like maybe in the early days of Google Plus was like search, right? It was like this idea that sounded brilliant and they kept putting more and more into it. It just bloomed into this amazing thing. I think of the same thing with Google Plus. Like, I think all the TCs here can tell you we have so many updates, that we try to keep track. And sometimes like things go out and engineers just do amazing things, and we're like, oh, we could barely keep up with it. So I love being part of the rocket ship, right? That's just blasting off, and you're trying to keep up with it. I think that is a amazing thing to bring to our users. And I love the part of my job in which I get to get a sense of what users want. Like, oh, you want more photobombs, or you want more face cleaning for, like, you know, St. Patty's Day or for Christmas, whatever. And me and Cindy get to be the people that go back to our product team and be like, no, we really need to do this actually, because people love this. But with more data than what I'm just saying right now. So that is also my long-winded answer as to why I love what I do now and why I love Google. As you can see, I've drunk the Kool-Aid and I'm never going back. So what are you going to do?
And again, there was Justine going, can I just ditto everything? And she has just more than dittoed everything. But there was the same message running through that. It was about people, it was about solving problems, it was about creativity, it was about the feeling and the energy. You can just hear that in both of you, and that really runs through it all. Just a question for anyone out there who is thinking, I'd like to work for Google. Is it hard to be able to work for Google? Is it hard to get a job at Google?
I think that depends. I think if you really want to work for Google, you can work for Google. Like, but I think that's my answer for anything in life, is that if you really, really want it, you can get to it. You know, the stats of it is that it is relatively difficult to get hired at Google. It doesn't mean that it's impossible. And for me, actually, you know, I wanted to work for Google, and I came here, and I had no tech background. And I worked for a startup first, and then I worked for Google. So so there's definitely a way in if you want a way in, and obviously it's easier for some fields than other fields. So if you're a hotshot, you know, computer scientist or programmer, it's really easy for you to get into Google. But I think as long as there's passion and you want creativity in your job, in your life, Google can see that. And I do say that the hiring process is fairly good at kind of picking people who have that energy and that passion and that need to do something. So I do say that it's not always an easy process, and I've heard that it can be difficult, but I think if you have the passion and you know, the need to solve problems and the creativity and the drive, it's definitely not hard. So that's kind of my answer.
I'll add a quick tip too. So I've been trying. I knew I wanted to work for Google since I was in college. I can't tell you how many applications I've sent until I actually got in, and how many years. I've worked at a startup as well as a nonprofit. I think the biggest tip I'll give is I made the mistake of only looking at one kind of position. Like this is like a real tip of like how to search through the job boards of Google. I was working at marketing, and the only thing I would look for is anything with like marketing in it, like marketing blank or blank marketing. And for me, that was a mistake, because my current role is actually community manager, and I have to say, like, this role is the best fit than any marketing or communication position I've previously been in. So my tip is really to look through and be open to looking at different kinds of positions. Like maybe you're coming from I don't know, a PR background, public relations, but you might be a good fit for HR actually, because you work with a lot of people. So I would say if your goal is to just work at Google and you're not too hunkered down by a specific title, really explore the job board. You know, for example, the department me and Cindy work in, which is consumer operations, I've never heard of that before I joined Google. So I think it goes to show you not only how big Google is, but really how diverse the different kinds of positions could be. And maybe there's something for you that you didn't realize even existed. And not only that, I would also say look at different offices. I think Mountain View is the big championed one, but there's so many offices, and even if you're willing to go international, that's a huge route as well. Google's expanding all across the world. So, you know, if you've always wanted to travel and live in a different country, that's another way to do it, plus, you know, have a job. So just a couple of reminders of, you know, not to be hunkered down into like one box of what your next position might be.
Awesome. Great answers, girls. You get a big tick and a big gold star for those. Now, I've just seen we've got George and Diano have joined. Now, I need to go and take another break, so I'm going to go off camera and off audio, and it is over to whoever is going to keep it going. I will be back soon.
Cool.
Oh, great.
Thank
So
you,
Diano's
Carol.
going to run the asylum.
Okay, Diano, it's up to you now. Thank Diano.
Up to me.
Do something.
Well, God, it's like, well, the way I got it figured since it's the 3rd anniversary of Google Plus, it's like, I mean, I thought it'd be kind of cool just to, just to see where everyone's Google Plus stories were. It's like, how they came onto this platform, and given I'm the one running my mouth right now, I might as well kick it off. So, I don't know. It was kind of weird. It's like I came into Google Plus not really expecting a whole lot, mostly just looking for a place to to do some social madness that wasn't Facebook, because Facebook was kind of pissing me off. All the nonsensical drama and just the madness over there. It was kind of doing my head in. I was actually well on my way to swearing off social media at just in general before a buddy of mine sent me an invite to here when it was in beta. And it's like I honestly didn't even know what to do with it. I was just kind of posting randomly and doing my thing, and then I started posting about TV shows and giving my thoughts on those, and I started amassing a large number of followers. It's like even before I eventually got on the suggested users list, I was up to just a little under 9,000 followers just organically, and for me that blew my mind, because I was like, well, dang, it's like I've been on Twitter for such and such years, and Facebook for such and such years, and I've been on Google Plus for about 5 minutes, and already it's like I have more followers than on both these platforms combined. And then I got on with with some media people that were doing some awesome things with Hangouts, and that just kind of opened up entire worlds right there. It's like there's a local station here in Reno where I'm from, or I am, I guess, KRNV, which incidentally is about a mile away from here. But I started getting involved with their daily Hangouts. They're actually one of the only, actually at this point they are the only news organization that puts Hangouts on air on TV regularly, and I've been involved with them for 2 years, and studio's practically a second home for me. And then let's see, is there anyone in this Hangout that I have not met in person? I don't think so, and that's also something that's been due to Google Plus. It's been, this platform has blown open doors that I never even imagined I could even step to. It's been incredible. The things I've been able to do thanks to this platform, and I'm very passionate about it. It's actually one of the reasons why I'm a TC. I love Google Plus, and I want everyone to love it just as much as I do. All right, so that's enough of me running my site. Someone else take the mic.
Quick thing, I think I'm gonna hop out soon because I have to cook lunch and I'm starving. I will do a very, very quick how I discovered Google Plus. Honestly, I've discovered it through my TCs. When I became a community manager, I wasn't as active on Google Plus, to be truthful, and I was like, oh, how do I get to know this platform better? And I started stalking all of my TCs and checking out all of their profiles to sort of see what does amazing content look like from the people who are sort of first in class in Google Plus, or the folks who've been there since the beginning. And I got a good sense of what people like to post. Deanna likes to swear a bit, which I kind of like. John and Jana post really great content. And, George's wife, Marilyn, makes wonderful cameos here and there. So I think, for me, exploring Google Plus through my TCs has been my gateway drug. And now I've been stuck because all these amazing, really, I love the photos updates. And since then, oh, there she is. As I mentioned.
Speak her name and she appears.
Yeah, we're in the same office, so I can't get on my it's too much echo right now. So.
Nice to see you. I was just mentioning that I really fell in love with Google Plus through the eyes of my TCs and exploring it through my TCs and hearing them talk about it. So that's my, I guess, story about G+.
Now I want to hear the story about what's for lunch. You mentioned lunch there.
Dude, I wish I could tell you it's scrambled eggs and bacon, but I'm trying this whole eat vegan thing in the daytime. So I think
okay, I'm done listening. I love you, but I'm done listening now.
ruin your appetite and gross you out, but just know it's healthy.
We're
That's so funny.
I think I just threw up in my mouth a little bit.
Piano, if it makes you feel any better, I'm going to have to leave too soon too, and that's because there's bacon cooking in the kitchen right now that I can smell. I will be having bacon right after this.
All right,
Cindy and Justine.
Yes, you can come over anytime.
We'll eat together.
Yeah.
We'll put all of my to the side and just eat the bacon. So.
Yeah. So really quickly, I'll jump into, since I'm about to leave as well, to eat my bacon. But I was actually at Google working on Google Maps when Google Plus hadn't launched yet, and it was the big secret amazing thing that's going to happen 3 years ago, and it was just so exciting to be in on this big secret that we're going to unveil to all of the other folks, and so I've been with the platform since the very beginning. I do have to say that I haven't been a power user. Really joining the Google Plus team and kind of learning about all the awesome photos features really hooked me into Google Plus. And that's why kind of, my passion is like, I always tell my friends, I was like, did you know you could do this with Google Plus? Like, these are all amazing things and nobody knows. And I feel like, there's lots of features that are the biggest secrets of Google is all on Google Plus. And so that's why I get so much joy with working with you folks and being part of the Google Plus help community, because I feel like we're revealing these secrets to lots of folks who never know, but these features would help so much in their lives, right? I mean, I love auto backup and I love auto awesome, and these are all things that I didn't know about, 2.5 years ago. So that's one of the reasons why I'm so passionate about the product, because I think it's still kind of a big hidden secret, and I feel like I'm the special task force with all of you folks to kind of tell people about it.
All right. Thanks everyone for inviting us in.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you so much. It was great to see you guys.
And no one sang a birthday song yet, though. We're at a birthday party.
Oh my goodness, should we?
Yeah. See, here's the thing. I can't sing. It's like it's unconstitutional for me to sing. It's against something about cruel and unusual punishment. I don't know. It's like I don't.
Somebody'd have to lead for sure.
It might be really awkward also for all of us to sing to no one except for Google One. Just kind of singing. All right, I guess no birthday song. All right, guys.
Comment to yourself, as you go off to have lunch. Happy birthday.
We can do the short birthday song. It goes, this is your birthday song. It isn't very long. Hey.
Well, I think we've gone and covered that.
Awesome.
All right, everyone. Thank you for having me.
All right.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful day.
Have fun.
Great birthday song.
No, I was like, Justine had no business telling me that whole vegan thing. I'm never gonna stop making fun of her for that ever.
Be gentle with her.
Oh no, it's like when I see her later this year, when I hit Mountain View, it's like I'm gonna bring some bacon with me, and it's like I'm gonna start dangling it in front of her face.
You know what? When they were on here, I wanted to plug my favorite place that sells bacon. It's a meat shop in Mountain View called Dittmer's. So Deanna, when you're here, we'll cook you the best bacon you ever had.
Yeah, they do.
Okay, so that's two things you got to do now. It's like so far you've promised me bacon and the damn best mojito ever. And
okay.
You got it.
Forget about that.
Got it.
Yep.
It's like I will holler at y'all in September and be like, "What's up with the mojitos?"
All right. You're on.
That's the truth. It's like, all right, how about you, John? It's like, what's your Google Plus story, homie?
Well, I got invitation the morning 3 years ago. So, they just showed up out of nowhere. When they announced that Google announced, actually, I don't think I'd even seen the announcement yet. and I suddenly got an invitation to join it. It's like, this will be interesting, and it has been.
Definitely.
I got on and I immediately recognized that it was, as I poked around, that it was just a phenomenal platform, extremely well thought out, and it's just gotten better, as new features have been added and so on. There were a few little glitches in the first few days, but nothing horrible, and as it's grown, it's just been unbelievable.
I gotta completely agree with that. I was like, I'm curious, like, well, anybody here is like before Google Plus, started doing its thing. Was anybody here a Buzz user? Y'all remember Buzz?
I remember it, but I never went anywhere near it.
I played with it just a little bit. I didn't get involved with it really.
All right, how about you, Yana?
Nope, no Buzz.
Really interesting.
Now, what was the I drawn a blank now. What was the product that Google announced as kind of a test that was going to become kind of the rethought email?
Google Wave.
Wave, yeah. Now, I played with Wave quite a bit, and that was quite intriguing.
Yeah, it was kind of cool. It's like I understand how come it didn't pick up, but it was super fun to play around with. It's like, and I think a lot of the things that they were doing with Wave is like, while Wave itself didn't pan out the way they wanted, it's like I like the way they kind of folded that into some of the products. Like a lot of the things that Wave is doing, things like Google Documents does now, and you can see shades of Wave even in Google Plus and to a lesser degree Hangouts.
Yeah, I think that wasn't a lost experiment. It didn't turn out, into the grand thing. It looked like it could conceivably have been as a standalone product, but building on it, it's been really, I think the technology lived on in parts and places.
Oh, absolutely, and that's kind of one of the cool things about Google that I feel is like, they're not afraid to try new things just to see what works and what doesn't. If a product doesn't work, they kill it and they take that experience and they learn from it and they, build it to the next product. We've seen that very recently in things like the newly announced Android TV. Is like, obviously this wasn't their first experiment with TVs, like, or their second or their third or their fourth, but it's like they continue to iterate and try to come up with something that makes sense.
Yeah, and I think that there, speaking of the killing products, there's been, we see stuff like people going, Google Plus is dead, it's going to get killed, and so on, and things like the cleanup with Reader. But if you look at Google's history, it's pretty easy to tell products that are alive and well in Google. And just, are they being updated? Do they tie to Google Plus? Those two tests, you can basically get a reading. Google Reader was popular, but it hadn't been updated in, 3 years by the time it went away? Mm-hmm. The handwriting was on the wall. And, this is just my own assessment of it, but there's a lot of articles that support this. When Larry Page, came back taking command again, there was a very clear and quick change in how Google seemed to operate. And what we started to see was more focus on being a unified product and as opposed to a fragmented set of products. And they, in the early days, Google would experiment. They would put something out, and from what I've heard from talking to various people and read, if some engineers came up with an interesting idea and got a compelling story, they could go to the right people and get approved to release it as a product. And as a result, a lot of these things were just kind of chaotic pieces. And Google has been cleaning house and bringing everything together into a centralized ecosystem that all fits together and interacts together. And those pieces appear to be absolutely safe and solid. And the glue that's holding it all together, sorry, TechCrunch or whatever the name is, the glue that's holding that all together is Google Plus.
Yeah, it's like, don't even get me started on TechCrunch, huh? There's like all these Google Plus gloom and doom articles. Like it's like that kind of thing does my head in, especially as like they sit there and have their little unnamed sources and whatnot. And I'm sure all of us can think of some very much named sources that would argue against every single thing in those articles, and yet that's what the general mindset of people, and that's what they want to believe. It's like it seems like once every few weeks or so, it's like you're finding someone saying that Google Plus is dead, or it's a ghost town and blah blah blah. It's like, I mean, hell, we've been fighting that ghost town thing for what, like 2 years now?
Well, I did see an article today. I did see an article today that said that well, Google Plus actually is not a ghost town, but
you don't say.
Yeah, but it's not so good for referrals. So people aren't getting linked to their websites, and they speculated maybe because people are having such a good time, it's so it holds itself together. People don't need to leave the platform. For stuff.
It's conceivable.
What a horrible flaw.
I mean, I'm paraphrasing.
Yeah, and they can't pay for ads here either, so.
Yeah.
Well, I wanted to since Jana's here, I wanted to say that the way I got interested in Google Plus, which I'm very much of a people person and not so much of a geek. I'm a people and process and pull things together person. But so we have a home office, and it was late at night, and I hear George in here in the office, and he is laughing, and I mean this big whole conversation going on, and I'm like, like, what the heck, and I come in and he he's on a hangout with Jana, and he says, you will not believe this, I am having so much fun. I'm meeting the most interesting people, and you got to get on this platform. So from that that day forward, I got on Google Plus, and it's just been quite the ride. And I just always remember that coming in, and he's going, you will not believe this.
Sorry about that.
These people are so interesting. So you started,
that's the thing is I believe that as a social network, this reflects real life the most faithfully, to the point where somebody pointed out earlier that we've actually met each other in person at one point or another, except for Carol. I haven't met you yet, but I know you because we've been in so many Hangouts, and it's interesting getting to know someone that you didn't know before, and we had one person stay at our house for a week.
Oh, Larry Fanillier, was on this show earlier. He stayed for our house for a week, and boy, did we have fun, and by golly, did we eat well. Oh,
that's some good food.
Some eating and drinking and some partying going on.
But I'm just saying, if it weren't for G+, our world would be so much smaller.
Exactly. Google Plus is also, it's my window to the world. I'm sitting in a small town in central Finland with 75,000 people, and it's just fabulous meeting. Like, I met George and Marilyn during a hangout, and I've met so many wonderful people all around the world, from Australia to Southeast Asia to the States to many European countries and other places too. It's wonderful the way you can meet people and get to know people and understand different cultures, and it's just great. And it was fun meeting you guys live too in Mountain View. In San Jose. No, in San Jose.
Yeah, you're right, San Jose.
San Jose, we're at the convention, yeah. But hey, we even know people's pets. Speaking of pets, in Google Plus, it is Saturday, and we meet people's pets here. It's amazing, just like family.
Yeah, speaking of people from Australia and that part of the world, let's see, Friday a week ago, we spent the day with Liz Quilty, which I thought was just amazing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, from
Yeah,
New Zealand.
New Zealand, yeah.
And, you know,
Just tell the audience who's that you spent the day with?
she's on G+, and she's apparently in some of our circles.
Yeah, Liz Quilty. So she was in the area, and by golly, we got together with her. It was really, really fun.
Cool. And we've just got another top contributor has just arrived. And do you realise that we actually could get all of the top contributors in here, because I'm on my apps account, which means that officially we could have 15 of us, but I know that's not going to happen because everybody's all over the place. But now, and I bet I will pronounce this wrong. Is it Masatake? Have I got that right?
Yeah, you have.
Cool, I got it right. So hi, and welcome to the party.
So what's been happening?
Too much to share. All sorts have been happening. You've missed Cindy and Justine. They've been in and they've shared all about why they love working with the top contributors, why they love working for Google. We've had Ronnie Binser, Martin Chevington, Mary Joyce, so many people. Diano saw you come and he's left. Was it you said?
That didn't sound good.
I'm sure that wasn't intentional.
You've never seen both of us together at the same place.
Okay, now there's something behind this all.
Yeah, which one wears the glasses?
So, Masatake, tell everybody, why do you love Google Plus and why do you love being a top contributor? And don't say I don't love it, because otherwise you'll spoil the plot.
Oh. Well, it's a good question. Well, I got into it because I've been active in Google product forums. That's how I actually got in, because I started to answer questions about +1 buttons, which the release of which preceded that of Google+. And then there were the once the Google+ profiles ran out, and then pages started to be released, then I started to play around with rel equals author, rel equals publish, and so on and so forth. And I was able to answer a few questions. So that's how I got in. And I suppose in the end, it's a good platform, but what makes a good platform good is the people on it. So I got to know quite a few people, and that's why I'm still using it.
Cool. And I don't know if anyone else is noticing, but it doesn't seem to matter who we talk to, who comes in here. Everybody's from a different background, different ideas. Some of us are top contributors, some aren't. Some people teach Hangouts, some people teach Google+, some people have nothing to do with any of that. But it's running through absolutely everything. Everybody says is people and the connections. Every single person is talking about the way you have the people and the connections and how real, how real, I've never done that on a Hangout before. That's because I just had too much of a drink because my back was starting to hurt, so I wanted to get some liquid, and obviously I then started speaking too quickly. Now that's going to go down in history, isn't it? Carol Dodsley burps on a Google Plus Hangout. That's my reputation gone. But it's all about, everybody is saying it's about people, it's about the real conversations they can have, it's about building real relationships, getting to know real people. I have never heard the same consistency across answers when I talk to anybody about any other platform or any other job or any other organization or anything as I am hearing here. Somebody jump in.
You're
I think
absolutely
you've said it all.
It's just a consistent theme that, you know, when you talk to the people that are that have gotten involved with Google Plus and so on, you just constantly hear about the engagement, the involvement, and the wonderful people they've come to know, and the wonderful things they've discovered.
Yeah, absolutely, and I just think that is really a great thing that it is coming out so much today, because we've had must have had 10, 20 people that have been in and out of this Hangout so far, and every single one has had the same consistent theme going across.
Yep.
They love it because of the people, because of the relationships. They love it because of the creativity and all of those things. And that, to me, just sort of reinforces to me why I'm on the platform, and why I love the platform as well, because those are all the things that are really important to me.
I've got a question. How many people that you've circled have you actually met in the real world?
Oh.
Just roughly in terms of proportion.
For me, maybe about that many. Really, really small proportion. I think I've only probably met 3 or 4 people that I know from Google Plus in real life. But that's me. I'll be meeting a lot more soon. I don't know about anybody else. How many people is everybody else? Probably a lot more than me, because I live in the middle of nowhere and don't see a lot of people in real life, but I see them all on Google Plus.
Well, I'm surprised. Even though I live just 100 miles from New York City, I too live, you know, am in a very remote area in the infamous Woodstock, New York, and so I too don't see a lot of people outside of that. But I would say I've probably met somewhere between 1% and 3% of the people that I've circled, just making a wild guess. Almost all of whom I've met in person at the TC Summit. So if we factored that out, it's a minuscule number.
And I think that's the, if you like, a characteristic of Google Plus. When I compare to other platforms, I think on other platforms, I'm primarily thinking of things like Facebook and LinkedIn. Then the proportions are totally different for me. The most people that I have as friends or connections, I have met in real life. Whereas for Google Plus, it is, like as you said, a very small amount.
Well, let me ask you a question though. How many on those platforms that you met before meeting them in real life? I mean, how many had you connected with before meeting them in real life? Which is what's happening on Google Plus is these are people that you didn't really know before.
Yeah, I was going to go in exactly the same direction, and almost everybody I'm connected with on the other platforms I knew before I connected with them on those platforms. There's a minuscule number of people that I met on Facebook. So it's exactly the opposite.
You know, we're lucky here in Mountain View because we're close to the mothership, and so besides people who come, in addition, we've got San Francisco not very far from us, so people come here, and when they're in the area, we really have. We reach out, and as well as when they're saying who wants to get together, we raise our hands and say yes, and so we've met well over 100 people that we've never that we've interacted with, and some of which in official hurls, and some of us just 3 and 4 or 2 people at a time, and it is fabulous. It's been such a joy to us, and such interesting people. And of course, once you meet somebody in real life, that strengthens an already growing bond and connection, and you've already got shared interests. So it just goes on and on. It's really fun.
One of the things I think is really wonderful is when we do meet people that we've come to know on Google Plus. It's like continuing a friendship as opposed to meeting them.
Right.
Exactly.
Exactly right.
And I have noticed too that many of the people that I engage with on Google Plus, I'm also connecting with them on LinkedIn also, and so that's also a whole nother, opens a whole nother avenue for me on for what actually earns our living, which is video production. So. It grows, and the circles expand.
There's a virtuous cycle going on. So,
yeah. Well, the other thing is Hangouts are special, to this social network, and you really can develop a much stronger relationship with someone that you've never met through Hangouts. So that when you finally do meet them, I remember the first time this happened, it was like the person had stepped out of the screen from 2 dimensions to 3 dimensions. But it was it was a continuation of the same event. So I don't know. I think it's just it's unique.
Just to add to that, Mark Barras, I hope that's pronounced right, says Masataki brings up a great point. G+ is a much more intimate platform. Getting together is so convenient anywhere and any time, and that ties in as well to what you were saying there, George, about the Hangout. It really is. It's like I've met so many people that I didn't know before, and I've met them on Google+, and I feel as though we are great friends now, even though we haven't all met in real life. We will one day, because you do have that intimate conversation. And I was saying a little bit earlier, on a Hangout, what you're doing is you're looking at each other. When people learn not to look down at the film strip and learn to look at their camera, you're actually talking to each other's face the same as you would be if you were in a room with each other. You're looking at each other's eyes. You can see the body language. You can feel the energy or lack of energy in someone. You can jump onto a Hangout with someone and you can almost instantly, very much like in real life, not quite, because obviously there's slightly different energy in real life, but on a Hangout you can almost the same way feel whether or not there is any rapport there right from the start, because you've got that more in-depth way of connecting. When somebody's writing something on a platform where it is just writing, I tend to write the way I talk, which means that I tend to write long answers to things and things like that, because I talk a lot and I write a lot, and my grammar is the same when I'm writing. I don't try and write correctly or anything like that. I just talk to people, whether it's written or whether it's audio or whether it's on video. But you do find that there are a lot of people who tend to write differently to the way they are as a person, who tend to engage online with this different persona, with this persona that they think they should have. And then you meet them and suddenly you think, oh my God, this person is nothing like who I thought they were going to be, because they have 2 personas. When you've got Hangouts, people cannot, not for very long anyway, they cannot keep up that second persona, because they have to be themselves. They can try it, and if they're doing a broadcast they might make it happen, because they can put on this act whilst they're doing the broadcast. But when you start to get into real Hangouts and have real conversations like we're all having here today, that's when they can't have that persona. They have to show their real selves, and if they do have a persona, you feel it, you see it in their eyes, you can tell by their facial expressions and their body language they are really not being themselves. So by having all of that, we are really creating the equivalent of real life. So like you say, when they come out and they meet you in real life, it's like they've just stepped off the screen. They haven't changed. They're the same person. And I was saying a lot earlier on today, with me, the only difference and the only thing that shocks people is that they say, oh my goodness, I didn't realize you were so small. But other than that, I'm the same person. And and you just feel like you've always known people. And Jana's just uploaded some great photos onto the event of her watching the event.
My husband was taking photos.
Cool.
Awesome.
So come on, Jana, take over again. I need to have a break.
Okay, have a break. Have a Kit Kat. I just fed the cat. That's why I took a break.
Over here in the States, it's still Catterday. I think it's probably slipped over to Sunday for you by now.
No,
not yet.
Saturday. The sun is shining in my eyes. It's 10:30 in the evening.
Oh, wow.
Oh, okay.
Okay, cool.
And the sun is shining in my eyes. So we're in Finland.
Gosh,
Yeah.
you're lucky. It's 8:30 in the evening here, and there's no sun shining in my eyes.
Sadly.
Speaking of Catterday, of course we have our cat.
Oh. Hi.
Yeah. That's the second animal that's made an appearance.
Yep.
Oh yeah, who was in before?
Toby. Got a dog that
Okay, cool.
I'll see if he wants to make another appearance. Give me a minute.
My cat went outside to see if there were any small creatures.
Yeah.
Small yet tasty creatures.
Looking for that twilight that's never going to come.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. She was playing around. She was. We saw a frog today in the garden, and she was like, "What the heck is this?" It was wet and clammy, so she left it alone. Luckily, because they eat snails, so I do like my frogs.
Yeah.
Okay, I've got a question for everybody, because it looks like Toby didn't come back with John, so maybe we'll have to wait for Toby. I just adore Toby. Let's go along the line.
Oh, he did wander in.
Oh, he did wander in. Let's see Toby, because we're going to take a picture of him. Where's Toby? This is the cutest dog you have ever seen.
Oh my gosh.
He just looks like a teddy bear. Cool.
He's absolutely like a stuffed animal.
Aww.
And he loves eating shoes and wires and all things he shouldn't eat, which I think is perfect, because that's what 4-month-old dogs should do.
Yep, he very quickly after we got him decided he did like, or like his case may be, the wire for the charging cable for my book. So that was the expensive chewing exercise for it.
Oh dear.
Okay, so let's go back to the question. If you could ask Google Plus to give you one tool or one feature, what would it be?
I know. Creative Kit back. I want Creative Kit back. I want to be able to edit the photos like we used to, and I want to be able to sign my photos like I used to be able to do on Google Plus. I would really love to have the Creative Kit back.
Anyone else? Anything that if you had one choice, what would it be?
You know, I like the way the user interface for the Hangouts was before this latest revision. You know, so that the film strip had the wide things and all the controls were always on the screen all the time.
Oh, right. You'd like to go back to... Did you prefer it when it was a white background as well?
Well, I don't care if it's dark or light. I just I don't like the things that appear when you float a cursor over them. I like them to stay where they're, stay where they're at.
So far, the two things, if you could ask for anything, have been rollback rather than new things. That's quite interesting, isn't it?
Well, they could implement them newly if they wanted to, as long as they work the way they used to.
Anyone else? John, Masatake, anything in specific that you think would be great?
I'm thinking. I've got a laundry list of comparatively smaller things I'd love to see them do, but if I had to pick this one, I'm not sure that any of those off the list would be
Well,
what I would.
you can give us a few things if they're smaller things. That's it. We're having a party. You're free to give us whatever you want to give us.
Well, there's a laundry list of things I'd love to see in communities that could help. With the ability to have a delegation level that's below full moderator. It would give some additional authorities that people could do to manage more effectively. Ability to put kind of badges on people in communities.
I'm just going to have to butt in there, John, because your sound is breaking up, and I don't think anyone can actually hear what you're saying properly, which is a real shame because we've no idea what these features are that you would like.
I don't. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I have no idea what's happened there. That's
You're breaking up again.
interesting. Am I still breaking?
After the episode with Toby, your sound started to break up. He didn't chew anything, did he?
That's just what I was looking for. Is it working now? Or is it still breaking up?
Still breaking up.
A little choppy.
Very strange.
And this is one of the things that happens with Google Hangouts. But something, and this isn't about a feature that I would like, this is actually a bit of a gripe at people. So many people say, oh, well, it's the quality is not good and it's rubbish and this and that and the other. And I know something's gone wrong because obviously John is normally very, very clear. But on the whole, if your equipment is good, if your connectivity is good, Google Hangouts are pretty amazing pieces of kit. When I see people that are breaking up, I mean, I do a TV program every week with someone who was supposed to come on today. I don't know if he's going to make it because I know he was going to be on his phone. And his quality is atrocious. If he wasn't the leader of the organization, I would refuse to do a program with him because it is so bad. But the reason it is so bad is because he has crap internet connection and he doesn't have a fast enough service. It's not because Hangouts are bad, it's because of his connection, and he knows that and he's trying to get it fixed. But usually the majority of the time it is user error, or it is bad equipment, or it is bad internet connection. Google cannot control your equipment, your button pressing, or your internet provision. So therefore, my gripe is with people that complain that Google's stuff is rubbish when actually it isn't. Some stuff might be, I've no idea, but just with Hangouts, and it is a little bit of a gripe that I have. You know, if you look at mine, I have a very clear picture, I can move around the screen, and I don't go fuzzy. You can hear my voice very clearly, and that's because I have a good internet connection, and because I have not expensive hundreds of thousands of pounds. You know, I have a Mac, or I have my plug-in, I've got a USB Logitech C615, which is a tiny little camera because I like to have one that I can put in my handbag or in my pocket and take it with me when I'm traveling. And I did buy a Snowball, thinking from the picture when I bought it that was going to be a tiny little microphone I could carry, but I made a mistake on that one. I can't carry that one around. But it is, you know, if you're having problems with Hangouts, if you're having problems with your quality, before you start blaming the tool, have a look and check that everything you've got is actually right. And one of the things that a lot of people don't know or don't do is speedtest.net. Go on to speedtest.net and test the speed of your internet connection. I was hosting the World Acting Summit a few months ago, and they had booked a specific room with wired connection because we'd gone through all of that. And the first 2 days, their connectivity was absolutely atrocious. And I said, well, have you done a speed test? And they went, well, no, we're wired. I said, no, do a speed test. They did the speed test, and they found out that their internet speed was less than most people's Wi-Fi when they're on a bad Wi-Fi. The next day, they moved to a different office somewhere else, and suddenly they were perfect because they actually got great internet connection. So that was just a little bit of a rant from me. Jana's trying to show us her microphone. So let's go to Jana because it's going to make her hand ache if she holds it much longer.
Yeah, exactly, because this is not the lightest of equipment. This is also from Blue microphones, and this is one step up from Carol's Snowball. This is Yeti, or the Snowman. And this is really great because I have been using this for my own Hangouts when I talk by myself. I have been using this when I've done interviews so that it catches like 2 different people from each side. And I have also been using this in a room full of people because there are 4 different settings. You can use this as all sorts of mic things, and it works really well. And I have a Logitech C920 webcam on top of my iMac, and the Wi-Fi connection I have, it's around 30 megabytes, 30 megas, so that is quite good, but it really does depend. The picture quality does depend very much on the Wi-Fi, and that is the main thing. I can't hear Carol.
No, Carol's talking and she was muted, so I'll start again. Another good tip, remember to unmute yourself.
Hangout. Things happen.
Mark Barris says Google should offer Wi-Fi for all Google products, even as a premium feature. The IP industry is inadequate, and I must say, in some areas, I agree. And they are doing some things, aren't they? They've got Google Fiber is one of them that I've heard of, and they're also playing with balloons, or that will go up to a satellite or something, where they can bring internet to areas that have no other options. I can't remember exactly what that's about, but I know I looked at it and thought,
Project Loon.
Say again.
Project Loon. Am I still breaking up?
Not too bad.
Okay. It's Project Loon, and they were looking at what are different ways of delivering internet service to places that are very remote, and came up with the idea of these balloons that can stay up for months and only be brought down when they need to be serviced or something. And they've done testing in remote areas of Australia, among other places, where they've had really good results. The other interesting thing that everybody's speculating on is Google just bought a satellite company, and the question is, are they looking at yet another solution that perhaps could allow them to deliver internet service and become a very wideband provider?
Yeah, I think we do need a shake-up in that area. I know in the UK, I was on one particular provider, and it was like watching paint dry. It's advertised everywhere as high quality, high speed, awesome stuff. And I just used to sit here thinking, oh my goodness me, I can't even get a page to open. And I was paying quite a lot of money. And then I switched to a cable provider, and I have their top of the range provision because of what I do. I want good quality, and it's been absolutely amazing. But we do have pockets where people only get the other one. They have no choice of provider because the cable isn't there. And what happens there is, apparently, it depends how far away you are from the exchange. And if you're too far away from the exchange, you could be paying a fortune. You're getting absolute rubbish. So it is something that I think in this day and age of technology, and with what we're doing and what we want to be doing, I think we need either more providers, or the providers we have need to get their act together. And I think the countries need to get together. I know, for instance, I'm considering moving to Bulgaria, and some of the areas I would love to live in, I can't if I want to be on Google Plus and using Hangouts, because internet is almost non-existent. And yet in other areas of the country, they have fiber optic, ultra fast. They are the 3rd best in Europe. But the countries need to get behind it and start to make sure this gets spread out. And we need somebody, I think, like the Google stuff that they're doing, Project Loon and the other things, to actually shake things up and get people thinking, and that will make the competitors try and sort themselves out, because I think when you get a competitor comes in, people suddenly go, oh my god, we need to improve what we've got. As long as there's no competitors there, they don't need to improve. And I think, you know, this is changing the world, what we have here, this technology, and we do need people out there who have the ability to give people the access to actually start upping your game and making it more accessible for people. I got on my soapbox there, didn't I?
I think you really hit the nail on the head with competition being needed, because that's what makes the difference. Cable companies over here have gone as far as to say that their customers are not interested in faster internet speeds, and that therefore, you know, the Google Fiber is uninteresting because their customers don't want it. It's absolutely ludicrous. I've never met anybody who would say that they don't want it to be, you know, faster and eliminate delays.
Yeah,
well, also,
exactly.
The customer service is pretty poor on with those big companies, and we're looking forward to Google Fiber just for the same reasons you mentioned. It's you know, it's providing some incentive for people to clean up their act.
Yep.
Yeah. And I think that's a necessity in the world. You know, with a lot of other things, people, if they're the monopoly, if they're the only ones, there is no need to clean anything up. But then when a competition comes in, they have to do something or they go under. And I love to see that happen. Not people going under, I don't love to see happen, but I love to see something happen that makes people take a step back and go, oh, we need to step up.
Yep.
Right. Yeah. Well, we need to step back.
Yeah,
right
we
now,
need to
'cause-
step back and take care of those, get the bacon and eggs going for our lunch.
There's a lot of talk about bacon here in this.
I know. Wait, just a coincidence.
I don't think it's limited to Google Plus, but it's certainly out there.
I did a nice barbecue today with pork belly and chicken wings and sausages and porks on a stick and all sorts of things, and newly dug potatoes with dill and.
Did you have to use an umbrella like you did in that one photo?
What did you say?
Remember, you had a photo where you had an umbrella. You were grilling out.
Oh
and you had
yeah,
an
no.
umbrella.
Today the sun was shining. Yeah. But because we live right next to a huge lake, which is over 200 kilometers long. So the weather changes quite quickly, and the clouds they sometimes, you know, they just come out of the blue, and you look around and you miss one direction behind the house. Okay, now the weather is nice. I use when I do the barbecue, I use actual birch wood to cook it. So it takes time. So it takes time, and because the fire is really hot, so I don't have any hut or anything there. So it's just because I like to sit in the sunshine and barbecue.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, it's sometimes with the umbrella.
We got quite a kick out of seeing it. Not to be put off by the weather. You're out there grilling.
If you live in Finland, you just have to adjust.
Yeah, great.
Well, thank you so much for coming to join us.
Nice.
Great seeing you, George.
Great having you.
Great seeing everybody.
Okay.
Have fun.
Bye.
Okay, do we have any techies in the house?
Techie came.
Richard has just said he's just done a speed test and his download speed is 4.54 and upload is 0.6. Are these okay? I would say that is pretty low.
That's slow. I mean, it depends what the connection should be like, but I think that's pretty slow.
Yeah, that's not going to give a fantastic Hangout on air quality for you, Richard. That is pretty low. I mean, mine is.
It should be over one mega.
Yeah, you should be over 1 megabyte at least if you're doing a one-to-one, and it should be over 2 if you're doing a group hangout. I mean, my speeds are 100 and something one direction and 23 the other direction, but I'm on very high speed, and it's one of the things that's a bit worrying when I move, because that's the one thing that has to be brilliant. So yes, Richard, yours is very, very slow. It's not your equipment, because the C615 is a really good little camera. Because it's a Logitech as well, it's slightly different, but it is good. And we are going to say hello to the lady that has flipped across our screens a couple of times in the last few seconds, because we now have Peggy K in the house. Woohoo!
Welcome, Peggy.
There we go. Another top contributor. So we're not going that far off, having had all of them here. I know there are some who can't come today, but we're doing really great, and people are really getting to see the top contributors. Again, we've now got 5 top contributors sitting in this Hangout in front of you.
That's right. So I have to tell you guys, I was listening to you chat just earlier, and I was getting so jealous of all your equipment. Your beautiful microphones and computers and stuff. I mean, I'm using the Chromebook, which works just fine, but someday I want a big shiny microphone too.
I didn't have a big shiny microphone when I started. The only reason I have one is because it is my main business, is what I do. So I had to go and get, you know, I already had my Mac, I must admit, and that works very well without microphones. But because I want to sit here and I don't want a 22-inch Mac sitting in my face, and because I go around other places, I use my Chromebook quite a lot as well. And considering that they are such a small machine and not high-powered, they actually work pretty cool, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, very well. Well, here's my exciting microphone. Does that make you feel better, Peggy?
Hey, I've got one of those too. But
so, Peggy, you're now going to be in the spotlight, because all of the rest of us have already been in the spotlight. It's your turn. You've come to join us. You've put your foot in there, so now you're in it. Why are you on Google+? Why do you like Google+? And why on earth are you a top contributor?
So that's a lot of questions.
I know. But I just thought I'd put them all out there.
I didn't join Google+ until I think it was about September of 2011. And I confess I was one of the people who said, oh, I don't really need another social network. You know, I had Facebook, still have Facebook, and I have MySpace. You guys remember MySpace, right? I think I still have a profile there. So it kind of seemed like, oh, I don't really need another social networking identity. But I finally joined Google+ because I'm a top contributor, and lots of the other Google top contributors were joining, and it's a really good way, it turns out, to communicate with each other directly in not just video calls, but in Hangout chats and in private communities and just private discussions. And it turns out to work really well for that. And so that's how I kind of got sucked into it. And since then, I do use it a lot to even interact with non-top contributors too, and share photos and use Hangouts and all the other things that you can do. I also use it to, you know, leave YouTube comments and all those other things that Google+ is now integrated with. And it is really a way to have an identity for a lot of different services. And as you guys probably know, I know you guys know, listeners may not know, I actually usually interact with the Google+ page so that my personal profile is kept separate. And I find that that works just fine. I mean, I can have segmented identities for different situations. And I like the fact that Google+ actually lets you do that relatively easily. It not only in that you can choose your identity, but you can easily choose who you share information with in terms of your posts, in terms of the information on your profile. So I think that's a real step up compared to, say, Facebook, where it's really hard to even understand who's seeing which bits of your information. It's better than it used to be, but it's still not as user-friendly, I don't think, as Google Plus is. So that's how I ended up on Google Plus. I kind of came in reluctantly, and now I really like it.
And that's really cool. And you said at the beginning there, you came because other top contributors. You didn't start as a Google Plus. You were already a top contributor. Is it for YouTube you're a top contributor?
Well, I think so. So I started helping out in the Google Help forums back in, it must have been 2009. So that's long before Google Plus even existed.
Wow, that was when I first came online.
So I guess that makes me an old timer in the forums. So you know, I met a lot of great people through the forums, but the help forums don't really provide a good platform for private communications socially with people. And so, and you know, and over time, obviously, top contributors do talk to each other outside of the forums and email and other places, but Google Plus turned out to be a really good opportunity where, let's face it, all of us obviously have Google accounts, so that you know, I'll start there, and then really start using the features like private communities and Hangouts to talk with each other, and so it started there. So really, for most of the time I've used Google Plus, most of the people in my circles were other Google top contributors, which is great, which is fine with me. You know, I interact with different people, family, friends, in different ways and different platforms, although I think it would be great if there were more people I knew directly in Meet Space who joined Google Plus and used it actively, but you know, some do now and some don't, and that's fine. So anyway, so that's how I got drawn in, and now I find that there's a lot of people who I never met before who are posting interesting things, photos, articles, all kinds of interesting things who I never would have discovered before joining Google Plus as well. So I found it's really a neat way to talk with other people, meet other people, and so forth, but I'm not sure when I would have joined if I hadn't already been interacting with other heavy Google product users. So yeah, so I started there, and I really didn't start helping a lot in the Google Plus help forum, not the Google Plus help community that's today. There was actually, used to be a forum with all the other Google help forums. I really started helping there when YouTube started the integration with Google Plus, and obviously that started raising a lot of questions in the YouTube help forum. And so part of that was me coming to the Google Plus help to try and find answers for myself. And then, you know, it's one of those things, I see questions there that I think I know the answer to, so I answer them. And that's how I kind of got sucked into the whole thing. And when the Google Plus help forum was closed almost a year ago now, I started contributing in the Google Plus help community more frequently. And I'm obviously a much more active user of Google Plus now than I was a year ago. But I like it. So that's why I do it. I wouldn't advise anybody to use Google Plus if I didn't actually think it was worth doing myself. So.
And I think that's a good point, you know, because there are some people who tell people to go and get on something that actually they don't use themselves. You know, I'm seeing a lot of marketers at the moment marketing how to use Google Plus, teaching other people how to use Google Plus. Some of the, and I'll do that, the gurus are telling them this is what you do and this is how you make money and this is how you run your business. And then you go across and you find out that actually they are not active on Google+. They're not using the actual platform. You click through to their YouTube channel, and yeah, they've got a few bits. You know, some of them are doing stuff privately. Some of them have probably got profiles elsewhere that are not their main profiles, I'm sure. But there are a lot of people who are saying, go and use it, and it does this and it does that, and actually they have absolutely no idea because they're not walking their talk. I mean, I first became aware of you in the Google Plus Hangouts and YouTube integration community. That was when we started really talking, because I'm very much Hangouts, so YouTube was sort of all part of that, and I think that's where we got to know each other more than in the Google Plus Help community. And it was just brilliant, you know. I mean, I remember when I first saw some of your things, and I was thinking, my goodness, this woman is such an expert at this stuff, and she understands YouTube. Who understands YouTube? But it's really great because you learn together and everything, and then the fact that you start to enjoy it, I think that is what, you know, anybody who is suggesting to other people go on. I never nowadays tell people you should be on Facebook. I used to be a Facebook expert, a specialist. I used to teach and I used to help businesses on Facebook. When I lost my enthusiasm for Facebook, I still use Facebook, but I use it personally. It's for my personal stuff and a little bit of business, but I don't focus on that. But I now, if somebody comes to me and says, oh, you're a Facebook expert, I want to get on Facebook for my business, can you show me how? Quickly. Oh.
You're under attack.
We got it.
He doesn't like to be hacked. Okay. Ow. Ow.
But I now cannot, with authenticity, I cannot say to people, you must have a Facebook page, because I don't actually walk my talk on Facebook anymore. I don't do as much as I did. Therefore, how can I tell someone else it's the best thing since sliced bread? I can't. But if I'm on the platform like we're here on Google+, I can tell people, you need to get on there, and these are the benefits. And if they come over, they can have a look, and they can see that I use it as well. So I'm talking about what I know. So I love the fact that you actually mentioned that.
Yeah, I think one thing that sometimes gets lost is that there is no one right way to do things on Google+. I think sometimes people may be intimidated or, you know, sort of look askance when there is a lot of information out here. Oh, you're a new Google Plus user and you should do this. You should follow all these particular people and you should make, you know, a dozen different circles and, you know, do this and join communities. And I think all that can feel kind of intimidating, where I think in reality different people are going to want to use it in different ways. And you may never post anything on Google Plus directly, but you might use it to upload all your photos and share your photos with your family and friends. Or you might just use it to comment on YouTube or on blogs or whatever. So I think that also there's a whole separate set of things for businesses where Google Plus seems to me to really be trying to encourage businesses to make a Google Plus local page and do that. And so businesses obviously are going to have different interests and needs than individual users are. And I think there are different ways of doing things. There's no one size fits all sort of, you know, here's how you need to do it. Instead, I think people should be encouraged more to give it a try, give it a fair try, not just reject it out of hand, and see if it works for them. And I think a lot of people do ultimately discover that it's something that they like to use, or even if they don't like to use Google+, they find it useful to use.
I love the fair try comment. It reminds me of a guy that asked me questions on a few questions over a couple of weeks. And he came on the first day and was like, I'm going to write a review of Google+. I've never been on it before. I'm going to give it 2 weeks to find out what it's all about and give it a fair assessment. And I was like, you've got to be kidding. You know, there is so much richness, so much capability. Sorry, you're not giving it a fair shake if you're going to give it only 2 weeks. And he acknowledged he didn't have full time to devote to it, too.
I think anyone who thinks that joining Google Plus has a set of requirements is going to start thinking of it as like a job or like school, and nobody likes to be given assignments, you know. Yeah. I don't think you can really enjoy it without kind of thinking to yourself, well, I don't have to do any of this, but let me see what I like doing.
Right.
And sample things.
Yeah, and there are simple, you know, you can come on as a very basic user and do a minimal amount of stuff and get up and running within a very, very short period of time, if that's what you want to do. I was laughing at this guy because he wanted to learn all aspects of Google Plus, soup to nuts, in 2 weeks. I was like, you know, sorry, guy, ain't happening.
It doesn't happen. It's taken me 3 years, and still I don't know everything.
Right, and you're doing all the intricacies of business relationships and everything. So you're you know, way beyond what the basic user needs. I mean, a basic user within 20 minutes or so can really get started and be able to be very functional.
Yeah, true.
I guess personally, I'm really a hands-on kind of person. So for me at least, reading about something kind of gives me an idea, but I don't really fully appreciate things until I've actually sat down and tried them for myself. And I think that, I mean, hopefully people do that. Instead of, you know, sitting and saying, okay, here's this how-to guide in, you know, 10 lessons on how to use Google+, instead of spending a lot of time focusing on how to do it, instead just sit down and start testing it. Give it a try. See what you like. Yep. And it should be user-friendly enough for people to get started, at least. Although I know I'm not a very good judge of that, because, you know, having been around enough forums and products and various things, I probably have a better idea than a lot of new users do on just in general how things work on the Google side of things. But
one of the things that we talked about earlier was that people that have the hardest time with Google Plus are frequently people that have been very involved with Facebook, because they're coming forward with the Facebook experience and the Facebook concepts of how things should work. And so they try and equate circling to friending in Facebook. And it's different. And they try and equate, you know, the timeline to some, you know, to Google Plus and so on. And you know, there are fundamental differences, and those differences are really wonderful, but you have to be ready to come in and think a little differently.
Yeah. Put away your preconceived ideas of how you think it will work, and instead keep an open mind to how it actually does work.
Yep.
Exactly. Yeah. And
people who come in with no previous experience often come in and understand it very quickly, because it's much more intuitive and more like regular, you know, real life, as it were. I mean, we all have social circles. We understand that concept, and if you think that way, it makes a lot of sense. If you think of it, if you try and think of circles in Facebook terms, huh?
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Good point.
In fact, one of the things that I immediately liked about Google Plus compared to Facebook is that there isn't the requirement for mutual friending. Instead, you know, you have these asymmetric relationships where you follow people or pages that either you find interesting or that you want to interact with, and there's no requirement that they follow you back. And that is more like real life, I think, where, you know, you may have a teacher or an acquaintance, and you want to add them to your contacts, or you want to hear what they're saying, and it may not be mutual. And I think that to me is more intuitive than having to have some sort of mutual relationship.
Right.
The way
It's even more to my mind because a good example is, for instance, me following the page for CERN, the Large Hadron Collider, and all these. I don't know much about it, but I want to learn what they're doing there. And I shared a post, a Hangout post or something from their page, and there was some discussion with in the comments with people about who we follow, and somebody, a newbie, asked me that is it okay to follow these kinds of pages, and I wrote back a comment that sure, that it's of course it's okay. It's like subscribing to a free newspaper or a newsletter or whatever. You get their news and you learn. And I said, well, I don't know anything about these things, so definitely the scientists from CERN don't follow me. But the next comment was somebody who is actually working in the facility in CERN, a scientist. And he commented, oh yes, but we follow you because you post about Google Plus, and we want to learn about that. So it's give and take, but on different levels.
I think what's interesting, though, is, so we're here to talk about, Google Plus's 3rd birthday, to see how much Google Plus has changed over the past 3 years, and the fact that I think more people are familiar with those ideas now than they were back in 2011 when it was brand new.
Oh, yes.
So it has been, really interesting to see the various changes Google Plus has made and the new things they've added, while still maintaining the basic core of how the interactions work the same. I mean, to me, that's what's central to Google Plus. Not, there's a lot of bells and whistles, attached to that, but in the middle, the basis is the way that you interact with other people.
Yeah, and also because I have several business pages, so how you use a business page is so much different from Facebook, because on Facebook you cannot, for instance, if a personal profile on Facebook shares your page's post, you cannot even thank them, you cannot comment, you cannot like the post or anything because you're a page. But on Google Plus, a business profile, business page can do everything that a personal profile can, and that is something that I don't think most of the business people have really caught on to that yet.
Well, although that's one of the things that has changed significantly, though. I mean, Google Plus started out, it didn't even have business pages.
Yeah.
And then when they were first introduced, they actually were limited in terms of, you couldn't add people to your circles unless they added you first and things like that. And over time, pages, the distinction between pages and profiles has become, they become less different from each other. So it's true, most of the things a profile can do, a page can do now, which is really nice in terms of being able to choose an identity for Google Plus that is not, your real life name or is a persona. And of course, some of that has to do with the big influx of people from YouTube who want to have an identity for their YouTube channel that is distinct from their personal identity, which I think is a perfectly normal thing to want to have. And so I think that it's good that those things have kind of developed together, where you can have a non-personal identity that interacts just fine with everybody else on Google Plus and can join Hangouts, or at least video calls, and join communities and do all the other sorts of interactions that real people can do.
Yeah, Yeah, very true. Yeah. Yeah, it has changed quite a lot, the business side, and it's getting so much better all the time. They do listen to the feedback. I've noticed it. They do listen to the feedback, and they listen to us, of course, when we give feedback, because we do tests and things, and we hear what people write in the forums and in the communities.
Mm-hmm.
So we hear the feedback also from users, and we also give that feedback back to Google, and there are many things that have been improved because of user feedback.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so keep sending feedback. You're not going to get any any reply directly personalized to you saying, "Oh, thank you for your feedback." But Google does consider and act on feedback. So I think that, because we sometimes have questions about, I've sent feedback on this, haven't heard anything about it from Google, etc., etc. That's unfortunately quite natural. So, but that doesn't mean Google doesn't read those pieces of feedback. So make sure to send and keep on sending feedback.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm very much with you on that as well, and I think that is also one of the things that I find with Google Plus that I think is so good. People complain that there's no way of talking to a Googler, that they can't pick up the phone and get customer support. But you go onto the other platforms, it is so hard to even send feedback. It's so hard to find out information. The thing that I love about Google Plus is the fact that we have top contributors. I mean, those are across all Google products, but we're talking primarily about Google Plus here. And you can, we as top contributors can take things further to Google Plus and to talk to people. You can send feedback using the feedback option, which for those of you who are newbies, if you're listening in and you have no idea how do I send feedback, where do I find it, if you go to your navigation panel on the left hand side where it says home and people and all of that, right at the bottom of there is a little link that says feedback, and when you click on that, you get a box opens up and you can send your feedback. You can send them screenshots, you can all sorts of things, and it is a human being that reads every single piece of feedback that is sent to Google. Now, to me, considering that Google Plus is a free platform, unless you're using Google Apps, then you are paying, but you're not paying an awful lot of money. But it's a free platform. What free platform do you know where you can get so much help as you can on Google Plus? I haven't found one yet where I have so much opportunity to get help with issues, to be able to give feedback that I know is being taken notice of, even if they don't answer me. There are millions of people on Google Plus. Of course they don't have a switchboard where they're going to answer your question. You're not paying them. What on earth would they do that for? If you have a paid for service, like I have Google Apps, I can get a phone number and I can phone them up for help. But I'm paying, so of course I'm going to expect to be able to get that extra little bit of help. But on a free platform, you have so much help out there that really is not available on any other platform at all. So, and I find that a real big positive when people start to understand that the Google Plus help community is there, that there are top contributors in there who have ways of talking and taking things back, of ways of helping and escalating things. We're like your link. You have a lot of help. And so many people don't realize that, and they don't understand. And we as top contributors, we see quite a lot of people going, oh, why isn't there someone I can phone up? Oh, I've lost my password. I need a phone number so I can phone up and someone can get me back into my email. And it's like, you're not going to get that anywhere on a free platform, but you're almost getting that because you have so many people who are so passionate about the platform and you as users that they're in there helping you. And I just think it's awesome.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. Go ahead, Jana.
Excellent points. I was just going to say that. Excellent points.
Now, I was going to add that I was talking to one of the product managers, and a product manager made the comment that sending a feedback is even better than talking to the product manager directly for getting something into the system, because not only does it go to somebody on the team who reads it, but they get categorized and they go into their requirements database and they do analysis on the number of times they see certain requirements pop up and so on. So even if you know 1,000 people that have made the same request by feedback, you know, be the 1,001st person if it's something that's important to you. Now, don't send it in 1,000 times yourself. Google's smart enough to recognize spamming, but by all means, if other people, if you know something that you want and you haven't submitted it, submit it again.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm glad you brought that up, John, because sometimes people think, oh, no point sending feedback because they don't answer me. They don't have to answer you. The fact that you have sent the feedback, you are giving them the message. And if there's just one person out of all of the millions of users who suggests one thing or has a problem that is not common to anybody else, they may not make a change. But if they see the same thing coming in, how do you think some of the ideas, some of the new features that we have, where do you think they come from? Some come from the Googlers who are very creative and come up with these smart ideas, but a lot of them come from the user feedback, from people saying, I can't remember there was something that was introduced or taken away, and everybody on the public platform and through the feedback and everywhere else was saying, no, that's not working, that's not right. And it suddenly disappeared again, or it came back again. I can't remember which way around it was. But they take notice. You are actually helping to build this platform by giving your feedback and by actually letting them know. And I think that's great. You know, how many organizations that you don't work for and that you're not a paying customer of can you actually influence? With Google, you can influence Google+.
I think that's a really good point, and I hope people bear in mind that when you provide feedback, it's unlikely you're going to see any sort of instantaneous change. It's not like somebody reads the feedback and the person reading it dives into the Google+ code and changes something right there. Instead, you know, Google+ is going to look at feedback from a bunch of different users, and presumably, you know, they have planning, and it takes time to implement any changes. So just because you've provided feedback and you don't hear something directly and you don't see a change directly, it doesn't mean that Google+ isn't actually reading what you've written and taking that into account, along with all the feedback from all the other users as well. Because sometimes change can be slow, but I've seen a lot of much requested features eventually be incorporated into the platform. And that's not true just on Google+, but in other Google products as well.
That's very true.
And taking that a step further, in some of the discussions that where I've been able to talk to the Googlers about things that they've done, they will tell us flat out that they did something because a particular enhancement or a particular change because of feedback they received.
Mm-hmm.
They aren't going to do everything 100% of the things, even if there's a large audience requesting it, and it's because there's another factor that we aren't privy to, and by we I mean the general population, and that is, what is the direction Google's going in, and maybe a change is part of something that hasn't seen the light of day yet. And so they're working on something. There was a great quote that I often think of when people talk about requirements and, well, they should just listen to the users. And the quote was from Henry Ford, and he said, "If I had listened to all of my potential customers, what I would have spent my time trying to build was a faster horse."
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah, because we don't see the big picture. We don't see where Google Plus is going. We know that Google Plus is Google, So it will be integrated more. That is quite obvious to anyone except some tech publications. But, but anyway, so we have no idea where Google Plus is going, but it's going places, and I bet that it's going to places that nobody has even imagined or thought.
Well, I'm sure there are people that are thinking about that, but there's a vision inside that the world does not see, and that vision would be tremendously exciting. I'd love to be able to say, yes, I have seen what that vision is, and wow.
It will be interesting to see what Google Plus has in the pipeline, and as time goes on. I'm sure they have some new surprises for us down the road.
I'm sure. Yeah. And the mobile side will develop much more. And now we just got exciting Android news of all kinds of stuff at the I.O. And again, the tech magazines were burying Google Plus because Google Plus was just mentioned in passing. And perhaps they haven't heard that the Google Plus API hasn't been released yet, so it's not very fun for the developers for whom the I.O. is actually made for. So that may be one reason why Google Plus didn't play a big part.
I think that's a really important thing. In the past few years, we've seen I.O. change in its nature and its role for Google. I mean, it used to be their primary, here's what we're doing, let's package everything we're going to announce, or as much as we possibly can, in and present it all at I.O. And they've really gone back more to what I.O. was intended for originally, and that is a developers conference. So they've had major announcements. I'm trying to remember last year, there was a major announcement that came like a week or two right after I.O. I don't remember what it was. It might have been a little bit longer than that.
Yeah, on Google Plus they had huge announcements, all these auto awesome stuff and all this.
That's right. It was all that. It was that major photo
announcement and all a major product update. But
yeah,
that
it was a huge.
That wasn't done in and then the custom URLs.
Yep. It was the.
That was in October.
Right, but it was the photos thing last year that came out.
Had many major updates and launches all the time, but I don't know what the tech publications where their eyes are, outside I.O. because if they haven't seen any of those, I wouldn't trust them very much.
Well, I wouldn't blame tech publications as a generality. There's certainly a few, and one in particular that seemed to just, have a very bad problem trying to read tea leaves.
Microsoft. Sorry.
Yeah, but the fact that there wasn't anything. I don't know what people would have expected that would be of interest to developers and necessary for developers for Google Plus that could have been a major announcement at I.O. Just knowing the nature of what Google Plus is.
Exactly my point.
But I think that it's sort of a sign of Google's own success with the announcements before coming back to bite them a little bit because, in the past there have been these big product announcements, and so everyone thinks that there has to be those announcements at I.O. Otherwise, there's nothing to announce. I mean, it doesn't make sense to me, but I can kind of see how people like the idea of there being a particular date when a company makes its big announcements. And they don't necessarily appreciate all the smaller updates that are going on continuously, like you said, you know, there's updates, significant updates all the time, and that just flies under people's radar if there isn't a big conference covered by all the news sources.
Yeah, and where all the journalists can go and eat and drink, and maybe that's the problem.
Is that a little bit of cynicism coming in there, Jana?
Well, one of the challenges, I mean, if you go back to shrink-wrapped software, not all that, you know, which was the only way software came not all that long ago, you know, things had to come in big chunks because there was a lot of cost in packaging and distributing that shrink-wrapped product. So you didn't tend to see a lot of incremental improvement. And one of the things that Google's done phenomenally well is look at development with a completely different perspective and say, okay, well, since we're in this new environment, we can deliver function in a very different way. We can have incremental changes. I mean, they could have changes happening every day of the week and just continuously building. Now, it's not totally chaotic, and they don't do you know, free fire stuff like that, but that gives them much better change control and better mechanism, because in the event that there's a problem, if they've only changed one area, they've got a much better handle on where the source of the problem that showed up right at the same time the change came out.
Exactly, and that's why when they do launches, it's 1% first, then 10%, and then spreading out to the whole world. And I think they are very clever in doing all these minor updates, because that way the users won't freak out.
Yep. The one drawback is it doesn't make for exciting stories for journalists.
Yeah, exactly, but it makes it very much more user-friendly.
Yep.
Because the users have time to get accustomed to the new things before the next one is coming.
Right.
Although people always complain when there's a change, no matter what.
Oh,
So
well,
it's better to make many small changes than one huge big bang boom.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, people will always complain about change, and I think that's because of fear, because people get very comfortable. I mean, it's one of the reasons why a lot of people who could actually see some amazing differences and results for themselves and their business have not come to Google+, because they are so comfortable where they are. They are so used to the platform. They've forgotten about whether or not it gives them results, and maybe it does. Like I said, near the beginning of the party, I was talking about the fact that Facebook, for my two boys, is the perfect platform, because they are doing so much business from it, but they're barbers and they're local, and that's where all their mates are, and it's their mates that are all their clients, and their mates' mums and sons and all sorts of things like that. But I do think we live in a world where a lot of people are scared of change. They have this fear because it takes them out of their comfort zone, and they would rather stick in their comfort zone and not see results and not appreciate change as being a step forward, because it is uncomfortable when that change appears. And I think that's why we see so many people complaining, not because the changes are bad changes, but because the people struggle to deal with change, and they find it very scary, because it's like, oh, I just got used to that, and now I've got to find another way of doing things. And not everybody, I mean, I love change. I get frustrated sometimes, especially if I've just done a training workbook for my members, and suddenly all the screens change, and it's now like, oh no, I've just spent a month doing that, and now I've got to change it again. But I do love change, and I think change has always got something good in it, even if what's happened isn't the best way, or it might not work quite so well, and maybe I wish they hadn't done it. But there's always something new to learn, and I think it keeps it interesting. I think it's one of the reasons why Google Plus, for me, over 2 years now, I have been here and I'm still enjoying it because I have a very low boredom threshold. And if they didn't have changes, if things weren't different, I by now probably would be so bored thinking, oh my God, it's the same button. Can you not give me something new? So for me, I'm the other way. And it's like, yes, I want to change. Come on, give me something new so that I can report on something and tell people about it and do a new training thing and I can get all excited again. But I do think there's a lot of fear in that. And that's why so many people complain the minute there's a change and they get worried. It's like when the change on YouTube a couple of days ago or last night, whenever it was, where our video manager is in a different place. That is going to scare a lot of people because they're going to go on and think, my video manager has gone. I have no way of getting to my YouTube live events that I have set up and I'm supposed to be going live right now and it's not there. And panic sets in as well. But I totally agree with what Jana was saying before. Having small incremental changes does give people time to get used to it. They will still complain because they're feeling lost, because they're feeling a bit unsettled. But it's great to see these little changes. You know, sometimes I'll report on a change and find out that actually it came in 3 months ago. I just didn't notice it. Other times I'll report on a change that is a real change, you know, so sometimes we don't actually know that something did change and we don't see it change because some of these changes are so small.
And I think that's a sign of a change that really is helpful to the users. When it's so well integrated that you don't even notice that it's different, then that was probably a really good change in the sense that, you know, your actual using experience was quite smooth. The change on YouTube, of course, is confusing a lot of people because it's so different now. But I think that you're right, that people like to need to get used to things, and a lot of the changes we just never even see.
Yeah. And we have Larry back in the room.
Hey,
did you bring some food? You were supposed to bring us some food.
Hi, Larry. We want bacon. Everybody's talking about bacon.
Everybody ate it. Well, it was a food art day with a pirate theme. So I just finished it, and I said, let me jump in and say hi to Peggy K. I see Peggy K on the stream, but I never got a chance to see her in person.
Cool. Hi, so, Larry, meet Peggy.
Hey, Peggy. How you doing?
Peggy, you're muted.
Good to meet you.
Same here. And then Masataki. He's in Japan, I guess. And Yana, my good friend Yana.
I think you'll find Masatake is actually in London.
London, okay.
I'm in Finland.
Oh, Finland. Oh, yeah, I know Yana's in Finland. And John, good to see you again, John.
Yes,
John is still in the Hangout. Wow.
Yeah, I've been here for the whole thing so far.
Yeah, well, good moral support for Carol.
Yeah, John's actually been sat there longer than I have because I have to keep taking a break every now and again to stretch my back.
Right. Yeah.
So tell everybody about the pirates on Google+, Larry.
Well, back in 2012, we had, along with George Sepich and I, we were doing a Pirates Pub, which was a weekly HOA that had food, drink, music, because we had musicians come on and play, not cover songs, but play the original songs. And we all dressed up like pirates and had fun. Each show would last sometimes an hour and a half, sometimes 2 hours. However long we felt, because we were pirates. And we did about 28 episodes. And it was a lot of fun. So we are thinking about bringing it back maybe towards the end of this year. I'm not hearing you.
No, you won't hear me because I'm muted again. I'm getting used to doing that, muting and then talking to everybody. So they're not running at the moment, but you're thinking of bringing them back.
Yeah, George. I was just in a hangout. George was just on the show with me, and like I said, it was a pirate-themed food art show, and we posted him the question, "Will the Pirates Pub be back?" And he kind of said yes. So it looks like we had a lot of people liking the show, and a lot of people were following the page. So I think we're gonna bring it back.
Cool. And you're still doing cookery shows as well. Are you still doing your own cookery shows?
Well, I am more producing shows for folks. I am doing one called Food Stories, where I have people come on and do a dish and tell a story behind that dish, whether it's a dish that their mom taught them, their first dish they made for their husband, whatever the story is. And there's a story behind each dish. That's the tagline. And I do that once a month or sometimes twice a month, and I produce other shows for Aslan Bloor, who is from the UK, and she's doing some exceptionally good good stuff. And Maggie Unzueta, I do a bilingual show with her. She's Mexican, and we do it part English, part Spanish.
Cool.
Yeah.
And I think that's an example, you know, talking about your pirates, talking about your cookery shows, talking about the story behind the food. You do a bilingual show, and I think one of the things, you know, Hangouts is one of my passions. I love Hangouts and teach and really dive into Hangouts. And I think one of the things that some people don't really get is that Hangouts are not just about sitting on a panel having a very serious conversation. Hangouts can be used in so many ways. You know, I talk to some businesses and they say, oh, Hangouts are not for me. And actually then I'll talk a bit deeper and it's like, no, Hangouts on air aren't actually for them. But they consult with a lot of people and they spend an awful lot of money on internal communications where they have people that are traveling to meetings once or twice a week. They're paying the expenses, they've got the time out, they've got the traffic, the stress, they have to book a venue or a room somewhere, and there's a lot of time being wasted, and actually they can recoup that time and the cost of that time by integrating Hangouts within their internal communications. And suddenly somebody will go, oh my goodness, I never thought about that. You can use Hangouts for so much.
And actually that was Google's solution to instead of having the employees go all over the place, because, you know, Google is global, instead of them going all over the place for meetings, they developed their Hangout, you know, and that was their internal application to have meetings. And of course Google Plus came along and they incorporated that into Google Plus.
Exactly.
So, and that was one of the smartest things that they did, because the Hangout feature is such a rich feature and it's such a great app. It just brings everybody closer together. I mean, Jana, she's in Finland, and I met her, you know, via her stream and everything, but to meet her in a Hangout and talk and get to know her, it's like what we were talking about before.
I'm trying to fit my pirate's hat, but it doesn't work.
It's like you it to the side.
How did you manage to do that, Jana? Those hats move.
I broke the interwebs.
You might have to close the app and open it up again.
Oh, that is so funny to see a hat stuck on the side. They normally always follow you, but it's true, you know. And I think Hangouts are one of the cleverest things that Google Plus introduced, and Hangouts on air as well. You know, they have really given us something so powerful and so effective. But it is about, think about different ways of using it. You know, there are people out there. Heather Crafter, I think, is one of them that does it, where you can actually sell your goods online. You know, when I saw Hangouts on Air come out, I went and registered the domain name Hangout Shopping. I haven't had time to use it, but I registered it because my first thought was QVC, done by real people in real time, no cost attached to it. Let's get it out there. We've got the internal communications that we've just talked about. We've got things like the cookery shows, and there's a big, I don't know if they're still going, but there is a big company. They had professional chefs coming on, and people were paying to attend the Hangouts to learn how to cook.
Yeah, Chef Hangouts, yeah.
Chef Hangouts, that's right.
Also, as you talk about the QVC, a couple of months ago, Google did a shoppable Hangouts demo.
Yep, exactly.
And that was kind of well received, but now they have sort of released not publicly, because I just debuted it on my show today, where it's called the promotional app or the promotion app, where you can have links to a website or a buy button, where you can link it. The viewer who's watching the HOA can click on it, and they'll take them to that item, wherever that item is being sold, or if it's the website or whatever. And once the video is loaded onto YouTube, that link is still hot, so you can still click on it, even though the program is off here. The links are still live.
Yeah.
And,
yeah, I saw that in demo yesterday. Somebody was demoing it on a video, and I went and watched that, and I thought, yeah, it's all heading that direction. I think it's really great. You know, there is so many opportunities and things that you can do. I mean, I've just started to work with an organisation in the UK, and one of the great things, and the answer to that, if you're listening, it's all right, a message just kept flipped up on the side. Somebody wants to know if they should dare come in mid-haircut, and the answer is absolutely yes, get in here mid-haircut. So, and that's Mia Voss, is mid-haircut. So I'm just going to go and answer her. Keep talking, everybody, whilst I go and answer Mia, in case she wasn't listening and had only text on there.
Good.
And another branch that we've seen from this outcome from Hangouts and Google Plus is the helpouts. And with helpouts, you can be registered as a helpout provider, and you can do one-on-one services with people. You can set a fee for it, and Google will manage the collection, and they manage quality as well. And they will pay you directly to your wallet account from the other person's wallet account if they agree. And it's a really fantastic thing, and that's just that's a direct derivative of Hangouts.
Yeah, exactly. And I forgot about that helpouts, because I'm a helpout provider, and I basically do one-on-one cooking, teaching folks how to cook a Caribbean meal, and it's Hangouts. I think it's one of the best features on G+.
So does anybody know, have we got any, because helpouts, obviously we've all seen them. Some people, like poor Jana, can't do them because they're not in Finland yet. I've sort of looked at it and haven't actually got as far as setting mine up. I know there's a lot of people who are offering them for free, and there's a lot of people over there who are offering them at a fee. Does anybody know what the success rate is? Are people getting a lot of people buying their helpouts and paying for them?
All right, I can talk to that directly, because, like I was just telling John, I am a helpout provider, even though I live in Trinidad. I was invited into the beta program, and then when it went live in November of last year, November 5th, Google did a big promo push, and I have what's called a listing. I have about 8 listings, one of them being free. It's an introductory to my slew of the various recipes, Caribbean recipes. And normally, right now, I think people are still kicking the tires when I say that, it's still new. Google Plus is still new to a lot of folks, and the help outs part is also new. So initially, we had a lot of people coming in, testing it out, testing the waters, like I said, kicking the tires, and we were getting a conversion rate. Well, I personally was getting a conversion rate of maybe, if 5 people come in to check out the free listing, I might have converted maybe 1 of them to upsell them to one of my other listings, which is paid. So since then, I am not that active in it now because I am doing other things in real life and other projects on the Plus. So I really haven't been devoting a lot of time to my help outs. But there are other people in the program, other help out providers that are doing very well. This one lady in particular, she teaches English to other students, and she's averaging about 2 to 250 a month. That's coming into to her. So she's treating this as a second income sort of thing, and it works out for her. For me, it's it's not going to pay the rent. It's not going to pay the mortgage. So it's more like.
I told you I was getting my hair done. Hi, darlings. Oh my God! I just saw the sign behind you, Larry. Surrender the booty. Hi, Yana. Hi, Carol.
Hi, dear.
Hi, darling. I can't stay on for too long, but I said if I dare you to invite me in during the haircut. So.
Now that is what you call awesome. Somebody coming on live onto Google's 3rd birthday party. That even makes me feel better that I inadvertently burped earlier. Now we have.
Oh, you did. I missed that.
Oh, no.
And Casey, by the way, say hi to Casey. She's being a trooper, isn't she?
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Oh my goodness. I'm sorry I missed the burp, Carol. That sounds priceless.
Oh, that was so embarrassing. Right in the middle of a sentence.
You're doing such a great job. I've been watching from the salon here and watching all the comments. Kudos.
So, is it a complete hairstyle or just reshape?
How much did you take off? She's given me some shorn, about a couple inches off the front. So Mama's going for a little summer hairdo.
Cool. And no tiara. Has anyone ever seen you on a Hangout without a tiara before?
I don't think so. We need to pop one on there. I should have brought mine with me, but it'd be hard to cut my hair, so. Yay. You're doing such a great job with this Hangout, Carol. Thanks for putting it together.
Yeah. I'm more grateful to everybody for coming because I couldn't put it together if nobody had turned up.
Yep. You and Chef are rocking it out this weekend.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, and we have a picture of you in the event stream.
Oh, I can't imagine how that's gonna look. Oh, that's like Yana when you came on my show, and you were coming in from the garden, and you put your kitty. I think you had your kitty wear on. It was awesome. You're such a trooper. Well, I won't keep you guys. I think she's ready to blow dry my hair, but I just wanted to stop in and say happy birthday, Google. So.
Cool. Awesome. If you're still here, you'll have to come back later and show us the final look.
I will do that. I will bust that out for you. I look like a wet, drowned rat right now, but. Bye, darlings. Mwah.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye. Bye, Larry.
See ya.
Bye.
Oh, how much fun was that? That was so cool.
Yeah. Well, Carol, I have to be jumping off because I am getting ready to do something else. But it was great to pop in and see you again. and see everyone here.
Nice meeting you too, like this, for the first time. I don't think we have been in a hangout together before, Larry. No.
We were in a hangout. We were on some... Yeah, somebody was interviewing us or something.
Ah, okay.
That was back in the early days, me.
Yeah, a long time ago. I'm getting demented, I guess.
But I'm still following your stream. I'm still getting all your great stuff that you put out.
Okay.
Oh, so awesome that you came twice, Larry. Thank you so much for doing that.
Well,
It's brilliant.
I love what you're doing, Carol. You know, and I'll support anything that you have, my dear.
Oh, bless you. Thank you so much.
Okay. See you, John.
Bye.
Masataki.
Good seeing you, Larry.
Another one leaves us. We should have some of the later ones coming on very soon. Don't know if they will or not. Ronnie Binter's supposed to be coming back around 10 o'clock. There's quite a lot of people who were supposed to be on here who haven't turned up, but that's life, I guess. How fantastic that Mia came on from the hairdressers. I think that was brilliant, and that's another example of how flexible and versatile Hangouts are. That lady was sat in the hairdressers having her hair cut, and she's on a Hangout with us. That was brilliant.
Great.
So, what we're going to talk about now, girls and boys?
You know, we're talking about the flexibility of Hangouts. We had an internal Hangout with the top contributors that occurred a few weeks ago while I was driving from here down to New Jersey, and so I pulled off in a parking lot, pulled out my Nexus 7, and sat there and participated in a Hangout, and then just continued driving again afterwards. It's really phenomenal, the things that we can do.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
One of the things I love about it is I used to be a big, it starts with an S user, and I used to do a lot of my interviews on there, but what I found was if I was using it on my computer and then I wanted to go on my laptop or on my phone, the conversation didn't carry through to all of my devices. I have no idea whether it does now or not, but what I love about Hangouts is I can start a Hangout here on my Mac, and then I can think, oh no, I have got to go outside, the dog needs to go out. And if it's an important call where I can't say, hang on, I'll be back in 2 minutes, I can actually pick up my phone, or I can pick up my Chromebook or my tablet if I had one. I don't have a tablet, so I couldn't pick it up, but other people could. And you can actually carry on the conversation from another device. If you've got your text chats, your text Hangouts, they're on your desktop, they're on your mobile, they're on your tablet, they're on your Chromebook, they're on everything, and they're on Gmail. And something that a lot of people don't always realize is you can also access them through Gmail. So if you want to look back on the history, you don't have to always scroll up your little chat window from the Hangout. You can go into your email box and you can find the whole stream in your email. And I just think the fact that everything seems so integrated now. It's so easy to carry on the conversations. It's so easy to carry on with what you were doing, whereas before it wasn't. You know, if you left work, it was on your work computer, and at home you couldn't get to it. Because we're now in the cloud, and because they're integrating everything with one login and one password, which is awesome, because I'm always forgetting logins and passwords, I just think the flexibility is so great as well.
Very true. I use the Hangouts very much too, because I have customers who don't live where I live, and you know, to travel 300 kilometers to a meeting is such a waste of time. So we just do it on Hangouts nowadays.
And another way that you talking about that, I'm going to share something that Michael's just shared in the chat, but also something I did with somebody the other day, and I've seen other people doing it for those in America, real estate agents. For those in the UK, estate agents, you can actually do virtual house tours with prospective buyers who might live hundreds of miles away from the prospective property. And you send them a leaflet and they get like the leaflet, but they don't get a real feel for the house. They don't see every corner, every little bit. But you can take your prospective buyers around that house from anywhere in the world before they have to waste their time traveling to actually see it in person. They can say to you as you're walking around the house, hang on a minute, just stop. What's that just there on the right? What does that door lead to? What's the view like from the window? Now, you can't show that view in real life on a leaflet, but you can if you're on a Hangout on air or a private Hangout. You can go to the window and turn your camera around and you can show them and say, look, this is what you will see. You can walk down the street outside. And something that Michael is saying is about people with cars. You know, you can show them a car before they turn up to the showroom to give it a test drive. And I think, is it Toyota or someone has done an app for Hangouts where people can actually create their own car inside the Hangout. But things like this are all things that add value to the experience, to the customer experience. So if you're in business, doing things like this, you're actually bringing your customers closer. It's like I could be in here and say, I've got someone that's phoned me up and they want to buy a teddy bear, but they're not sure if it's going to be the right size. It's got to be a specific size because it's for a specific thing. So we can hop on a Hangout and I can say, well, look, we've got this one, really soft, really squidgy, and you can see about the size that he is. And then we've got this one. And this one fits really neatly in your hand. I can take it close to the camera to show the detail. You know, I can do that with anything, whether it was teddy bears because they just happen to be the closest thing to pick up. But you can do it with anything. So you're really sort of taking the conversation further, but you're also taking the experience further. You're helping people experience real life before they hit the real life. You know, for some people that would be absolutely amazing to be able to have that facility. And that just popped into my mind. There are some photographers out there who have started to help people who cannot travel. So people who are stuck at home in bed, or if there's other reasons why they cannot get out in the world and travel. And there are some great photographers out there who are actually attaching their phones to their camera equipment somehow, and they are doing virtual tours around the world where people can watch and they can actually travel to these places that they personally cannot travel to. There's just so many opportunities, and the fact that this is free really opens the world for everybody. And I did another rant there, didn't I? Can you see? I get so excited that I go off on one. And
Hi, Ronnie.
And Ronnie is back in the room. Well, we can hear him. We can't see him just yet. He's just sorting himself out. There we go. There's Ronnie back in the room.
Greetings again. Hey, Diana.
Hi, dear.
Happy anniversary.
Happy anniversary, yes.
You two are married?
She's my best Finnish friend, or my blonde Finnish friend. We call her the BFF.
Anyway.
Yes.
Welcome back,
going?
Ronnie.
Thank you. I've been watching off and on throughout the day as I do other tasks.
Cool. Did you see Mia Voss?
I did not.
Mia Voss came on about 10 minutes ago. She is at the hairdresser's with soaking wet hair, having it cut, and she came on to say hello.
Okay, there's a nice one. That's why I saw a comment. That's why I saw a comment saying not too much off the top.
Yep, that's what that comment came from.
That makes sense.
Ah.
So what's been the latest topic of discussions? I saw you talking about teddy bears and the visibility. You could show a teddy bear right here.
Yeah, we were just talking about all the different ways of using Hangouts and the things that people don't consider when they think Hangouts, and they think, oh, we just sit here on a panel and we talk to each other. So we've been talking about lots of different creative ways that people can use Hangouts, the ways that people are using Hangouts, and ideas of how people could use Hangouts.
Well, I've been doing garden tours with my laptop and the C920. When you have a webcam, you can pick it up and take it in your hand, plug it into your laptop. You can see the laptop screen, and then you can just, point the webcam around the places. So I've been showing my garden.
Cool.
Wonderful.
Also in the winter when my barbecue had like 1.5 meters snow on top of it. People from California and Florida, they were a bit, huh?
You're barbecuing in the snow, yes.
No, because it's so snowed under in the winter, so I can't.
Takes a long time to warm up, but I do it in the snow.
You do?
I do.
Yeah, but what's the temp like? Because here it's like -20, so I think for even for a sausage you would have to barbecue for quite a while.
Yes.
And that's centigrade, not Fahrenheit.
Yeah, that's centigrade, yeah.
I was on that hangout when you took us out to see where the barbecue was and so on. That was fun.
Yeah, that was fun.
So one idea with Hangouts is doing the mobile thing like Jana's talking about with her laptop, but you can also use your cell phone.
Yeah, if you've got one.
If you've got one.
And they do work much better when you have one.
Yeah.
Yes. And we've done broadcasts from conventions, like one that I've done a couple years in a row is in Austin, Texas, called South by Southwest. And we go around and we interview people, just man-on-the-street interviews. A friend of mine is currently showing baseball in the United States with summertime. I think it's the high school or junior high, I'm not sure, are having baseball games, and they're bringing multiple cameras with different angles on the same game, and someone's directing with their computer which scene to show and talk about, and in between the games they're showing pictures that were taken. So it's like your own broadcast channel or your own TV network.
Yeah.
And
are they doing those baseball or basketball games, are they doing those with their phones?
Yes, mobile devices. Yep. Yeah, so it does tie a lot into the signal that you can get. If you can get a good 4G is normally what we shoot for if we can, or a strong Wi-Fi signal that you can pull and get decent quality. That's the sort of the TV truck in your pocket.
Yeah. What I'm waiting for is for them to come out with a little pop-up satellite dish that attaches onto your phone.
Yeah.
That would be pretty neat.
It would. I've got one that we're hoping to do in a place called Oshkosh, Wisconsin, coming up, where we're going to be trying to broadcast from what's called the EAA, or Experimental Aviation Association. They have a big deal where a bunch of people with planes, bunch of people meaning like 80,000 people a day, are at this place, and we'd be walking around doing interviews and letting people talk about what their latest project is with their planes. But we're going to have to deal with the fact that it's 80,000 people using the bandwidth. So that's the challenge.
Yeah, there was a bit of a challenge. I went to a big conference. It was a techie conference in Ireland last year, and they had Wi-Fi set up everywhere, and they'd actually told people there was one particular thing they weren't allowed to use, but it was supposed to be everywhere, and it completely went down because they were inundated with people trying to use the bandwidth in this big hall, and it just went bang on the first day. So it is a bit of a challenge. But I also saw somebody yesterday, I saw it on Google Plus, where there was two guys who were actually at a motocross or some sort of motor thing, and they were both sat there and talking about these new cars, and the cars were actually driving out there, so a bit similar to you talking there about planes and things. And what they did is the two guys were in the Hangout together on screen talking to each other, but they put their mobile phone as another person in the Hangout, and they used that to actually showcase some of these cars that they were talking about as well. So that's a very similar thing to what you were talking about there, Ronnie, and it really does make a difference, because you're really giving people that real life experience, not just the let's sit on our office chairs and talk into a computer.
Right. At some point, some of us can hope that we'd be able to start the Hangouts on air from the mobile device, but at this point, we still have to have a desktop computer, kind of like control room, home center, that controls and actually starts it and invites these mobile cameras in as remote broadcasters, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
Sometimes it's better because, with mobile devices, what I've seen, sometimes, they're kicked out of the Hangout, or maybe, the connection is not so good. So it's rather good to have a desktop, for instance, with good Wi-Fi or good connection. That is the main computer, and then the others just join. Because if the mobile with the control room or whatever, if the connection is good, then
Yeah, I'm fine. I'd rather let it die, Let me start out in the middle of nowhere, run it. If it dies, it dies. Rather than having to have the control room. I've done it. I do it. I've trained people how to do it. I just would love the option to be able to start from my remote environment. And, if it does go bad, it goes bad.
Yeah,
but I can understand that the perspective is we want the best look possible. But at the same time, we're pushing the edge of this technology stuff, so sometimes we can get a pretty good signal. And if that's the case, then I'd like to be able to start it from my little phone.
Yeah, I think I'd like to have the option to start it. I think if I was doing a professional broadcast, then I would probably have somebody on a computer that was and I think we would all do that, but it would be great to be able to be out and about somewhere and have the ability to start our own Hangouts on air on our phone or on our tablet or whatever it is we've got with us. And that actually, earlier I asked everyone the question, if there was one thing that you could ask Google Plus to give you, what would it be? That for me would be a biggie. Not because I would necessarily always do it, but it would just be nice to have the opportunity, because sometimes you don't have, it's like me, I don't have a partner, I don't work in an office, I live in my house, and I would have to ask my son or somebody to come, but I'd have to train them how to do things, and they probably wouldn't want to do it because they're too busy with their girlfriends or their life or whatever they're doing. So for me, if I was going to go out, I'd have to actually find somebody somewhere in the world that was going to be at home or in their office that had a computer that could start it for me and then invite me in. If I had the option to get it on my device, then I at least would be sort of a little bit more independent and be able to do some of the things that right now I don't have the option of doing. So I'm sort of in both fields there, that if I have the choice and the resources, I would definitely have somebody at home or in an office on a main computer with a good strong connection that if I flunk out, they can take over until I get back in. But I would like to have the choice of being able to try it on my mobile without having to have somebody sat back in the office.
Good point. Ronnie, can I ask you, Hangouts on Chrome without the plugin, have you tried yet?
I guess we are. Yes, it's public. Came out. Yes, was it yesterday?
It's public. It's public.
Okay. Because not supposed to talk about some things, but that we can talk about now. Yeah. So the version of Chrome. Actually, I'm not. Let's put it this way.
No,
There's a version of Chrome that's available right now that people can use. I think it's 37.
It's out and it's publicly out. It's been publicly announced that it is coming for all of us, but right now the developer's version is the one that you can actually get it on. If you haven't got that, you've got to wait for it to roll out, but it's rolling out. And
let's talk about the version 37 of, and I think they call it Canary. I forget the
Canary is before the dev channel.
Okay, then let's just say 37. If you have mobile, you have version 37, I believe it's already out and works for you, or it's rolling out. What the key is, and I did verify this, and I sure hope it's okay to say publicly, but here we go, that you don't know necessarily whether you're using the old version, the plug-in one, or without the plug-in. So it's supposed to be a seamless process. So if your browser, your Chrome version 37, for example, will support the WebRTC, that's the sort of the technical part of what's going on. If it will support that, then your computer, when you start to use a Hangout, will ask you, will you, with the browser, will you allow it? And I believe that was part of what was shared yesterday publicly. So you can actually see a button and you say, yes, I allow. And then now your camera is being broadcast through the browser, and it's not using the plugin. Now, one of the unseen advantages is the fact that the computer is doing less work now because the browser is trying to take care of a fair amount of it. Bottom line for that, well, actually there's two big benefits, I think. One, the barrier to entry to start using Hangouts. If you've never used one, it should be faster for you to get right into a video call and move forward. And this is supposed to work for Hangouts as well as Hangouts on Air. So there's not going to be a difference between a regular Hangout meeting where it's private versus this broadcast thing. So that's one of the, I think one of the primary reasons for the creation of it is to make it easier for anybody to use the Hangout video call thing. The other thing that I think is helpful is it's going to let some of the lower powered computers have a little better chance to have better quality when they do the Hangout thing, because the browser is doing a lot of the work and therefore less CPU action is needed, and so therefore as a result the lower quality browse or machines may have a better chance. And this is how do you say this? I guess the easiest way to say it is it came out with Chromebooks first. They let that, it was actually publicly announced for the Chromebook before they told the rest of the people that in Chrome version 37 you could do it. So some of the Chromebooks have been doing these plug-in-less Hangouts for about, I don't know, a month now, and they were slowly rolling it out, making sure that things were working well. And because a lot of the Chromebooks, which is new to me because I don't have a Chromebook, but apparently not all of them have the power that a lot of the desktop or other laptops do.
No,
And
they
so-
don't. Chromebooks are a lot less power. I mean, I've got a Chromebook, but I'm just trying to think as you were saying that, Ronnie, because I've got a Chromebook and I've had my Chromebook for over a year, and on a Chromebook you can't download software. And I'm just sitting here now thinking, how the heck have I been doing Hangouts on Air on a Chromebook when I can't download software? So I must have been able to do this for a long time.
There was an integrated extension in Chrome, and that's what we're for the Chromebook, and that's where I was a little bit confused when we were talking about it earlier, is because I had seen it in the Hangout in the extension list in the Chromebook.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and it was an interesting one because it's an extension that's listed there, but you cannot turn around and download it. So,
No.
so it ships with it and is installed automatically.
So let me ask a question then about Chromebooks. When there's a change in the browser, does this automatically update, or how do you deal with that?
The Chromebook, if from an update perspective, is really fantastic because what they've done is technically they've built two instances of the operating system, the one you're using and the one you used to use, what they'll actually do is apply the update to the other image and just give you a little notification down in the corner that restart when you're ready, and it is a normal startup, so it's only about 10 seconds or less, and it comes back up with the next level of the browser and the operating system, everything all done automatically.
Yeah.
Okay, so without all the techie stuff, bottom line is on a Chromebook you're going to be using the most recent version of the browser that allows you to do this, and so they sort of stick stuff in there and make it work.
Yeah,
So-
exactly. And the only time that fails is if you leave the thing open and on indefinitely. If it's even sleeps, it will restart when you reopen it.
Okay.
So if you
So
sign out,
Carol, I don't know why, but the term was used plugin-less, meaning no plugin, and that was something that the Chromeboxes is what they were calling it, would get first before anybody else. And there were some people that are always complaining about Chromeboxes not having things until after others have it, and so they were all excited about the fact they got something first. And
Yep.
so, but now it's rolling out into the world of anybody that has version 37 of Chrome, the browser, is able to utilize this. And my biggest question for them was, is it seamless? And they said yes, meaning you won't necessarily even know whether you're using the old plugin if you had one, or the new plugin-less WebRTC thing. There may be a little indicator, but I'm not sure if there is, because sometimes when we see things before they go public, they take away certain aspects when it goes public.
Yeah, I'm guessing. I mean, because at the moment, if we have the software, the plugin, we're not asked whether or not it wants to use our computer. So if this new version that is coming out is going to ask to use your video and audio, and if you've already got the plugin, then you will know the difference, because it's not going to ask you unless they're doing something to make it that it will ask you even if you've got the plugin installed. You know, from my brain saying, well, if I've already got the plugin and it's already installed, I'm already using Hangouts, when the new version comes out, it's not going to ask my permission because it's already got it all installed. I don't know, you know, maybe they're going to do something and it's going to play with that. My question would be, does anybody ever need the plugin again? Is there a reason why anybody who doesn't yet have it should still download it? And I'm assuming yes, because of other browsers, because this is only coming in Chrome, and some people are using Firefox, so you still need that voice and video app for other browsers.
Yes, you will need it for other browsers probably for a while, because the WebRTC is something that's available in other browsers, but some other aspects of it are right now just available in Chrome. When they make it, I think, purely WebRTC, if that's the direction they're going, then when other browsers have that capability baked in, then you won't need the plugin. So I just see it as a transition, and one of these transitions, hopefully, that will make using Hangouts video calls easier and hopefully more efficient. And that's one of the things that we were sort of seeing, is that the efficiency factor was better than many were expecting. So the efficiency of a slower machine or lower powered CPU may give you better results. You may end up with a high def video where you weren't getting high definition video prior. So these are all benefits so far.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be interesting. I'm really looking forward to the first time somebody that I work with who has never used Hangouts, when this has been rolled out, I want to see their experience, because obviously our experience is always going to be slightly different, because we're all quite techy and geeky because we're used to this stuff. And I'm really looking forward to finding somebody who has never used Hangouts, when we know that it has rolled out for everybody, that I can say, right, come and join me on a Hangout and see how they experience it and how easy they find it. Because I think that's always one of the interesting things, is how somebody else finds something rather than how we find it, isn't it?
It sure is. And sometimes it's very surprising how other people see it.
Yeah, I think I experienced that transition yesterday, because I remember thinking that I saw a pop up at one time asking for permission as I was going into a Hangout, and I thought, oh, that's unusual, and I looked at it and went, yeah, of course, and clicked OK, and it went on, and so I must have been using the new version, well, all through this, among other things.
I think, in a way, that's really good, John, because that's like saying it is very seamless. In other ways, it's maybe not as good, because now you're not quite sure if that's what it was or not.
Well, I'm almost positive it was, because it was a pop-up saying, can we use the microphone and camera?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it must have been in that case. Yeah.
Yep.
So that's a nice move. It's moving rapidly in that direction, and I don't know to what lower, right now we're talking about 37, which is a version many people are not using of Chrome. I believe the current version is 35 for most, and
39.01916.153, and it's updated.
Well, if you were 0.4, you'd be fine.
So whether they update the browser for everyone to maybe some version higher than that, or they make this plugin-less active work on down to where we are right now, is still sort of, I think, in the process of being worked out.
Yeah, they did say in the announcements that at the moment it is available for the people on those, but it will be rolled out to everybody. So I'm assuming they're going to integrate it, because not everybody updates their browsers. If you're on a... Sorry?
I was just going to say, with Chrome, they don't really need to update, because every time you restart Chrome, it does an update.
Oh, well, there you go then. So it'll automatically integrate and it automatically updates for you.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
They may very well be talking about the Chrome, the Chrome updates. I think 35 is the current version for the stable channel. 36, I'm pretty sure, is the beta, and 37 is Canary and Dev. So probably within just a few weeks, well, within a few weeks, each of those will be upgraded at least one level, and so it wouldn't be surprised at all to see it just roll out with that they're including as part of that number of weeks the normal Chrome advancements.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, sorry, go on, Ronnie.
I was going to say, I was able to see firsthand someone struggling with the plugin install. When I did the plugins, I just hit a bunch of buttons and it did it and it was done. And then it was a one-time thing and everything's worked fine since then, and it's been years. So the idea of someone getting stuck on the plugin install was foreign to me, but I knew that some people still struggled with it. And recently, I saw someone. I had invited them into, I tried to make it as simple as possible to join a Hangout. I even built a special account for them to use on Google+, and gave them the username and login and said, click this link and you'll come into a Hangout. And that was it. That was all they're supposed to do. But I had forgotten the idea that they had to approve or authorize a download, which was their plugin, and something on their computer probably interrupted that and said, be careful or whatever, and they said no, or they said yes, and they got stuck. So in the process of it all, they missed the first 20 minutes of the meeting because they were busy doing this plugin thing. So I recently have experienced the idea that maybe it would be good to have no plugin involved, and you just click a link, say yes, okay, and now you're in the call. That would be cool.
Yeah, exactly. I had one of the things that I get a lot, nothing to do with the plugins, but I actually had somebody, I was doing an expert interview a couple of days ago, and she came on, she got onto the Hangout. First she had to download the plugin and everything. That then all sorted itself out with no problems. But then she got onto the Hangout, and I think it was she couldn't hear me. Yeah, she couldn't hear me. I could hear her, everything else. And one of the things that people don't look at, and I found that most of the times when this happens, that this is what the problem is. But we'd gone through all the Hangout window, and she'd checked the settings, and she'd checked which microphone was selected, which speakers were selected, everything else. She still couldn't hear anything. So we actually had to go in. She was on a Mac, which is very unusual that anybody on a Mac has problems, because it's normally these PCs and Windows things that seem to have more problems. But when she went into her preferences on her Mac, she found out that something in the settings had been muted. So it's actually in the local thing, and this is something that I find a lot with people when they have sound problems. It's not the Hangout, It's not the hardware, it's usually in your actual sound settings where you've got an incompatibility between what you've set in the Hangout and what you've set on your machine. Or like her, she had absolutely no idea that something was muted because she uses her computer quite normally, and she's a podcaster, so she's not somebody that doesn't have any idea of any techie things, but something had got muted. So that was quite interesting as well, and it took us sort of like 25 minutes to find out what on earth it was, because we were going through all of these other things and she was trying all these things out, a different, let me plug a USB mic in and my speakers and lets me change the volume, and quite often it is something very, very simple on your own local computer.
Simple's relative, right? If you can find it, it's simple.
Yeah, it's a bit like when you have a car, don't you, with an electrical fault. It's just a tiny little electrical fault, but it takes them 3 weeks to find it where it is because you've got to trace everything back and go everywhere else.
Yep. So the fun stuff is it keeps changing. The challenging is it keeps changing. And if it keeps changing, it gets better, which is the direction it normally goes, then everyone, I think, benefits.
Yeah. So if you could ask for one new feature, Ronnie, not the one where you can start a Hangout from a mobile device because we've already had that one. What one feature on either Google Plus or Hangouts would you love to see?
On Hangouts or Google Plus?
Yeah.
Then I would probably want my long-standing feature request for Google Plus. And what that is an evergreen post. I would like the ability to be able to go back and make edits to a post, and all versions of it that have been shared by others would also be updated. In other words, they're taking my original post and sharing it to their people. If the facts change or the text needs to change because things change over time, I'd like to be able to go back to that original one, make the change, and it would then ripple across everywhere.
Oh, yes. Yes, 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 yes. Yes. Well, you can do it with a photo already. When you edit a photo that you have already shared, then that change, that edit, is carried to all, even the reshares of the photo.
I've even given the suggestion saying let this be an opt-in. In other words, do they trust the person making the post enough to let them edit it so that the share of the post also reflects the new edit? Because I could see how you could be abusive with it, get something that's shared popularly for one topic and then totally change what it's all about by doing a massive edit. But that I imagine is why some people would be concerned with it. But if you built in some type of a system that allowed you to say, yes, I trust Ronnie to make an edit that's actually going to be valuable, and so anytime he makes an edit to this post or these posts, I'm okay with them being updated on my end if I've shared it. Now that's me as a user. It's not me as a techie nerdy trying to tell them how to do it. Make it so.
That's an interesting one. Yeah, you see, for me, I just, if I've done something, I tend to write a new post or do something new, so I don't really care if the old outdated, but I can see sort of see the logic behind that, that if it's just a little bit you want to share, because the problem is now, at the moment, you can change the original post, you can make an edit, but it doesn't reflect what got shared. So if you've and potentially, if you've done something wrong, written something incorrect in the first one, and then you realise and you go back to edit, but you've already got 10 people have shared it elsewhere, those shares that have gone out elsewhere are completely incorrect. So it kind of makes sense of how that would be really helpful, but also the bit where you said there about the danger of somebody putting a post out that they know will get loads and loads of shares, and then they change it to something completely different. That could really be gaming the system and really create a lot of issues for the people that have shared stuff with other people.
Right.
It could get really ugly if somebody sent something out and with a heavy endorsement and you flip to the opposite position. So now you've got just picking a non-controversial topic. Something was sent out as pro-abortion and was reversed to anti-abortion.
You said non-controversial topic.
Well, I figured I'd just take something that people might get sensitive about.
How
if that
about
was sent
blue?
to
It
them.
was blue, and then later it changed to green.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I can see why they lock the original content and don't allow a change on that. One of the things I'd love to see, and I was kind of disconnected a little bit for a while, even though I was sitting here, so I didn't hear if this is what you're talking about, but I'd love the ability to reshare with the reshare text somebody else already sent.
Yeah.
Now,
Didn't we used to have that?
No, we've never had it. When you do a reshare, it reshares the original post but strips anything that was reshared. And
There's a
I
trick.
would love if
There's a trick. If you post the URL of the reshared post, it just doesn't look pretty. But you can post, and I think it keeps both parts, meaning the original and the commentary text that was put on top. It just doesn't look like a normal post, unfortunately.
Yeah, it would be fantastic to have the option of saying I want to reshare with the prior reshare comments, because sometimes they're as important or as wonderful as the original post. Sometimes they're even better.
Yeah, I must admit, sometimes they enhance the original post. Sometimes the original person has just put a brief post and then somebody really goes into depth with it and shares that with you with the originator's post, but you now can't reshare that automatically. I think that's, and I quite often think, but I wanted to see what that person who shared it with me had put. I wanted to share that on as well.
Yeah, the only way to do that is copy the text, paste it in, and obviously do a proper attribution.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, one of the features I would love to see is especially in private. I don't think it would be so good in public, but in a private community, I would like the option to message my members without having to put them in a circle or get a list of their email addresses. I want a button that says I can message my members because I'm in a private community, therefore they've all opted in one way or another. Now let me send them a message, please.
Well, I think there should be and that gets into one of the community things that I think there should be, and that is the implicit ability of the owners and moderators to be able to communicate with the individuals and trigger a notification to them if you send something.
Yeah, exactly.
I've got a long list of items I'd love to see for private communities because I run one, and there's various things that would be valuable, but there's one other one that's still in the public realm that I think would be very valuable from a marketing perspective, because a lot of people use social media for marketing purposes. That's one of the main purposes that a lot of us are here, and that is the capture and ability to work with email. And even though for a long time I felt, there's a lot that can be happening with the communication amongst us just within the social network, the ability to opt in and say, yes, you may see my email, and yes, you may use my email, I think would be beneficial, because then the platform in and of itself wouldn't be limited just to the platform, but it would allow people to say, yes, I do like what you're doing enough to say, here's my email, and I'll let you communicate with me both inside the platform as well as via email, because a lot of these third-party, and I'm talking because I focus a lot on Hangouts, and so this Hangout idea, there are what I call wrapper programs coming out, which allow you primarily to work with people's emails, to get them to opt in with an email so that you can capture that, and then when you communicate with them with the Hangout tool, you're doing it in a more traditional manner utilizing their email address, and that's something that's missing in one sense from Google+. We can't reach to people through their email.
Yeah, and that's why a lot of these other softwares are coming out and people are buying into them, because of those extra marketing options that are on there. Because quite often if you're doing a marketing hangout, the idea is that you build your list, and although you can have permission-based circles through using Google Events and things, but it's not quite the same. So that's why those softwares are getting very, very popular, because people want that list.
I find another, which ties into the mix of all this, that would be really wonderful for me, and I'm sure plenty others, is when I do have a private environment, like a private community, and I'm using events to do my broadcast to that group. I find that I have to do a hybrid in order to do it the way I want to do it, which means I have to do I'm doing a private Hangout on Air, which I love. I'm really thankful we've got those. But I cannot do that private Hangout on Air in the room that I want to and still bring in some of the functionality of tools like a comment tracker tool. Because the comment tracker tool I find to be very valuable to bring people's interaction with what's going on live into the video. Because that's something I find very valuable, and the people that are in the groups with me also. And so the ability to let somebody ask a question, I can visually put that question up on the screen, read it, thank them for it, and then give the answer to that, I find very, very intriguing and valuable. But I cannot do that in a total private environment.
Why? Is there a reason why you can't use Comment Tracker in a total private environment?
Yes, because it only works with public comments. It will not allow you to work. It's an API issue. It won't allow you to work with private.
Right. Comments. Yeah.
So to me, that would
that
would be wonderful. And I'd even made suggestions many years ago that the private environment would be very valuable for people inside Google+, and let's make some type of a place where you can have this communication within the private environment that is very robust. And we're almost there. It's just missing just a few little layers.
Yeah, it's just that little tweak needed, isn't it? Yep. Just looking at the
Google, is it up to Google or the developer?
This one is up to Google. Developer Gerwin Strom is.
I was thinking that if it were possible, Gerwin would have made it already.
Oh no, him and I have had many private conversations about how to trick through the system, and he's tried and he's just not able to do it because it's an API issue, and the events are a very special challenge for him as well.
Yeah, you have to play around to be able to pull the events into the comment tracker. I do that all the time. And it's quite simple when you know how, but you don't always know how, and therefore you don't get it to work. But it does work, but he couldn't do it in an easy way. We have to do the playing around to make it work.
Yeah. Now there's a few more comments coming in about from Lori.
Yeah, I was just gonna. You obviously gone over. But you go ahead because I need to get off this chair for 5 minutes. So okay. I'm gonna break out and let you go ahead.
All right, I'll just read it because I don't have Comment Tracker loaded up here. But do you actually, Carol? Did you load up? Does anyone know if she loaded it?
Don't know.
Yeah, I've got it loaded up, but I've got it loaded up outside of the Hangout room. For some reason, if I'm in my apps account, I'm struggling to get it to load inside a Hangout room. If I log in as somebody else, I can do it.
No worries. I'll just read it.
So yeah.
Lori's saying that one feature that would be great is if you post and forget to add an image, currently you cannot add one when editing the post. If we had the ability to add an image to a post during edit, that would be a godsend. And I think I would agree as well. The ability to make a post and then add that image in case you had forgotten. That would be kind of neat. And then Ray Hiltz is mentioning along with that, he thinks the capability to add video and photos to comment threads, not just the post, but to the comment thread, commenting underneath a post, as you could on Facebook, would be also very cool.
That would be tremendously helpful in Google Plus Help, because a lot of times we have to ask people, what are you seeing? And the only way they can answer that is to create a new post or put the image somewhere and send us a link to the image.
Right.
By the way, do you guys remember we used to be able to switch a photo to a video or vice versa on a post when editing? Long time ago.
That one has escaped my memory.
I don't remember that.
Part of Jana research. I've done
Yeah.
research. And it was, you could do it, I can't remember, was it so that if you had a video, you could delete the video and then add a photo, but not vice versa, so it worked only one way. But that was possible at some point. I don't know why they discontinued that feature. Maybe it was abused. That is usually the reason. If something isn't in the pipeline or is removed, the reason is because the feature is abused.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the Ray's also mentioning that comment tracker really confuses people, and this is part of, and I see this because I train people on how to use it regularly, that it can be a very valuable asset, but it does get confusing as to how you make the comments show up properly based on how you're doing your Hangout. And so even though it's the normal way to do a Hangout nowadays, or the preferred way, I guess, from Google's perspective, using the Hangout on Air event, starting with that Hangout menu and building a Hangout on Air from there, that type of an event doesn't work very easily with the comment tracker. You have to do you have to go find a public reshare of that event and grab the URL, and it's sort of a long, tedious process. It's possible, it just doesn't work natively. And so that's a shame that we can't either have the tools that, like what Gerwin has made, and build that in, or make some kind of an adjustment so that it's easier to use.
But you can use the question and answer app.
Yeah, I have.
Does anybody use it?
No, I think many people do. I know many corporate people do that are told by Google this is what you use. But after a little while, I see a lot of people that have tried it go away from it primarily because it seems to inhibit interaction. Meaning it's there for what it's made for, questions and answers. It's not there so much for comments, and the comments I find to be one of the most valuable parts of these interactive Hangouts that we do, because then people get to see each other and see, they don't have to be in the film strip. They don't have to be down here while we're talking. They can be in the comments talking to each other, and everybody gets to learn and interact with each other, and networking opportunities are phenomenal because of that. And when you do the Q&A app, it sort of expands, takes over the screen, and now you're really only watching the people on the screen and hoping that they might get to your question, and you're not able to have this secondary or tertiary conversation going on with the other people very easily because the screen is taken over with the Q&A app.
And it's funny that you're talking about that, because as I was coming back in the room, I thought, when I get back in the room, I'm going to talk about the Q&A app, because I do not use the Q&A app for exactly those reasons. For me, when I watch something with a Q&A app, I find it quite frustrating watching it because I'm not having that conversation, and I can see everybody's questions, which is useful, but it's just not the same experience. And I think also a lot of people, they multitask. They're listening to the Hangout and they're popping in and out, and they actually miss a lot by not having that chat to be, because you can't refer back to it. You can open it and you can see the questions that were there, but you can't see any responses, which also means that the host can't circle back after the event and answer questions.
Yeah, I call it getting stranded. They get stuck in the app.
Yeah, I've never really, I think the idea was sort of a good idea and people got excited at first, but once we saw the way it really worked, for me, it completely lost its appeal. And it's like, I don't even teach that app. If anyone asks me about it, then I will tell them how to use it, but I never advise it, and I never, I don't sit and go, oh, and you've got the question and answer app. That's a really good app, because for me, I have to be able to give a benefit of everything that I'm teaching, and I personally can't find a benefit. The only benefit I can find is on the pre-scheduled Hangouts. If you want people to send you private questions that you collate before a pre-scheduled Hangout, that you can switch it on during the preview time and then pick up all of those questions ready for the live thing, but using it live, I can't actually find a benefit that I would
It's a model. It's a model concept, meaning I think you and I and probably Jana and lots of other people that are not using that app on purpose have found more value from free-form interaction with comments. And we're willing to work with free-form interaction. Whereas many brands, larger ones, want a more structured environment. And this structured environment, in other words, they're afraid that something might go wrong with what they say. And so they want to really, really be careful about what questions they're willing to answer and which ones they want to even let be visible almost. And so as a result, from a marketing perspective, those that are willing to take a bigger risk with raw life, I think we don't like it. But those that want that more structured thing, they probably can find it to be valuable, because it may be, you may have 500-600 comments or questions, and the idea was, let's let the crowd vote on which are the most important questions and let those rise to the top, and those would be the ones that we address in the show, and the rest of them we just ignore.
Yeah.
Now, the idea of ignoring seems wrong to many of us, and so I think that's where it comes in. If you're in an organization that's okay to ignore the majority, but we find the most valuable ones to us to address, then then maybe it has, I think, some merit. There's some coolness to it. The fact that it works, if you've used it well, it allows you to, in essence, timestamp and say this question was answered at this time. Jump right to that part of the video and go there. I find that to be very valuable. But overall, I'm not a fan of it.
No, me neither, me neither. And I just want to break in there because John has just put a message in our internal chat to say he's going to drop out. We're going to lose John Skeet, who has been with us right from the beginning.
The whole time, John. Wow.
It's been wonderful. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. I've really enjoyed it. And
it's been great having you with us, John. You've shared so many great things, and bringing Toby on has been absolutely brilliant, of course, because I just love seeing Toby.
I know. I know. It was really all about Toby, not me. I know. Take care, all.
Okay, we will see you very soon.
Bye, John. See you.
Bye, John.
And I'm going to go over and change the subject a little bit because somebody has put a comment in, and I know, Jana, you use the same solutions that I use on this one, but there's a lot of people out there who haven't yet figured this out, even though I've seen this shared so many times. I've shared it loads of times. I know you have. Mark is saying we need an easy way to bookmark posts. I use Pocket, but that's not the best solution. Now, I'll tell you one that I use. There's actually 3 or 4 different ways you can do this. One of the ones that I use, I know Jana uses this one as well, is we actually have a private community, and we share posts that we want to go back to into a private community, so that any time we can go in, and in that private community you can have all sorts of categories for yourself, so that you can actually, it's a bit like having your own private filing cabinet. So you share it to the community and you share it to the category you want to share it to, so when you go back later you can open the right filing cabinet drawer and you can find, it's not the cabinet drawer, it's actually the category, but it's the same as opening your filing cabinet drawers, and you can find the posts that you wanted to go, and you can go back into those communities and easily delete posts as well and take them out. Jana, what's the other ways that you use?
Well, I use the private community, and I'm just pinging Mark here. I'm sharing a link to a post which I've written about the private community, so he can check it out.
So while she's
explain, I explain everything there. I use the private community for, I have used it ever since the communities came, because I used to use the empty circles. But the problem with empty circles is that whenever there was a larger update to Google+, majority of those posts vanished, or almost all. And so it was not really very reliable. There are also extensions. There have been extensions. I've tried those, but nowadays I think the less extensions the better. So I just use the private community, and that works really well for me because as members, I have also my business pages and my apps account profile. So I can share, no matter if I'm acting as one of my pages or if I'm on my apps account, I can share posts from any of those profiles to this one community. I can cross-post. I have a category called Later, where I share a post there, and then maybe 2 days later I share it on one of my pages, so I don't spam with the same topic simultaneously or share the same post simultaneously on several different pages or whatever. But a private community is what I recommend while we wait. Perhaps Google Plus will gift us a way to post to bookmark posts, but I don't know. There's nothing in the pipeline as long as I know, but the private community is quite good.
Yeah, I use that all the time as well. Do you use that, Ronnie?
Yes, I do.
Yes, you do.
That's
And
my
what about
primary way.
Masataki? Are you still sitting there, or are you? We just got your picture there.
Football.
He's watching football. Right. Okay. So we'll leave him watching football.
Are you awake, Masa?
What I do is I simply use my browser bookmark if I want to bookmark anything.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, I use that quite a lot, but then I find I've got so much in it and I've forgotten to properly organize it and put it in the right folders, or I've moved something and it's flipped into the wrong folder and I've lost it.
Yeah, I have something like 3,000 bookmarks on my Chrome. Because it's a place where I don't remember to go and read them later, so.
Yeah. Sometimes it's this, and again, this comes back to real life. You know, in real life, we keep things and we put them in a filing cabinet or in a jar or in a box or something, and then 2 years later we think, oh gosh, I'd forgotten all about that.
I find I do that with the private community. Sometimes I forget.
Another good way to use the private community is also that when if you have a +1 extension, or if a website or a web page, an article has a +1 button, you can click that +1 button anywhere and you can share that post from there. You can share it with your private community.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you're bringing things from outside of Google Plus as well as bookmarking from within Google Plus. You're actually bookmarking externally and pulling it in so that you've got it in the same place.
Yeah, that's a feature I use quite a lot.
Jana is probably one of the most organized people with posts.
Thank you. That hasn't been said to me many times. That was the best.
Well, that made Jana laugh. I always think she's incredibly organized. And
some points maybe, but in other points, no.
I know Jana spends a lot of time when I'm actually sharing something into Google Plus. Jana and I have some shared or a shared page and community, and quite often I will share something in and Jana will slap my hands and go and correct it because I've either forgotten to bold the title, or I haven't put the right hashtags, or I haven't left a space in the right place, and she goes and updates my posts and makes them more perfect for us.
And since we're speaking of what we would love to see, the ability to see a draft or a preview of what we're about to post and how it's going to look before we hit that post button, or share button, I think would be helpful. Wonderful.
You can use the private community for that. You can draft a post, share it for yourself in the private community, and check how it looks like, and then just click on edit button. This is something that not many people know. If you copy just from a post, if you copy, you don't get the plus mentions and stuff.
No.
But when you click on the edit button and then you copy in the edit mode, you copy everything, all the texts, everything, and paste that to a new post. All the, what do you call them, follow?
Links, they don't. Well, at least when I do it, the plus mentions don't work. They don't continue.
They should work when you do it on edit mode. They should
don't.
work because on edit mode, they should show you plus, and once you have saved the post, it should show you plus, and then the 21-digit G plus ID.
It's not been my experience, but I understand the concept. That's the reason why I'm saying I would love to be able to do a draft mode and go back and edit.
Yeah.
I've come to the point where when I do my own draft modes, I do a plus with the 21 number digit. Of course, I don't know for sure who it is, except I hope I got it right, and then I copy that and paste it in. If it posts in the private world to me, meaning I just posted, share it with myself.
Yeah.
And then if it looks good, then I go back and I fix it. So I think these are workarounds.
They are workarounds, yeah. Until we get the real stuff, hopefully.
So
Then
feedback.
Yeah, right. Yes,
Use the feedback button, Ronnie.
yes, have done. And a wonderful way for those that are new to this or don't know about it, the @ symbol, the shift and the number 2, anywhere inside a regular part of Google Plus will bring up the feedback button. So it's a pretty easy way to get to that feedback button.
Unless you use Scandinavian Apple keyboard when it doesn't work.
Well, you're able to make your edit mode work, and I'm not, and I'm able to make the @ symbol work. So there we go. We're balanced now.
Yeah.
Oh dear, it's so much fun. Oh, my back.
So this is having to do with 3 years, 3-year anniversary. What were you, both of, let's say Yana and then Carol, what were you doing 3 years ago before Google Plus when you were online? Were you online as much, or do you find that you're online more often now because of Google Plus?
Let's say that I'm more online in a day than I was in 2 weeks before Google Plus.
Okay, so that's drastic.
That's very drastic. I'm more online now because I'm using Hangouts as well as Google. If it was just Google Plus, in a way, I was online as much on other platforms because I was actually a Facebook specialist before and working with clients on Facebook, so I had to be there all the time. But the extra bit is because I do live TV now and I use Hangouts, and because I'm a top contributor, so I have to be there helping people. Well, I don't, because I could say I don't want to be a top contributor and stop helping people, but I love doing it. So from that respect, a little bit more. But actually, for me, it's more where I spend my time online since Google Plus, and how much I've dropped a lot of other things I was doing and spend a lot less time in other places that weren't actually giving me results, but I was there because it was what you did. And what I am finding is that I'm on Google Plus, and I mean I'm on there almost 24 hours a day when I'm not sleeping. But what I am finding is I'm seeing more results for the time that I spend as well.
I have found because I'm on Hangouts as often as I am, which is a lot. In fact, this was funny. I was telling someone out in real life when I was out with my wife, not just online. In real life, someone said, "So how long are you in front of the computer all day?" And I said, "It's probably 10 hours." And my wife looked at me with a shocked horror look, said, "You're kidding, right?" And I thought, well, it's at least 10 hours. She says, "I know it's at least 10 hours, but it's more like 15 to 17 hours every day." And I thought, wow, that's a lot. And what's happened is I have found the globe. I have found the world. Like Yana says, this is her window to the world.
Exactly.
I used to work in time zones that mattered more to me, and now I work in time zones that matter to the world, which is 24 hours a day. And so you can't continue that. I'm aware of that. My back and my legs are aware of that. But sometimes timing works out in such a way that it just makes more sense that I meet with somebody at 3 in the morning my time, because that really is what they needed to do what they needed to do in their world, because they're somewhere else in the world. And this is not an issue that we used to have. At least I never did before this Hangout thing.
Yeah, I find people, because I'm more of an afternoon and late night person as well, because I work with people across the world. And what I find is that my family, you know, my 2 boys and people in the UK think I'm weird, because if I'm making an appointment, unless it has to be for a time zone, my appointments don't start until 11 o'clock in the morning, my time. And people go, but people start work at 9, people start work at 8. Why aren't you around in the morning? And it's like, because I'm around the other end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
Like me now, it's 1 a.m.
Oh, it is, isn't it? It's really late for you. I keep forgetting you're 2 hours in front of me.
So that's why I have been getting more and more quiet all the time.
Now, we have Mark out here. Mark Barris is suggesting it would be nice to receive notifications without all the hundreds of emails.
You can. Who's going to tell him how he can?
In his settings, he can turn off the notifications sending you emails.
Yeah. And how does he get to his settings?
Let me find
on the left edge, the left drop down. Do we call it a drop down or a fly out? What is that thing called on the left side?
I call it a navigation panel.
Ah, okay. Then the left navigation panel, I think it's down at the very bottom that says settings, and you should be able to go there.
I call it the left pop-out thingy.
Okay.
And you know, that's really quite, it's interesting, because I never, ever go to the settings in the nav bar. I go to my profile panel, my profile image in the top right, and when I click on that, I go to settings from that drop down. Isn't it? It's really interesting how we go to. It used to be like that when I used to teach Microsoft Office, and the guys would go click and then there, and the girls would go to another one. And it's not necessarily guys and girls, but it's funny how for you, Ronnie, automatically it's that navigation panel and at the bottom of there, and for me it's automatically go to your profile picture. So there's 2 ways you can get there, Mark.
Sure. I used to do the profile picture more often, and for the people that I would do training with, they struggled with that more than when I point them to the left side. So I've found, in my mind, the path of least resistance for those that I've spoken with. And I think it's consistent with between pages and profiles in both places. So.
Yeah.
But they'll change it.
Yeah,
It'll
go
change.
in there, Mark, and into your settings, and it's probably halfway down. The settings, I think they're still like it. They were the other day, that you click, you've got some title areas. When you click, it will open up more options, and you can untick emails, and then you can have notifications without the email. It's the same with mobile phone notifications, isn't it? You can have those on or off as well for different areas.
But I would take his comment and clarify it, and maybe this is what he meant. I would like to be able to have a little more granular control over which notifications send me emails, not just this whole bucket of all of them. So, for example, if someone was plus mentioning me and I wanted to see an email just for that and not some of these other things, I think we've got some level of granularity, but it's just never quite what I need. And this is I find this to be a big problem for me. Not everyone has this problem, but it's a good problem, right? I get so many notifications every day that I never get to the end of them, never. And so I will miss some specific requests because I just never get to them. And so as a result, when I can, I ask people to tell them, or I tell them, please send me an email. Here's my email address. I've gone back outside into the email world again for one-on-one type communication.
Yeah, I tend to ask people to hang out. If we're going to have a proper conversation and it is someone that there's going to be more often conversations, I do tend to say to people, don't plus mention me, so don't send me a private message, send me a Hangout chat, because that stays there and I can see it pop up and I can see when a message has come in. But the other way that because I'm the same as you, Ronnie, I don't always get to the end of my notifications, but what I do is I will, and this is something that some people won't know you can do, when you open your, go to Mr. Jingles, and if you click and hold your mouse button down on Mr. Jingles, so on the bell, and you drag it up to your browser bar where the tabs are, you can open your notifications as their own news stream without having to just go through the little notifications panel. And there are tabs across the top, and one of those, and it's not 100% I have noticed, but it is more or less, because I have missed a couple, but on one of those it says mentions of you. So if somebody has plus mentioned you, apart from the fact that some for some reason slip through the net, most of them you will actually find there. And I do make it, I use this when I'm talking to clients, because I say to them, look, it's important for reputation management that you do know when people have plus mentioned you and they are talking about you, whether it's positive or negative, so that you can react. So if you're not going to look at your notifications and go through every single one all the time, and you don't have them as emails coming in or whatever else, that is one way of finding most of the plus mentions. Like I say, occasionally some seem to slip through the net. But for me, I tend to do a lot of my notifications through my emails. So I do have emails set for a lot of stuff, because I like to stay in my inbox and answer and see things come in there, because I miss less than if I go into my notifications.
Yep.
Sorry, I've been quiet. I found an error in the Google Plus Help Center. I found a link that goes to the old Google Plus Discuss forum, which doesn't work anymore. I've been filing a report.
Jana is always doing reports or finding things or researching. That's what I say. She is just so organized.
Okay, Mark Barris, here's a good link from the Help Center to how to change your notification settings.
See, I try not to do what Jana's doing on this, because when I'm sitting here on my sofa, I've actually got my keyboard and my mouse sort of almost on my lap, so the typing angle is not quite the same. Using the mouse is not so bad, but using the keyboard can be a little bit rickety when you're sitting on your nice comfortable sofa. And I can't believe that we have been running this Hangout for almost 7 hours. Did you realize that?
I know you have. I know I've not been here.
No, I know.
I wasn't here from the beginning either, so. But I can feel I've been sitting for quite a long time.
Yeah, that's why I have to keep taking a little break every now and again, just to stand up and move around. But I think we have been doing really well, and we've had people in. There's been quite a few who said they were coming, who obviously haven't made it, which was a little bit of a shame. It was really great at the beginning part, and it was so good to see people like Martin hopped in just for 5 minutes, which was really fun that he managed to get in, which was really great. And having Ronnie and Larry come in right at the beginning was awesome for me, and John Skeets, because otherwise I'd have been in here on my own. I don't know if Kamal, Masatakis just said, is Kamal up yet? I don't know, because he was going to come. Kamal is actually in Australia, which would be 8 o'clock in the morning, I believe, depending what part of Australia, but somewhere around 8 o'clock in the morning. So I don't know if he is up or not, but it would be nice if he came and hopped in and we had someone from Australia, because we've not had an Australian yet. We've had a Canadian, I think, because somebody mentioned Canada Day earlier on, and we know we've had Americans.
Ray Hilton.
That was Ray. He's in Canada, is he?
Yes, he is.
Cool. So we've had Canadians, we've got Europeans, we've had Americans, and an Australian would be great. So if Kamal is around, let's hope he does come in. I don't know. Might be able to go and look in one of our private chats to see whether or not he's chatting.
I'm just shouting in the private chat.
Come on. There we go. Jana is organised.
I helped him choose a down duvet, and now I bet it's so comfortable he doesn't want to get out of bed. He's in Australia, I'm in Finland, and I helped him choose a duvet.
Through Hangouts. Did you do it through Hangouts, or were you in text?
Chatting in the text, yeah, in the Hangouts, but in the text, because I know quite a lot about the down products. I used to sell them when I was younger, quite a bit younger, and so I know quite a lot, and with what you should to what you should pay attention when buying a down product and everything. So I think he's happy. So he doesn't want to get out of bed. Come on, wake up.
And Betty says, I've been in and out all afternoon. This is great, guys. And Mark says, thanks for the information, Jana. I'll add it to Pocket. And then in brackets, he's put, just kidding.
He hasn't had time yet to build his own private community and make the categories so that he knows where to put it.
But it's really good, you know, it's like here we are, we're having a party, we're celebrating Google's 3rd birthday, and we can see that we have people who are learning so much, even though we're not doing we're in here on let's teach people something. We're here just sharing ideas and sort of going with the flow on things and answering people's questions, and people are getting a lot. So this is another example of it doesn't always have to be the serious professional business stuff. You can share and educate and engage and help people just by having fun as well.
Yay!
Yeah. It's nerd fun.
Nerd fun. Hey, you might be a nerd. I'm not a nerd. I like to say
You're a nerdette.
a bit geeky techie. I'm geeky techie.
And I'm the proverbial blonde.
You're still using that excuse.
I don't know whether or not because nerd to me sort of, and maybe we think of it differently in the UK, or maybe just I have a different connotation on it, but when I think about nerd, it's sort of not a pleasant, it's more of a derogatory term. When geeky and techie are more sort of geeky and techie, they don't sound so derogatory. Nerdy is sort of somebody that's a bit thick and I don't know.
In my world, nerdy wasn't pleasant until geeky came in, and then geeky took over what nerdy was, and so nerd is a term of endearment, and geek is that guy you sort of stay away from, or that has the classic white tape on the glasses engineer look. So it's all based on perspective as your local environment as to which is which, I think.
Yeah, because for us it's the other way around. If you're geeky, geeky does have a little bit of that connotation, but nerd is sort of is the more derogatory.
Nerd is more serious.
Sorry, Jana?
Nerd is more serious.
Yeah. Oh, dear me.
Nerd is somebody who eats pizza all night and drinks Pepsi or Coke, by the liter. That's a nerd to me. And plays lots of video games.
And what is a geek then?
Well, a geek is a person who eats pizza and drinks Coke but codes.
I don't do that. I don't do either of those, so maybe I'm not geeky. Maybe I'm just a little bit techie.
There you go.
There you go. I'm out of the nerds, I'm out of the geeks, and I'm just a little bit techie.
Yeah. That's good.
Well, ladies, I had another thing I needed to do, and so I appreciate you inviting me back in again to be with the party. And everybody out there viewing, thanks for being part of this show. And I'm going to have to make my leave.
Okay, we'll try to amuse ourselves.
So happy anniversary to Google Plus again, and thanks, Carol, for pulling this all together.
Bye.
And thank you for coming and joining us, Ronnie.
You're welcome. Bye-bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye. Oh dear. Right, what we're going to do now, Yana, is just you, me, and the quiet Masataki who's got a few internet connection problems.
Oh, yeah.
Kamal, where are you? Come in, come in. Where is Kamal? Where is everybody else? Anybody else coming to join us? Let's do an auction. I don't know. What are we going to do? What we're going to talk about now. What would people like to talk about? What would you like us to share with you? What shall we have fun with? We're not going to play cards, because if we play cards you'll get bored and you won't see what we're doing. What can we describe? What can we talk about? I want some fun questions. Come on, let's have a fun last hour. We've got an hour left. So, well, we don't have to stay here for an hour, but we want Kamal to come in. Kamal, get out of bed. Get off your eider-down duvet. Come and join us.
Was it Duna in Oztalk? D-O-O-N-A. Duna. They have strange sayings.
Is that what they call their duvets?
Yeah.
A Duna.
A Duna.
There you go. And also, where's Mia Voss with the fully done hair? She surely must be finished by now.
You're right.
Yeah, surely her hair must be finished by now. Masataki's just typed in Donna Kebab. I don't think that's quite the same as a duvet.
Oh my goodness.
Oh dear. That was quite funny. I must admit, earlier on when we were talking about top contributors and how people have this, and you were talking about images, and I was sat here thinking, I still don't do many images. I haven't even seen one story on my account yet because I just don't take pictures. I went away last weekend for 2 days, and I took my mobile phone and I thought I'll take some pictures because I'm going away and we're going in a camper van and it'll be really nice. And then I decided it was too big to fit in my pocket and I couldn't be bothered to carry it around, so I left it in the camper.
That's just an excuse. That's just an excuse. And a rotten one.
I think I need some lessons.
No, you just start snapping and then slowly, you get better when you look at the photos. Because before, with the films, you really had to sort of be careful when you took pictures, and because you had 24 or 36 pictures in a row. But now, with the digital cameras and the mobile phones, you just snap away and you just delete the bad ones.
Yeah, that's very true. One of the things my kids said a couple of weeks ago, my son, because we've actually got hundreds and hundreds of photos, those things that you hold in your hand, and we were going through the cupboards and doing some clearing out and moving around, and he got one of the boxes of photos out and he sat and looked at them, and he actually said to me, he said, Mum, there is something different about having a photo album in your hand than seeing it all digital. And that was really, I was quite surprised because he's a young lad, he's not sort of more mature that you would expect to be looking back on in the days when photos were on bits of paper. But he really sort of found it really nice to have those old photos rather than just the digital. So I was quite surprised about that.
Yeah, we do have lots of photos too, and I've had the digital photos printed for my mum, for instance, who doesn't have a computer, so...
Yeah. I mean, I must admit, it is nice that now we can actually... I don't know if you were watching the I.O. when they were actually showing what is coming with images, and it looks like Mia is back with her hair done.
Hey, the queen is back.
Oh, but she's got Mia. You've got branding behind you. You're not supposed to be there with branding.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Can we do anything about that? Oh no, she's gone. Hopefully she'll come back.
You scared her.
I know. I did the same when Mark Traphagen came on earlier, but it would be unfair if I didn't, because I'd made such a big thing about the fact that we weren't having any branding today. And poor old Mark came on early on, and he'd got his branding behind him, and it was like, Mark, you can't show your branding. Well, I hope she'll come back. Do come back, Mia. Please come back.
Oh dear.
I didn't think she was going to disappear, and as we were so late, if she hadn't been able to do anything, I was going to say don't worry about it. But oh, there she is. She's back. She's back. Awesome, awesome. Sorry about that. I did that to Mark Traphagen as well.
I thought I had like something naked behind me. I was like, what's going on? What's wrong? So now you get to see my long hallway into my it's the rest of my house. How's that?
Cool. Cool. And we get to see the tiara.
Yes, it's back. It is back. How are you, ladies? And And I'm off to a pig roast after this. Boyfriend's tapping his foot, but I told him I was going to get back on and talk with some of my favorites here for a few minutes. How's that? Oh, I blurred it too.
Ah, cool.
Nice.
Okay, see, he's ready to go. Do you see this? That's great.
I saw that, yeah.
Oh, dear.
Give me a few minutes, honey. There's a pig roast here. What?
A pig roast.
I'm coming,
No wonder he wants to hurry.
I know he is. There's a pig with his name on it, I believe, that he's waiting for. So, and it's a restaurant that I want to have on Food and Booze, actually.
Cool.
On our show. And it was the first time I've ever had poutine was at this restaurant. So, do you ladies know what that is?
Nope.
Nope.
Well, it sounds rude. It's a big basket of fries with gravy and like cheese curds on it. It's amazing.
Sounds good.
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
Yay! How's your show been? Celebrating?
It's been good. It's been really good.
That's right. Sorry, but how do you say it?
Masatake.
Masatake knows it. Says that it's Canada's national dish. You got that right.
There you go. So just really quickly, before you get pulled away to your pig roast or whatever it was, why do you love Google Plus?
Oh, because I can do things like be in a hair salon and say, here's my friend from Finland who's on my phone. And then, you know what I mean? My hairdresser was in shock because she's not a Google Plus person. So once people give, she lives in the phone. That's what Masatake said. But once people get it, it's so amazing. I mean, I would have never met people like Randy Hilarski and Annabelle Hilarski, and I plan on going down to Panama to visit them. And you know, just my world was not like that before I got on the Plus. So, but I will say I came late to the game. I came to Google Plus in June of 2012. Went like this. Had no clue what was going on and walked right back out because I didn't get it. And then I came in February of 2013 and was determined to really make something out of it. I knew that I wanted to do shows, and so I kind of pushed through the sort of lonely time when I really didn't know anybody, and now it's been great. So
I think that's a really good example and sort of story from someone who wasn't here on day. I mean, I wasn't here on day one. I came in 2011 and did exactly what you just said. Looked around and went, no, I'm out of here. And I came back in 2012 on the day that Hangouts on Air went live, because that's when I got really excited and thought, oh my God, now I have to get over there. So but it just goes to show it's not about when you come on. It's about what you do when you decide to come on and what you do when you decide to stay. I often say to people, you know, go and take your overnight bag and have a look around. You probably, if you have a good look around and you stay for the weekend, you'll soon find yourself packing your suitcase and moving in.
Absolutely. I heard this right, and never leaving. The house guest that never left. Well, I heard the story of the guy that was like, I'm going to give Google Plus 2 weeks, and you know, that's it. And you know, I do think that you know, it's a journey. It's a different journey. I had somebody who say to me, they said, you know, how do I convince somebody about Google Plus, and I said, you know, honestly, don't. I said, you're gonna almost be responsible if they don't understand. I said, you can only show them so much, but if they're kind of, just let it kind of live by example.
Yeah, exactly. And I say that to people, you can tell them the benefits, you can talk to them about it and what difference it can make. But if they don't want to do it, I say leave them where they are. We don't need people who don't want to be here. Those that want to be here are having a great experience. And if you keep having that great experience and sharing that you're having a great experience, people will come and follow you eventually. And those that don't, they're happy where they are. I get a lot of people that say, oh, I want to pull everybody from Facebook. It's like, no, leave some of them there. We don't need them all.
When I have low tolerance for grumpy pants.
Say that again.
I said I have low tolerance for grumpy pants. Like people who you know what I mean? Like, grumpy pants. Yeah. Hey, grumpy pants. Like if you don't like that, so just go where it's comfortable, where it's a natural platform for you. And I still love Facebook. I love those different messages and interaction that you get with people. But Google Plus has really been it. But I was on Chef Dennis's show this morning with Jeff C. and Ryan Hanley, and we were each sharing our story about coming on and building our brand. And I used the analogy that when I first got here, I felt like a kid who moved to a new school. And I sat at that little lunch table by myself for a while. It's kind of lonely. No friends. And then, eventually, you get one or two people and just people that you just wouldn't have. I mean, I love it that, Pio, I've connected with Jack Crawford and Pio Dalcin in Italy, and now Nazim Beltran and you ladies. And it's pretty cool. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah. And what one tip would you give people if they come over and they want to connect with people? What one tip would you give them, Mia?
I'd say just engage with people. Don't have an agenda. We can smell it a mile away. It really is about just engagement, and then you'll naturally attract the people that are just a great fit for you. I hope that's not too trite. It really worked for me. Like it just. Not having an agenda, just truly wanting to be and truly being interested in people attracts the most amazing people to you.
Yeah, I'm totally with you on that. I reach out to people that I have seen, and I will talk to them there, but I don't go with a specific, right, I'm going to contact this person, because if I contact this person, then this is going to happen. It's not about that. It's about that I love what that person is doing. I think that is really great fun. I want to get to know them better. That was how you and I started talking, wasn't it?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. I was just thinking that. That's how we started talking. It's fantastic. You're not and people just love that. I mean, I know it really makes me want to find out about them as well when somebody says, I love what you're doing. And that's been my whole reason to start Hangouts, was just talk about people and stuff I love. Like, look how cool this person is. Look how cool that person is. I mean, how fun is that?
Yeah, absolutely. And that is, I said earlier in the party, we were given 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason, and our ears are higher than our mouth for a reason as well. Because if you start by listening, you start by getting to know other people, and you start to understand other people, and you start to work out whether or not those people are actually people that you would get on well with. Then open your mouth after you've listened.
Yes, absolutely. I think, and I hear the garage door, so I'm going to have to run. I love that second distinction. You heard 2 ears and 1 mouth, but I haven't heard that the ears are higher. I love that. What a great little bon mot. I like it.
Have fun.
Okay, darling.
Eat well.
Thanks for letting me pop back in. I appreciate it. Look at the back, too, by the way. Oh, girlfriend.
Cool. Nice.
Makes me happy.
Thank you for popping in twice. That was brilliant. We get the before and the after.
Yeah, that was kind of fun. I was like, oh, let's see if she brings me in. I'll do it. If she double dog dares me.
Of course I was going to.
I'd like that about you. Okay, bye, darlings. Have a good day.
Bye. Bye.
That was so much fun that she came back in again. Yeah, that was brilliant. And a typical man. Come on, we've got to go and get this pig roast.
Exactly. Let me check if you can see. Can you see the 1:30 a.m. night sky.
How do you get a night sky that looks like it's either just going dawn or just going dusk?
It's just going dawn because the sun just pops sort of below the forest line and up it comes again.
Wow, that is pretty amazing. If I showed you outside my house, you'll see nothing because it's black.
Yeah. We have midnight golf tournaments in the summer.
Really?
Yep.
Cool. So basically, because where is it that they don't ever go dark? Is that Norway or somewhere? No, somewhere at some time of the year it doesn't go dark, does it?
Well, in Finland too, but that's a bit further north. That's a bit further north, in Lapland. So above the Arctic Circle, which is around 1,000 kilometers northwards from where I live.
Cool.
So the sun just, if you have a forest or something in the distance, the sun just sort of pops and touches and up it comes again.
Gosh.
But it's not dark at all. I mean, you really don't need the street lamps are off and everything the whole summer here.
Really? Gosh, that is so cool.
Yeah. So this is why it's good to have, like I have the Logitech C920, so I just popped it up and showed you the weather.
Yeah, I mean that's the same with my 615, or is it a 315 now? I've forgotten. 615, I think it is. But I've got it screwed onto a tripod today, so I would have to pick the whole tripod up. But mine is literally fits into my hand. It's another Logitech one, and some people say, oh, but it's not as good as the 920. Actually, it is pretty good. They both have slightly different things that they can do. For me, it's perfect because it does what I want it to do. I can move it, so I can turn it round, and you can see that it very quickly regains its focus. And I could carry it around, but like I say, I've got it screwed onto a tripod at the moment, so I'm not going to carry it around. If the dog had come in, then I would have actually been able to move it on the tripod and shown everybody my gorgeous dog, but she's kept well away today.
She knows what's in store.
Yeah, it's funny because sometimes I know she's in my bedroom, but sometimes she will actually. But I think because I've had my door shut most of the time, and when the door's shut, she tends to know, oh, that means I'm not supposed to be there. And most of the time when I'm on a hangout, she's not invited because she'll start whining and making a load of noise and wants to play with me.
Okay.
So, what are we going to keep talking? Is Kamal going to come in and join us? What do you reckon? Have you heard from him?
No.
No. It's such a shame. He's the one missing link of the top contributors that were able to join us today, and he's not here. Kamal, where are you?
He's under the duvet.
He's Okay, anybody that's watching right now, do you have any questions that you would like to ask myself or Yana or Masatake, who is still here, although he's very, very quiet? Because if you do, pop them in now, because we are going to start closing up. We don't have to stay on the whole 8 hours, although we've almost...
Oh.
Maybe we should stay on purpose, because we've almost made those 8 hours. I've never been on an 8-hour-long hangout where I have actually been part of the hosting for, well, I've never done it for this length of time, but it is doable.
You're awning.
I'm not surprised. It's 1:30 for you.
Christopher Fogelman. Hi, Christopher. Wants to know, what if you attached the camera to your dog?
That wouldn't help, because then you'd see where the dog was going, but you wouldn't see the dog. Wouldn't quite work.
Oh my goodness.
Now I wonder if I could get her to pop her head in. If I open my door, let's do an experiment as we're coming to the end of our party. Let's see whether or not
see if
she
you can
will
get
come
the
in.
dog.
See if we can find the dog. See if she'll come and say hello.
Here, doggy, doggy, doggy. I'm getting tired.
Oh, actually, if I get a treat, yeah, I can hear her. Come here, baby girl. Right, let's see if we can move this around so that you can actually see her. Hang on, you've got too many wires.
I saw the tail.
Here we go.
Ooh, nice.
Hang on, let me white box her. Oops, if I can reach my mouse. Hang on, stay there, Tia. Oh, I can't find out how to work my mouse. I'm upside down. There we go. We're white box. Right, Tia. There we go. There is Tia. Come here. Sit down.
Only half of her.
Only half of her. There.
No. Yay, I got a picture.
You good girl.
I took a screenshot.
Good girl.
Oh, nice.
She's very gentle, but she's a big girl. Was that good?
She is a big girl.
She is a big girl. You good girl. There we go. So my dog came to the party.
Yay.
My dog came to the party.
Dog eye view of the Hangout.
Yeah. There you go. You see, so I can do it as well. It was a bit more difficult because I was fighting with wires and cables and a big tripod, but everything is doable.
What's her name?
Her name's Tia.
T-I-A.
Yes. And now you can see her face, and I'm sat on my chair. She's actually, now she's going. It's like, okay, that's it, done. I've had a treat. Now I'm off. Yeah, it would be, Christopher. It definitely would be. Christopher's just put, but a dog's eye view Hangout on air would be a new breakthrough in Hangout technology. And there's my baby girl. Oh, and she's coming back again now. You know, this dog that never comes in on a Hangout has now suddenly decided to come back again. But you can't see her again now. So that was fun. Well done. You're looking for a treat, aren't you? There's no more treats. They're all gone. They're all gone. They're all gone. Yes, they are. They're all gone. They're all gone. She's such a good little girl, though. She's very, very, very good. Very quiet, considering she's such a big girl. And she's
bothered when you're in a Hangout. I've never heard barking or anything.
No, she learned quite early. The other dog I used to have, my boxer Cross, she would actually come in and jump up and actually say hello to everybody, and she would want to be in here almost on my knee. This one, she actually gets scared with this chair because the chair swizzles. It's a twizzle chair.
Okay.
And the first time she put her feet up on it, it twizzled, and she's never dared put her feet up on it since. It was like, oh my God, that moves. And she's such a big girl, but she's so scared of things. She's now laid down on the floor down there, but she's very, very good, and she learned very quickly. If I shut the door, because normally when I'm on a Hangout, my first Hangouts I did, it was basically, I have 2 dogs, they live with me, I work from home, you might hear my dogs and you will get my dogs, and if they make a noise, that's tough, you know, that's just part of life. But since the one had to go, and just Tia here, if I shut my door, she won't come in. She stays outside unless she is desperate to go to the loo, and then she'll cry outside the door, and I know I have to open that door and go and let her out. And if she barks, because my microphone is a cardioid mic, it doesn't pick up the noise around the room. So nobody actually hears, even if she's barking outside, it doesn't get picked up, which is really quite good.
Yeah, yeah. That's good.
Tia has the potential to be another G+ star, just like a Snowshoe the Hangout cat. Oh, plus Snowshoe the Hangout cat. Oh, I've never heard of Snowshoe. Who's Snowshoe? You know Snowshoe, Yana?
No.
Christopher, who's Snowshoe?
I have to check Snowshoe.
Yeah.
I know Tripod Bob, which is Mia's cat.
Yeah, Mia's got one, hasn't she? We know your cat now, but your cat obviously is not one that sits on your knee looking at the camera.
No, definitely not.
We know Toby, the golden doodle, who just does not look like a dog at all. Twizzled. Christopher's now put in Twizzled. Is that a chair made of Twizzlers candy? I've never heard of Twizzlers candy. No, Twizzled is the way I say that it goes round in circles. Oh, that is so much fun. That's a really good picture.
Swivel chair.
Yeah, swivel chair is probably the correct term. But I said Twizzled. It's getting late. It's getting late.
Yeah, exactly. It's getting late, but I understood immediately what you meant. Oh my goodness. Oh.
I think we're going completely nuts now.
Yeah, bonkers.
Tia is clearly a well-trained dog. Yet we've tried our best. If you came and knocked on my front door, though, Christopher, you might not think the same. She is actually very well-trained and she's very well-behaved. She's 2.5 years old. She thinks she's still 6 months old. And if anyone comes to the front door, she loves people so much that I have to sort of have the front door just that much open and peek my head round because she's desperately trying to get to the person the other side. And if they don't shut the front gate and she gets out, she gets too excited and will run across the road. So at that stage, she perhaps doesn't look the best trained, although she is actually really good. She's just overexcited. But she's just laid herself down here now. She's quite happy just lying on the floor.
Oh,
so
good.
She is actually, when I think about it, she is actually pretty well trained. She just gets overexcited. So Snowshoe the Hangout cat is one of Bob Voss's fellow engaging critters on Google+. They're in circles together on the plus side of life. So that's what Snowshoe is. Snowshoe is Bob Voss's friend.
Yes.
Excellent stuff. Or a candy. Swivel
Oh my
chairs.
God, this is Google Plus for you. Snowshoe the Hangout cat. I love it.
And Christopher has now said Twizzlers are candy in the USA and swivel chairs are the items that can cause tremendous dizziness. You'd have to go around very, very fast to get dizzy in this chair.
Oh my goodness.
So who's Christopher Fogelman then? Tell us who you are, Christopher. Come and join us if you want to.
Yeah, come and join us.
Yeah, have you got the link? Hang on, let me give you the link. Somewhere down here I have a Hangout chat. I am going to add you to this Hangout message so that you will have the link. Come and join us. I have no idea who Christopher is. So if you would like to, Christopher, come and join us and let's meet. Because I've just put you into a Hangout chat, which is the Hangout where we are on the live Hangout, so you would have the link there. Did that make sense? Yeah, I think that made sense.
Not to me, but it's too late for me anyway.
The Hangout cat has got a G+ page, not his own identity. So he has a page, not a profile. So he's a business cat, not a personal cat. She's gone now. She's fed up now. It's like, okay, no more treats. I'm off. She's gone back to the bedroom. So is Christopher coming to join us?
Because if not, I'm going to bed.
Yeah, I was thinking Kamal's not coming, is he? So if Christopher's not coming, if he does come, we'll stay here. If he's not coming, then we will start to close up. We'll give him a couple of seconds to see if he's coming or not, because he's been putting loads and loads of comments in, so we know he's there. We know he's awake. He's not under the duvet like Kamal.
We know what he did. I'm getting too tired for this thing now. I
must admit, I'm starting to feel my head is starting to feel quite heavy now as well. So I'm about ready to close up. And I can't see Christopher coming in, so I don't know. How long do we wait? I do not yet see the link. However, sometimes G+ ignores me. Right, let me try to do it. I'll tell you what, seeing as there's not very long left, let me paste the link straight into the event, because there's not going to be that many people sitting there ready to jump in and take over. There we go. And Christopher says he's not under the couch. Right, Christopher, I've just pasted it into the event page. How many viewers at the moment? I don't know, because it's been blocked off because I've got the cameraman app sitting there and it's not showing me any viewers at all at the moment. They've disappeared. Viewers have gone bang. There was lots there earlier. Okay, Christopher says we'll hang out another day. So okay. Don't wait for him. Okay, so we are going to retire. We're all going to say goodbye, or should I say the three of us that are left. Thank you to everybody who has come along and watched. Thank you to everybody who came inside and joined us. Big thanks to John Skeets, who has gone but was with us almost the whole hangout. Massive thanks to Jana for sticking around with me for so long, because that was awesome. Thank you, Masataki, that you're there even though you've been very quiet, but you've been there and you stayed there even when you were watching the football, which is quite cool. And thanks to absolutely everybody that came along. I've really enjoyed it. Oh, there we go. Now we have somebody with us. We were just saying goodbye, and someone turns up.
Hi!
I'm just going to say a quick hello and wish you sweet dreams. I had no idea you were doing this for so long.
So hi, it is great to meet you. I have never heard of you before, but it is great to meet you. This is how great Google Plus is and how you meet people that you've never met before.
From everywhere. I need a shave, but that's another story. So.
It doesn't look too bad, actually. Looks okay.
I'm a little gruff. I'm fuzzy. Kind of like Snowshoe the Hangout cat.
Oh my goodness.
We both have blue eyes, which is why I think he's under the misperception that I'm his daddy.
Okay.
Here we go.
Oh, look at that.
Say hello.
Got the wrong one. Keep him there.
Keep him there.
There we go. We got a picture.
Oh, once more. Once more.
What?
Oh, once more. Jana, once more.
Once more. Say something. Say something so I can see. I hope I got it.
Actually, every time I start a Hangout, he actually jumps into my lap and wants to be on the screen. So.
Oh, nice.
Oh, bless him.
Finland. I just got questions. Who's talking to you? As if I'm talking to myself here. So, I'm just talking to the cat.
You never know. You could be. Stranger things have happened.
Exactly. Well, anyway, I just wanted to say hello and acknowledge that you're doing an amazing job. If you were able to do this for 8 hours, that's like most people don't even work for 8 hours. At least not here in the U.S.
Well, we've gone for 7.5 hours.
Oh, well, you've got 30 more to go before quitting.
Oh no, I can't do it now. It's too late for me. It's almost 2 a.m. here, so. Oh.
The night is young.
But I'm not. The night may be as young as it is, but I'm not.
Gotcha. Okay. I have to run to the office anyway to get a few items for my trip tomorrow to Phoenix. So.
Okay. Have a nice trip.
Thank you so much.
And thank you for coming in.
Arrivederci.
Arrivederci. Ciao.
Ciao.
Oh, that was brilliant, wasn't it? Our last sort of finale visitor and another great picture for the event page. How are you doing those pictures so quickly, Mrs.?
I'm taking screenshots.
doing them with screenshots and then just uploading them as a picture.
With the Mac, Command Shift 4.
I know. I know. I know all about those.
That's why I'm so quick.
Yeah, looks good. That is a really good events page, and it's got some great photos on it and lots of comments and everything. And of course, this will be there. Now, of course, the next task, Jana, is you have to spend 8 hours going through this video and doing a timestamp.
Don't expect it tomorrow. Oh my goodness.
Okay, so we are going to wrap up. Masatake, yes. Thank you so much for coming and joining us. Is there anything you would like to say to everybody before we disappear?
Nope.
That's a no then.
That's a no. That's a wrap.
Okay. Anything you would like to leave people with, Jana?
Thank you for watching. Thank you for having me, Carol. Thank you for all the guests. Thank you.
Cool. And I would do a big ditto to what Jana's... Big ditto from what Jana's just said. Thank you and good night. And it's been so much fun. And I'm hoping that we will do another one, maybe not so long or maybe longer, who knows, but with even more guests another time. So on that note, we are going, well, I would, except actually I don't know where my stop broadcast button is. I haven't got a stop broadcast button. Oh my goodness me. I don't have a stop broadcast button. Hang on. Right. Big tip for Hangout users. If you want to stop the broadcast, you have to switch the camera app off. When the camera app is on, you lose your stop broadcast button.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, and now I can see my viewers and I can see the name of the party and the links and the stop broadcast button. But as long as the camera was there, I couldn't see the stop broadcast button or the viewers or anything else. So if you're ever in a Hangout and you're taking pictures and you wonder where your buttons have gone, take the app off and you will find your buttons again. So once again, thank you so much for everybody that joined us. Thank you so much, Jana, that you're still here with me right at the end. Thanks, Masatake, for staying, and we will see you hopefully very soon somewhere around Google+.
Happy birthday to Google+.
Happy birthday to Google+.
Happy birthday, dear Google+. Happy birthday to